What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Tuesday, June 25th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, you didn't really think Texas A&M was going to win a national championship, did you? We'll recap Tennessee's big win in Game 3 of the Men's College World Series Final, plus the news that dropped at the end of our show yesterday. David Pierce is out as the head baseball coach for the University of Texas. Who will replace him? We will give our thoughts and give you the latest speculation involving Chris Del Conte's search for the next baseball coach here in Austin. Come on. You didn't really think a Canadian team was going to win the Stanley Cup, did you? We'll talk about Game 7 of the Stanley Cup final last night as well. Plus, Texas football picks up another commitment for the class of 2025. Steve Sarkisian is building this team a certain way, and I think it's a great thing if you're a Longhorn fan. We've got maybe the weirdest gender reveal of all time that we've got to show the people. We've got a monumental birthday in the life of the Buck to talk about today, and plenty more to get into over the next couple of hours right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Good morning, my friend.
How are you today, man? I'm doing good. Doing good. Had some tests yesterday. Got into a little MRI machine. Got a little nap in there yesterday, doing some spinal checks and everything else. You know, I'm getting myself all prepared for the football season, so I got to get all these medical things done during the summertime. So I got one more to go. And that is August 2nd, and that is my urology test, my prostate check.
Oh no!
Yeah, gotta get that done. Got to get it done. I hadn't gone to Dr. Jellyfinger in almost 2 years. I hadn't been by to see the dude, so I've got to get that. I got to get that check. I don't want that thing sneaking up on me, for sure. You know, I don't want to be denutted, or I don't have any swollen glands down there, so I'm going to get it all checked out in August. Getting all my stuff checked out before the football season starts, so there's nothing that's going to, get in the way, hopefully, of the start of the SEC football season, University of Texas football. So get it all done. You got July. July is not quite here yet, but you can start making plans to getting stuff done. And boy, it is hard, folks, to get in to see a doctor these days. If you don't plan 3-4 weeks out, I mean, some of these specialists, these so-called specialists, dude, you don't get to them for a month now, No. 6 weeks. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's hard to get an appointment anywhere these days.
Yeah, so I got them all. I've got them all. Had one yesterday. I've got one Thursday, and then August 2nd will be my last. Got my fingers crossed that'll be last, unless I go catatonic like I've done in the past during the month of August and stuff. So hopefully everything is all queued in, and for those that haven't had their check or their colonoscopies or their mammograms, or let's get it done. You got July, you got August, because once football starts, you'll be like everybody else. It'll be, oh, I'm too busy. I don't have time to do this. Things will go wrong with you and you won't take care of yourself. So still a couple months left before you get those, at least a good month left before you get the kids off to school and you get too busy to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
And as I said, these doctors, I don't know, man, do they go on vacation or what is it? It's just hard to get to them. They just got so many patients.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. Well, hopefully everything is all right. My fingers are crossed for you as well. Our guy Zane says the MRI you took revealed that you've got that dog in you.
I got that dog in me. I do have that dog in me for sure.
You do like having dogs inside of you. You have admitted that on this show.
Yeah, I had that dog, but I did have that. I did get that sleep, and people are like, how the hell can you sleep in an MRI deal? That thing was like 35 minutes. And dude, the guy says, here's your ear, they give you earplugs because of that sound.
Sure.
And I'm like, I said, that's cool. I'll stick them in there. But that thing started going, and dude, I was out. And all I heard was 8 minutes to go. And that's all I heard from the guy. And they give you a little ball to hold on to. If you panic in there, you can press the ball and they'll bring you out. And that thing was like laid out to the side because my hands were loose and I was cold out. It doesn't stop. If I'm tired, like I said, if I'm tired, that's why when I get on a plane, the sound of a plane, that's why the sound of MRIs and things like that that stuff puts me to sleep. I mean, it's not the Rolling Stones playing in my ear, That's just that constant brrr. That put me so out. And the guy goes, "You all right?" I'm like, "Yep." He said, "So how was it in there?" I said, "How did I do?" He goes, "You're pretty good." He said, "Your breathing was really deep." I'm like, "Yeah, because I'm asleep." He goes, "It wasn't even." He goes, "No, there was some irregularities in the way you were breathing." I'm like, because at one point, dude, I'm out.
Yeah, you heard that guy say 8 minutes to go, and you were like, God, I wish he said 80 minutes to go.
Man, it's quiet in there. It's got, and you, of course, you open your eyes and all you see is white up there. So once I open up once, that's it. I never open up my eyes again. I'm just out. And plus, of course, he said, do you take anything before you go in here? And I said, well, of course, I got mother's little helper there. Of course, I take my little Vicodin before I put my face into that thing.
Oh, you took a Vicodin before the MRI?
I take one before I go into those. Yes, I don't go into those raw dogging. I go in there with a little helper there, and then I'm really. he said, so if I didn't pull you out and let you know the time, I said, oh yeah, I've been in there past dinner. I'd have been out.
There's a tip for you kids in the car line: never raw dog an MRI machine.
Oh, there's no reason to. There's no reason to be in those things because they can make you panicky.
Sure. Yeah, a lot of people do freak out when they have to get an MRI because it is a very small, concealed area, and there is random noises going on, and sometimes you are in there for a long time. So, yeah, folks who deal with claustrophobia, I feel like have a terrible time in one of those machines. But I'm closer to you, man. I've only had like 1 or 2 MRIs in my life. Knock on wood. Very lucky for that. But yeah, both times it's like, oh man, this is over. Like I can't stay here for another couple of hours.
Yeah, because I need to get some sleep in here.
Yeah, I didn't sleep much last night. Like, can I take this machine home, please?
It was a beauty yesterday. It was a beauty. That was like 2:00, middle of the afternoon, just when I needed one. Just when I needed a good PGA type of sleep nap. I was out. And the only thing I worry about is if I come out there with slobber coming out of the side of my face. My face is all stuck to the sheets and everything. It was a good deal. It was okay. And I'll find out what's going on today. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. It is appreciated, and we appreciate it very much. But do be safe out there.
Absolutely. Oh, the MRI results have returned, and it appears, Buck, that...
He's got AIDS. He's got AIDS.
Oh, no. That's not what the results are. That's not what I want to hear from my doctor. I just want to hear that nothing's going on in my spine, that I'm still going to have, I do have that carpal tunnel or whatever it is from a guy who doesn't, it's gotta be the way I grip the club, all this tight grip. He says, don't choke that chicken. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You don't know how to use a keyboard and somehow you have carpal tunnel syndrome. That is incredible to me.
But it could be pinched nerve. I've had all that surgery in my thoracic back and all that stuff. Who knows? So that's what they were checking out yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
But when I originally at 29 years old had a real live stroke, I had 11 spinal taps.
Oh.
Where they sit you on the edge of the bed and they take a needle and put it into your spine, and you can hear that needle in your ear as they stick that thing in your spine. I had 11 of those things.
No, thank you.
No. So needles, that's why I'm saying needles, like when they do blood and stuff anymore, having it in your arm compared to having it in your spine is a little different,
Yeah, for sure. I hope everything is all right, my friend. I'm glad you're here.
Everything is going to be just dandy. And for all those other folks out there that haven't got their stuff taken care of, they'll start to get ready to take care of it.
Amen. Well said. Always a good reminder for the people out there. All right, Buck, we had a couple of championships clinched in the world of sports last night. We'll start with the men's college baseball, and that will lead us into a discussion about the next head baseball coach at the University of Texas. Last night in Omaha, the Tennessee Volunteers held off Texas A&M to win their first national championship in program history. Hell of a game, hell of a series between these two teams. 6-5, the final score in the winner-take-all game last night. The Aggies had the tying run at the plate in the bottom of the ninth inning, but a game-ending strikeout for the Volunteers to clinch their championship. Very entertaining game throughout. Tennessee struck first. They actually hit a homer. The first batter of the game for the Volunteers went deep in the bottom of the first inning. The Vols jumped out to a 1-0 lead. They led 3-1 after the third inning, and it was still the same score, 3-1 going into the bottom of the seventh, and Tennessee put up 3 runs in the bottom of the 7th. Dylan Dreiling, who was named the most outstanding player of the College World Series, hit a 2-run homer. Then you had another RBI double, which included an incredible slide by Hunter Ensley at
Awesome.
the plate. And it didn't seem like that play meant that much at the time, right? Because that turned the game from 5-1 to 6-1. And it's like, well, you always take the extra cushion, but not sure that run is actually going to matter. Well, that slide turned out to be the difference in the game because A&M came back. They added a couple of runs in the 8th. They added a couple of more in the 9th to make it 6-5, but they come up a little bit short. Tennessee's bullpen was able to get out of a couple of jams to end the 8th and the 9th inning to preserve the victory for the Volunteers. So spectacular game, an incredible atmosphere in Omaha last night. I give love to both fan bases. They showed up and showed out really throughout the whole College World Series, but especially over these last 3 days for the finals. Hell of a series. And Tennessee, Buck, the number 1 team in the country, the number 1 national seed, they win their first championship in program history.
Awful lot of fun. Great play at home plate. Great fake out by the runner. I mean, that was a sweet move right there. And that was so close to being tagged out. But he got in there, and as you said, 6-1 didn't seem like very much, but that was the winning run actually when it came down to it, that play. And once again, in those kind of critical games, every play matters, every at-bat matters, and we saw that last night. And for the Aggies, wow, what a great year for them. But I don't know if they're going to put up a banner for that for second place. But man, oh man, boy, they fought hard. That Tennessee team is a good baseball team. And from this point on, now you wonder, does Texas have its sights? Obviously, I think the Longhorns had their sights on either one of those coaches. I think it's going to be hard to get either one now. Only thing that I would think with the Aggies coach is if he's an older dude and him saying, you know what, the security that I can get from the University of Texas and the money I can get from them over the next couple of years, it's not like he's a baseball manager. Dude could be around until he's 80. He could be Casey Stengel. He could sit out there at 80 years old and manage if he's winning. That will matter. But I don't see the young guy from Tennessee after winning the national championship bailing out. I don't see that guy going. I mean, his team has been like the number 1 seed over the last couple of years, and why would he bail out of the SEC? And now he's won a championship. He's built a program,
Right. Well, technically he wouldn't be bailing out of the SEC. He'd be going from SEC to SEC.
Yeah, but why would he bail out of his team has been the number 1 seed over the last couple of years? Why would I do that? They're going to pay him. They're going to pay him. They're not going to pay him like a football coach. Is Texas going to pay him like a football coach? Is he that important to them that he can demand that kind of money?
Well, no one's going to get paid like a Texas football coach, right? I mean, the highest paid coach in college baseball right now is around $2 million per year.
Wow.
The highest paid college football coaches are like $11 to $12 million a year. So now Texas is not going to dish out Steve Sarkisian money to Tony Vitello.
That guy demands $4 to $5 million and Texas would pay it for him.
I don't think it would have to be that, but man, if it's like $3 million a year,
sure.
Then that might be what it takes to get either one of those coaches who were involved.
I think the softball coach is going to start moving up into that area with the way he's coached over the last couple of years to that $2.5, $3 million range. I mean, that guy looks like he's going to be there for a while.
Mike White?
Yeah.
I mean, he's done a tremendous job, and obviously he got Texas to the national championship series this year, but I think Mike White's making 6 figures, Buck. There's not that type of money in softball is the point there. So, yeah, like you'll probably have to give him a raise, especially if he does find a way to dethrone Oklahoma and win a national championship.
Sure.
No, the money in softball isn't the money in Texas baseball, so it won't be those type of numbers that are getting thrown around, but it's going to take a lot. I mean, if you do want to get anybody, because you're looking for an upgrade for David Pierce, and you're not going to hire a guy who's like an assistant coach somewhere else. You're not going to hire a guy who's like an up-and-coming guy who doesn't have any skins on the wall.
Sure.
If you were Chris Del Conte, the only way this move makes sense and the only way you were going to appease the masses of Texas baseball fans is if you hire somebody proven, and that means you're going to have to steal him away from another school. So,
and it seems like these are the 2 guys that you wanted. These seems like one of the 2 guys, 1 and 1A, that you've actually wanted. So are you able to do that to 2 guys that just played in the national championship game?
Yeah, that's
You
the
know,
big question right there. And I said this before the College World Series final started. I think if you really wanted Tony Vitello here, you were probably rooting against Tennessee in these College World Series.
right.
Because look, we've seen guys win championships in sports and then leave to go coach somewhere else for whatever reason. Like if Vitello did ultimately leave to take the job at Texas, it wouldn't be the first time a coach left after winning a championship. But man, just watching that dude celebrate with his teammates and with Tennessee fans and just with everyone on the field in Omaha last night, I didn't see a guy who looked like he was ready to leave Knoxville.
Yeah,
That
but
dude was,
as you said, I mean, all of a sudden reality will set in
yeah,
after their parade or after their rings or something, and the reality of the kind of cash. And but once again, for a baseball coach, what is a lot of cash? I mean, he's used to having everything he wants. You know, he's been in Tennessee. He's had a great program. It's his program now. You know,
yeah,
it's his program. I mean, he doesn't come here. The history is already here. When coaches come to Texas, the history in most sports are already made. It's now up to you to be the gatekeeper of the history. You know what I'm saying?
for sure.
You know, you can make more history, but you're not going to change the history. I was around a coach who thought he could change the history of Texas football when he got here. And I'm like, dude, this is not for changing. You're just going to be, you can become a part of it, but you're not going to change it. You know, your time here is not going to change it very much. It's not going to make it historic. It's just, you just got to be the gatekeeper, you know, do the right thing. So I can't see I mean, I can see the Texas A&M guy here financially saying, you know, it'll be my last gig. This is it. This will be my last gig. But A&M's not letting that guy walk just for the sake of walking. If it's a financial deal, A&M's not letting him walk. It's got to be that he knows CDC enough that he feels like, you know, I can trust that they're going to get it back. I mean, or he's going to look at it and say, well, why haven't they been doing it before? What's up with the program? Is it they didn't have faith in the coach? Do they care as much about baseball as they used to at Texas? I mean, it's got to be that kind of, for him, for a guy who's now got the A&M program, I think where he wants to now, except for the win last night. It's money-wise, he's not going to get money whipped by Texas against Texas A&M. I don't believe that to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of factors there. And look, Jim Schlossnagle and Tony Vitello are both making around the same amount at their current jobs. They're both around the $1.5 million per year
Well, they're
range.
both about to get big raises where they are. Either one, both of them.
Absolutely, right? I mean, even without Texas having an opening, just based on the success both of those schools had this year, both of those coaches were going to be in line for raises. And now you talk about, Texas showing interest. And look, the last time Texas had an opening at its head coach position, 9 coaches across college baseball got raises because Texas was linked to a bunch of different candidates. And yeah, Texas, they're like the Yankees of college baseball. And when they showed interest, that was like, oh, we got to do whatever we can to make sure our guy doesn't leave to take that job. And Texas's coaching search was kind of bungled. No shot at David Pierce with that, but the Longhorns were lowballing a lot of coaches after Augie Garrido left. I don't think that's going to be the case here. I think Texas is going to be willing to throw around buku amounts of money to make sure that they get their guy. And as we said it yesterday, when the David Pierce news dropped, I think Texas has been having behind the scenes conversations. Like everybody knows this. The coaching search didn't start yesterday at 9:40 in the morning when Kirk Bowles reported that David Pierce was no longer going to be here. Like, no, these conversations have been having, hell, maybe before the end of Texas's season a few weeks ago, but definitely since Texas came up short in the Bryan College Station Regional this season.
Yeah, and you got to feel pretty good. You don't make that announcement about David Pierce unless you feel pretty good about whoever you're looking at right now. I mean, to make it the night before, the day before seemed kind of odd. But I think everybody knew who you're honed in on, the 2 guys you were probably honed in on, and you're probably pretty sure you were going to get one of the 2. But I don't know. I just don't think you don't get money whipped against A&M and the guy who just won the championship. You've won a national championship. As I said, you've been the number 1 seed over the last 3 of the 4 years. It's kind of hard to walk away from that. Plus, that's now your program. You know, it's just, I mean, he's making his own history in Tennessee.
Sure,
now,
sure.
Would it surprise me if he left? No, it wouldn't surprise me. But I think that's a hard deal. That sends me back. Obviously, that sends you back to the negotiating table. But as you said, they've been negotiating that I didn't just start yesterday when they fired David Fish. It's been going on for months of if you do this and you get to that, and if you go to Omaha and you win the championship, here's what we'll be willing to pay. So yeah, they'll offer you if you win it, and they'll offer you handsomely. But boy, to walk away from what Tennessee's doing, I think that's tough for a guy like Fratelli to do that. I do. For an older guy at A&M, and you do get to the point where, like you said, it's the Yankees of college baseball. So if you get to that point where you're saying, no, that's going to be my last job anyway. For an older guy, that's going to be my last job. So money will matter. So an extra $200,000, extra $300,000 will mean a lot to me. Plus, it's not like I'm going nowhere. I'm going to Texas.
Damn, you're dunking on Schloss. 53. He's an older guy.
Well, yeah. I mean, but how many more jobs do you think he wants to be involved in?
I don't know.
He would only want to be involved in the A&M job if he kept winning. But since he didn't win, I mean, you look at it and say, how much more money can I make? What if I can make another couple $1 million? And then I'm at the Yankees of college baseball. And that's it. That's it for him. He's not – after that, where is he going?
Right. Well, sometimes it's more than money, right? Like, obviously, if Texas wants to get Schloss or Vitello, they're going to have to pony up and pay a lot to steal those guys. But, you got to deal with John Sharp at Texas A&M. Like, that guy can be a pain in the ass to work for from time to time. I've heard some horror stories about their new athletic director, Trev Alberts, the guy they got from Nebraska.
Oh, yeah.
I've been told that people just do not like him very much. And he kind of wore his stay thin in Lincoln. Now, he left under his own accord. He didn't get fired at Nebraska. He took the job in College Station on his own. But there's some thought that maybe he was starting to piss some people off up there. And I've already been told he's pissing some people off in College Station. So,
well, one thing they do is they throw money around like it's nothing. We've seen that with they just for the sake of not letting Texas have their coach, they will say whatever it is to take to keep you here, we're going to do it. You don't worry about it. You can go, you can listen to them all you want to, but when you come back to us, it's going to be no, we're willing to match that, or we're going to go above that. They're not going to beat us out money-wise.
Yeah. Maybe it's as simple as money, or maybe, once again, the A&M brass, maybe Schloss doesn't like it that much. Don't forget, Schloss was hired by Chris Del Conte.
Sure.
In Fort Worth. Those guys have worked together before. They had a lot of success with the TCU baseball program for a number of years. Maybe that's something that matters to Jim Schlossnagle. Maybe living in Austin over living in College Station. Hell, a lot of Aggies, when they graduate, they move to Austin. They don't want to stick around College Station because Austin's a lot better place to live.
Sure.
In College Station. So there are other factors that could be at play. I'm with you. A&M's got the money that Texas has. Like, they could pony up. And if this thing does turn into a bidding war, I would think Texas probably has more of a ceiling that they're willing to stop at than A&M does.
And how long has he been there? It's not like he's been there 15 years.
No, I think like 4.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't been there a long, long time. It's, how long does it take to get used to being an Aggie? How long does it take? It's like you never can get used to it, can you? Can you ever get used to living in College Station area? Not really.
Not even. He got there in 2022. So this was year 3 for Schloss.
Oh, shit. Well, that still is got to be wearing thin on you, Yeah.
Well, here's so it's interesting. I want to get your thoughts on this, because after the game, I'm so glad somebody asked this. Part of me can't believe that somebody asked this, but shout out to the member of the media in Omaha who did ask this. So it's the last question of Jim Schlossnagle's post-game press conference, right? I mean, he's up there, and he's, of course, reeling from the fact that his team came 1 run short of a national championship, which would have, of course, been his first, along with A&M's first. And I left the question in. You got the question and answer from Jim Schlossnagle when he was asked about his future at Texas A&M with the Texas job opening up.
The rumors circulating today about a specific job opening. What do you have to say about your future in Aggieland?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again, and that hasn't changed in my mind. That's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question. But I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. So write that.
Coach, thank you very much.
Just ask you a question, Coach. Just answer the question. Don't have to reprimand the guy about being selfish. He's doing his job. It was the right question to ask. Don't start trying to be a hard ass by thinking it's pretty No, not really. All you do is answer it, and then you go on.
Right.
What are you going to do? Do you want to break down and start crying about how you've given? We know you've given your all to Texas A&M. We know you moved your family. It's just as simple. These guys make these simple questions into these life lessons or something about how telling people how to do their job. It's like, come on, man, just answer the question. No, I'm not going anywhere. I haven't decided what my future is going to be. We had a great year, but don't tell the guy about how selfish he is. He's got to ask that question. That's his job, Coach. God, these guys make it so difficult. Why?
Yeah, look, I get why Schloss was annoyed with that question, but
he's a head coach, yes. He just needs to be – he's got to show that how much he loves A&M and how much he loves life, and he wants to give a lesson to some guy who's not a coach in a different field, but his field is to ask those kind of questions. That's kind of job he has.
Right, and I don't think it's a selfish question at all, because when I hear the word selfish, I think it's, oh, you're doing something just for yourself. No, that reporter was doing something for thousands of college baseball fans across the country, right? Every other media member wanted to ask that question. Every Texas fan wanted that question to be asked. Every Texas A&M fan wanted that question to be asked. Every college baseball fan wanted that question to be asked. So it wasn't selfish. It's annoying. I get why Schloss is annoyed. He just lost a championship at one school, and now he's being asked about taking another job like within an hour after the game. So I get why he's frustrated, but
big boys don't cry. Big boys don't cry, Coach. No. Just go ahead and answer the question.
Yeah, the reporter was doing his job, and I'm glad he did it. I'm glad that guy had the cojones to ask that question at the end, because a lot of folks, I'm sure, in that room were like, we'd love to know, but do we want to be the guy to ask? And whoever that guy was actually stepped up to the plate and did his job. Sure. I would argue better than anybody else by asking that question.
And he worded it just the right way too. He didn't, he said, this is what, people want to know, and they do. So, I mean, he wasn't, this shouldn't have been a surprise to the coach. He's probably surprised that somebody didn't ask him before that. They got to the last question, but that's kind of now the typical coach's response. Oh, you're hurting my feelings. I'm still hurting from the game. I mean, come on, be a big, you've been in situations before. I don't think that was that hard a question,
Right.
Or, hey, can you ask me that question next Tuesday or something? I'll be able to tell you exactly what's going on. You don't have to tell that guy how to do his job. It's not your job to then tell him how to do his job.
So, okay. What do you take from the actual answer? Like, do you think?
I don't think he's coming.
Okay.
I don't think if he's that guy and he came across like that, he's not coming here. Okay, Coach, you really kind of answered it. You poured your heart into it. This was going to be your last job. Okay, thank you for that. We can move right along. So if he takes this UT job, if I get a chance, I'm like, boy, I can remember when you weren't going to leave and that was your last job, and how much you loved that place and how you left your family behind. I mean, boy, you seem to change your tune. He'll change his tune too if he takes the cash now.
Sure. Well, this is definitely the Texas fan hubris in me coming out right now, but he didn't say no.
No, he did not say no. He never said the word, no, I'm here forever. He just said, when I took this job, I thought it was going to be my last job. He didn't say it is my last job.
Right. He got mad that the question got asked, and then he said, yeah, when I took this job, I thought this was going to be my last job. He didn't flat out say, I will be the head coach of Texas A&M next year. And once again, like, okay, you really don't dive into the answer as much as I just did. And on its surface, it's like, no, that sounds like a guy who doesn't want to leave. That sounds like a guy who's mad that he was one run short of a national title, and he feels like he can find a way to win it all here.
Absolutely.
Year.
Yeah.
So
well, he made that perfectly clear to me. He's not coming right as of today, or as of that speech. He's not coming because that's his gig. That's what he did. That's where he poured his heart and soul into it. So I'm thinking has your heart and soul changed over the course of a couple of hours that all of a sudden somebody put a new contract in front of you and you said, I'm out of here? I don't think so. I don't think he's coming. I don't know where Texas turns to. They probably go to the younger guy who won the national championship, and just because I think that's probably who they wanted originally anyway, that younger dude.
Mm.
And they just keep throwing it at him. I mean, live in Austin, still play in the SEC, still coaching the SEC, and here's the money to do it with the New York Yankees of college baseball. But that guy right there, after all that talk right there, I'd be surprised if he showed up at Texas.
Yeah.
What? I would.
I'm going to play the sound one more time, the back and forth after the game last night. Jim Schlossnagle being asked about the Texas job and the rumors surrounding his name. Here's what he said.
The rumors circulating today about a specific job opening. What do you have to say about your future in Aggieland?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again, and that hasn't changed in my mind. That's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question, but I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. So write that.
Coach, thank you.
Oh, he said the word never.
So write that.
You know what he said? He said to never take another job.
Right?
Okay. Then I don't expect him to be the coach at Texas.
Yeah, I
didn't hear it. I didn't get it the first time. I thought he said that. I mean, I didn't hear him say never. He said to never take another job. Okay, so you got that job. You must be happy. You left your family, so you're not coming to Texas.
Nah, that was his expectation when he took the job. And look, before yesterday, I didn't think Schloss was coming. Like, I've thought throughout this entire process that of the two coaches who were in the College World Series final, Tony Vitello is the guy more likely to come to Austin.
And dude, they may have been honed in on a guy from Florida. Maybe that's why they made the announcement. As you said, that's why they made the announcement yesterday, because they've already worked out a deal with the coach, or like at Clemson or somewhere else who may be totally off base with the two guys.
Right. I mean, they could have made the announcement a lot sooner if they were going to hire one of those coaches, right? Now,
yeah,
like maybe they
start on the road to recruit, start on the road to, making some maneuvers and people knowing it. But I don't know, maybe they just didn't want to take away from, well, you are Texas. You're no different than anybody else who like to be in the limelight of even a move like that. And to do it, I mean, they could have, like you said, they could have done it before. Maybe they just didn't want to do it during the College World Series. Maybe they do it now. And it has nothing to do with those two dudes,
Well, I thought it was hilarious. Like, I don't have any big brothers, but this feels like the most big brother thing ever to do what Texas did. Like, A&M was playing for its first national championship in program history. And then literally on the day that they're getting ready for that game, what do? They fire their coach. And then all of a sudden, all these rumors start surfacing that A&M's coach is going to take the Texas job. Like, I don't think that wasn't strategically planned, and not just because of who Texas might have been targeting, but also as like a little shot at A&M here.
I mean, there's no doubt about that. I mean, that gamesmanship was there yesterday. We knew that. I'm like, that's a weird time to do that. Why they do that? We've been waiting for weeks for them to do it. They were going to do it, and like I said, they're not looking for their third or fourth choice. Maybe they already have somebody in mind, but I don't think they're getting that dude right there. That dude would be, I'd be like, oh, I remember your press conference. Never? You said never to get another game? Okay, so you got that job. You just played in the College World Series. A couple bucks aren't going to change you from where you are, because they'll pay a couple of bucks to keep you. So it's got to be something else that would bring you here.
Right. Yeah, it's the history. It's the city, and it's the bosses, right? Those are other factors that could be at play here. Maybe Schloss and Vitello love where they're at, and they love the guys that they work for, and they know they're going to get raises. So there's nothing Texas can do. But I don't know.
And the Longhorns are going to, the University of Texas is going to tell you, if it's not those two, they were going to tell you that those weren't the guy that we were looking for anyway, because that's playing the game too. If they take some guy from Clemson or Florida, they're going to say that's who we wanted anyway.
Yeah, and
We already
everyone will
had
know that that's not the case. But
Yeah.
this won't be like the David Pierce hire
No.
where Texas bungled it. Like Texas is going to offer the money they need to offer. They're going to have everything set up the way they need to set up to
Sure.
go after these coaches. They just might get told no because, unfortunately, those happen to be the two coaches coaching for a national championship
Absolutely.
in the year the job was open. So I think there are three names. And I heard Chip say this yesterday. And really over the last couple of weeks, there's only been three names that I've continued to hear throughout the time since Texas's season came to an end. It's Tony Vitello, it's Jim Schlossnagle, and it's the Clemson coach, Eric Bakich. Like those are the three guys. I would be stunned if somebody outside of those three is the next head coach at Texas baseball. And I don't know the order of the first two, but my guess is Vitello and Schloss are 1 and 1A.
Yes.
And then Bakich is the follow-up plan or the fallback plan. And I don't think he's a bad fallback plan. Like that guy took Michigan to a national championship series a few years ago. Clemson's had a lot of success with him. They were a national seed this year. Like I think he would be an upgrade. Would he be the level of upgrade that Vitello or Schloss would be? No. But would he be a guy who gets me excited about the future of Texas baseball? Absolutely.
Oh yeah, it's about getting the baseball people in Texas excited because they're not excited about David Pierce. He doesn't ring the bell for them. He can be successful and have 8 good seasons, but they don't ring the bell when it comes financially and getting things done the way they need to in their baseball program and going to the SEC. It's just not a name that's going to excite them. So.
Ooh. Are we going to hear about a McDonald's meeting? Remember CDC and Chris Beard met at some McDonald's halfway between Austin and Lubbock to talk about the Texas job. We're going to hear that Schloss or Vitello was at McDonald's somewhere.
No, I'm saying Schloss. No, that was enough for me to say that guy's not leaving right there. And I would be totally surprised if he did. And I'd be the other guy's just, it's his program at Tennessee now. He's just won the national championship. He's been there a few times, BK, and he's been the number one seed a few times. He can really build on a team that's won their first national championship. And now, he's going to have the means to do whatever he wants to where he is. And he doesn't have to move his family an inch, you know?
Right. Yeah, plenty of reasons for him to want to stay in Knoxville. And the way he was celebrating on the field last night, he took a picture with Rick Barnes and Josh Heupel. The other two big three coaches were sitting in a suite. There was a suite at the ballpark last night. It was Rick Barnes. It was Josh Heupel. It was Peyton Manning.
Wow.
And it was country music star Morgan Wallen.
Oh,
and
no,
a bunch of other.
Dude ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, that was the box at TD Ameritrade last night up in Nebraska. So I don't know. It's so funny because over the last 2 weeks, I have been told Vitello is for sure coming, and there's already an offer on the table. I've also been told in the last 2 weeks that Schloss is the guy, and there's a really good chance that it happens. And I've also been told that Eric Bakich is the dude. Like, I don't know if there's ever been a coaching search at Texas, and sadly in my lifetime, there's been a lot of coaching searches at Texas to where it's felt like this few people have any clue what's going on.
Well, I know this. If I'm that reporter and Schloss took this job, I would be here to ask him the question of, really, coach?
It's pretty selfish of you, coach, to say I was selfish for asking that question.
Oh, coach, I remember
the job in Austin.
Yeah, I remember you going, never. Just a couple of weeks ago, you were telling me never, 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 and how selfish I am. But how about this? Look at where you are today. I think that would be, that's just typical coach speak. Got to be mad at something, right? I didn't win the game. Got to be mad at the reporter. We lost. It's your fault.
We've got a couple of texts. By the way, the code of text line 512-222-9328. If you're listening on the app, number one, thank you. Number two, we love you. Number three, feel free to chime in there. A couple of folks saying, remember Nick Saban's answer when he was at Miami and they asked him about Alabama. I don't remember the exact quote, but I do remember Nick Saban, when he was coaching the Dolphins, came out and vehemently denied any interest in leaving the NFL to take the gig at Alabama. And then it felt like in the matter of days, he was in Tuscaloosa as the next head coach of Alabama. So I don't put any stock into Schloss's answer last night. The things that
never say never.
The things that make me believe he's going to stay are the other things that we talked about.
Sure.
But that one answer, like, dude, coaches and players, they have to say that they're not leaving. You see it all the time in sports, right? Like a impending free agent for a team if he gets asked about, hey, what's the offseason plans? He's always going to say, well, I'm focused on this team right now. I love it here. This is where I am. This is where I want to be. And then
these are my guys.
Later, when the offseason comes around, he ends up taking the money and signing elsewhere. Like, it's happened infinite times in the history of sport. And that's why I put no stock into Schloss's answer. If he stays, it won't be because he gave that answer. It will be because A&M ponied up, and he really does like it in College Station.
Oh, he's going to stay because he gave that life lesson to the reporter on how to ask questions. That's why he's staying. That's his main reason for staying now.
Yeah, he's got to tell the guy off for sure. Oh, man. All right, we'll take your thoughts.
For his family and people that know him are re-racking just like we did what he just said over and over again. Coach, did I just hear you about 4 hours do this, 5 hours do this, and say this? Let me re-rack this one more time for you and let you hear yourself talking.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, man. It's the life lessons that these coaches.
Yeah, really. They're throwing out the life lessons to a guy who's trying to do his job.
Yeah. Well, keep the comments coming. We got a bunch of people tuned in this morning. A lot of folks obviously interested in what this Texas baseball coaching search is going to look like. And maybe we get an answer in the next couple of days. A little bit later in the show, we will read some statements. We have statements from David Pierce and statements from Chris Del Conte in regards to the news that dropped yesterday. Once again, it happened at the very end of our show. Everybody knows it at this point. David Pierce, after 8 years and 7 seasons in Austin, no longer the head baseball coach for the University of Texas.
Do you feel like that was a shot, though? You do think that was a brotherly shot to the Aggies yesterday?
Yeah, I do.
You do?
I do.
Interesting.
Because they've had 2 weeks to do this. They could have done it today. They could have did it tomorrow. All sorts of other days to make that announcement. But
and especially if they decide on somebody wasn't playing in that.
Right. To do it on the day. And they could have done it on Sunday, but you don't get as much pub when you drop something on a Sunday. So to do it on a winner-take-all game for a national championship, I absolutely think that was calculated by.
Yeah, things like that happen only in radio stations that go debunk. You know. You know what I mean? The surprise. Hey, surprise.
Oh.
You can't get in the doors.
That was your last day. That was your last show.
Yeah. How was your last show? You know what I mean?
Sorry about that, guy.
Yeah. How was your last show? Because you can't get in here on a Monday.
No, can't do that. Sorry about that. We're going to change the locks on you. Oh, man. All right. We got to get some sponsor reads here. Of course, Bucky and I are live every weekday from 8 to 10. Texas Sports Unfiltered is live every weekday from 8 to 4. We'll be talking about this coaching search all day long. And, of course, whenever news drops, we will have it for you right here on TSU. We've got the best live and local lineup in all of Austin, Texas. Don't let your friends listen to bad sports talk. My God, there's a lot of bad sports talk in Austin right now.
Yes,
they
sir.
deserve better. We've got the best live and local lineup in the city. So if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. Please like this video if you haven't yet. And share this to friends and family because you people, I said it, you people deserve better.
Absolutely, folks. And our friends over at Sue Patrick and Jay Willems since 1975, they got an incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel. I was there yesterday, and of course, I had to pick up my little See, how about this new noggin right here?
I like that.
You like that with the swoosh and the Nike and the Texas on it? Jay's got a few of these left and ready to go because we'll be there next Tuesday on July 2nd. Texas will officially already have been for one day in the SEC. And folks, they've got everything that you need for the remainder of the summer and getting ready to start your football season. You should see the gear that Jay has over there. And by the time we get there, BK, you will see some SEC shirts and glasses and cups and their collector's items. So we're going to be there next Tuesday. I think Jay's going to open up at 9 a.m., not 9:30, but 9 a.m. Dude wanted to open up at 8. And I'm like, they're not coming in. They got to have breakfast. They got to prepare themselves. You don't want them in your store at 8 o'clock. You don't want those people in there that early. Although Jay wouldn't mind if he knew they were coming in at 6, he'd be opening up at 6. But I'm looking forward to going over there. We'll be there. And they offer free shipping, folks, on online orders over $49. Free curbside pickup as well. And, folks, the best thing to do is when you're in the area, go to 5222 Burnett Road and check it all out for yourself. I got Admiral McCraven's book, of course. I was 2 chapters left And man, what a great book that is. It is a great lesson. It's called Make Your Bed. What 10 great lessons in this book. Short book because it takes me forever to read a big book. This one's a little teeny little deal right here. I love it. Gave it to my niece. I'm going to read this and pass this book on, but it is well worth it. There's a lot of stuff in this book that just and about quitting, about when in the darkest days, that's when you got to be the toughest person. I mean, it is a fabulous book. It's his number one selling item now in the store.
That's awesome.
Cameron McCraven's book.
Yeah. Well, you're also illiterate, which makes it tough for you to read long books.
Sure.
So that doesn't help your cause too much.
That's what I need. See cat, see dog, run cat, run. You know what I mean?
Hooked on phonics?
Yeah, hooked on phonics. Well, Cameron McCraven doesn't go into these deep, he's a military guy. So there's not a lot of big words in there. I think the word exceptional is in there. That's about as big as it gets. The word exceptional comes out a lot.
It's a lot of letters. Well, shout out to Sue Patrick. They got everything. We're excited to be out there next Tuesday morning. My computer doing that? Huh. There's someone calling into our text line. I didn't even know that was a technology. I guess you can leave voicemail, so I got to make sure I turn the ringer off, though, so people don't hear whenever somebody calls. Shout out to Altstad Beer. Boy, what a sports night we had last night. Game 7 of the Stanley Cup final. Of course, the Men's College World Series final. I was sitting on my couch with a couple of ice-cold Altstad beers, enjoying it all.
You two-fisting last night?
Double fisting?
You double fisting Altstad? That's kind of deep there.
Oh, I wasn't double fisting. I had 2. I actually had 4, but I wasn't holding 2 at the same time. It wasn't that kind of party.
Well, I'm thinking if you had one half open and you were guzzling one and you had one sitting right there without being in the refrigerator, that's two fisting to me. When it's not, when you just got one and the rest are in the refrigerator, that's okay. That's single-handed. But if you got 2 in front of you and double fisting, that's I got to think about that a little bit.
No, I was single fisting.
Okay, very good.
It was only one.
I don't like the word fisting. Yeah, yes, fisting. It's
one.
Not hot two. No, just single fist.
That's not what fisting is. What you're doing right there.
I know. I understand that.
You're jerking. You're not fisting.
You are awful.
You're awful. What do you mean I'm awful? You're the one gesturing that you're.
Okay, that's fisting right there. That's fisting enough. Holding a cup. Two fisting is 2 cups. Two fisting, if you got one beside you and not in the freezer, almost ready at the ready without staying cold. That's what I thought you may have had, one in your hand and one at the ready and not have to go to the fridge.
No, I've got the mini fridge, the beer fridge.
Oh, you got the beer. Oh, you got the mini too. You got the regular fridge and the beer fridge.
Oh yeah, and I wasn't doing this.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh, you gotta give him that huck to it. Spit on that thing.
Wow.
I didn't do that with my beer last night.
Sure, you didn't do it with the Allstat? Okay.
No, I was just drinking the Altstat. Well, whatever you do with your Altstat, if you like to fist it or talk Tua on it or just be normal like me and drink it, it's the best beer that you can find. They've got it wherever you shop for beer all across the great state of Texas. Bunch of different brews as well. Get you some. It's Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets. And some love to our friends at 7-Eleven as well. You can get Altstat at 7-Eleven. You can get everything at 7-Eleven. The best way to cool down all summer long is with the best convenience store in the world. The Slurpees, the Big Gulps, the pizza.
Little Debbie's. Little Debbie Day today.
Little Debbie snacks. There we go. Little Debbie Day. Perfect.
Little Debbie Day.
And they got everything at 7-Eleven. Fuel for your car, fuel for yourself, fuel to get you through these red hot summer months across the state of Texas. Make sure y'all download that 7-Eleven app as well to cash in on the 7 Rewards program. It is 7-Eleven. All right. A couple of comments to get to. Is Vitello truly an option? I think so. I don't think anyone or anything is completely off the table right now because I do think CDC and the powers that be at Texas are going to open up the pocketbooks to try to get the best coach that they could possibly get. But I will continue to reiterate that I don't think it's good. If you're a Texas fan who wanted Tony Vitello here, I don't think it's a good thing that they won the national championship. I think that makes it more likely for Vitello to stay for all of the reasons that you've talked about this morning, Buck.
Yeah, this is his deal now.
So I don't think it's completely off the table now, but it would have been a lot better if Tennessee went like 1-2 in Omaha and their season ended maybe a week and a half ago. And maybe Tony Vitello was like, yeah, I've had success here, but I can't win the big one. So maybe I should go to Texas where they've won 6 big ones.
Yes.
And I know they can win. And if I go there, I'm confident that I can get them back to the mountaintop. But because they just won it, maybe he's like, oh, I don't need to leave because I have proven that I can win it here. So if you ask me right now, most likely I would go with Eric Bakich. That is, no disrespect to him. I think he'd be a hell of a hire, and I do think he would be an upgrade over David Pierce. But that of the 3 candidates that keep getting talked about, that'd be my third choice. But I just feel like he is the most likely of the 3 right now. And for some folks, that'd be disappointing. And I get it, considering the 2 other names that people keep bringing up. But if you ask me to put money on it, Buck, that would be my guy right now.
Yeah, now I'm more in line as getting the never say never guy. So he doesn't have to deal with that reporter any longer.
Schloss?
Yeah.
Never say never. What is it, Justin Bieber, the next baseball coach for Texas baseball?
Don't ever say never. Never. I thought, yeah.
We'll get back. Oh, I did mention some statements. We'll get to some statements, and, of course, we'll get into this more in the 9 o'clock hour. But
you need to get in what I've done for the people, because I'm always doing things for the people.
Well, you did last night, and we got to give you some credit for that because you did have the winner in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup, and you do deserve some love for that. Real quick, though.
Even, folks, we're all even. We're even, Steven. That's it.
You're welcome for that, by the way, because you were only going to put 50,000 units on it.
And let them hang there with the other 20-some thousand. Yeah.
You still would have been down 27,000 units, even if you got the game right. And I was like, come on, man, like, get the people back to even. Put 77K on the Florida Panthers last night. You did. And sure enough, you're even.
Yeah, their goalkeeper was hot last night. That dude was making saves all over the place because he came under fire pretty quickly there. Yes, but the Panthers got the first score. They, as you said, they needed to have the first score last night, because if they didn't, I think the onslaught would have been on. Because I mean, he played really, really well, but the Panthers got out to that 1-0 lead, BK, and they had to. They really did last night.
They did. Yeah, and it's funny because that lead lasted for like 2 minutes before Edmonton tied it up. But yeah, just to get the crowd animated early, because if the Oilers got the first goal last night, you could have heard a pin drop in Amerant Bank Arena, and the doubt that would have crept into the Panthers players' minds would have been monumental. So I think it was massive for them to get the first goal, even though they did give it up just a couple of minutes later. And then obviously they got the all-important second goal, which turned out to be the difference of the game. And like you said, the netminder for the Florida Panthers, Sergei Bobrovsky, he stood on his head last night. He was awful in games 4 through 6 in this series. Everybody on Florida was awful in games 4 through 6 in this series, and that's what allowed Edmonton to force that winner-take-all Game 7. But they were able to put the disappointment of the previous 3 games behind them, and they played a hell of a game. They were defensively sound, and it was well done by Florida last night. The first Stanley Cup in Panthers history in their 30th year in existence. And, we talked about it. You didn't really think Texas A&M was going to win a national championship, did you? The Aggies did what the Aggies do in big spots. A Canadian team did what Canadian teams do in the Stanley Cup final, and that's come up short. Buck, I've been alive for 30 years. I was born in 1994. I have not seen a Canadian team hoist Lord Stanley's Cup in my life. 1993, the last time a team north of the border won the Stanley Cup. And
who's that? Was that the Canadians?
Yeah, I think 7 teams in Canada have made it to the final since then. 5 lost in a Game 7.
Wow.
Including Edmonton last night. And all 7 of them obviously came up short. So, yeah, the sport that they invented, they can't find a way to win the championship again.
We'll take it away. Hey, eventually we'll take soccer away too. Probably not.
I don't think we're ever going to get soccer. Now, I will say in regards to hockey, most of the best players in the world are from Canada.
Sure.
So, like, they still have the sport. We're getting closer. We've had some success against Team Canada in Olympics and other world championships in the last decade or two, but Canada still is the best players in the sport. But team-wise, the American teams keep finding ways to prevent the Stanley Cup from going north of the border, and I'm okay with that. Also, the playoff MVP, the Conn Smythe Trophy, which is not a finals MVP. Hockey's really the only sport that does an entire playoff MVP. That went to Connor McDavid.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, David McWilliams got it done.
I don't think former Texas coach David McWilliams won anything last night.
Oh, okay.
But Connor McDavid, which, he was awesome. He led the playoffs in points. He actually set an NHL postseason record for most assists in a single postseason, but he did not have a point in Game 6. He did not have a point in Game 7, and his team lost in large part because of that.
Yes, yeah. I mean, so how is he getting that? That just doesn't seem right, does it?
No, that's a bad bit. I would have given it to the Florida goalie, even though he sucked for, once again, those 3 games before last night. He was still the reason Florida got this far, and he was the reason Florida won it last night. So he would have been my pick.
The MVP trophy just seems a weird way to do that.
Yeah, I didn't like that one.
When they really needed him in 2 games, they only needed him. They needed him last night, and boy, they D'd him up again last night. Like I said, they did not want them to get off to a fast start. They D'd up everybody. That was that one goal, and even though, as you said, 2 minutes later it was tied up, they had to have the first goal.
They did. Yeah. So congrats to the Panthers. Here's their coach, Paul Maurice, who has coached almost 2,000 games in the National Hockey League, and he finally is able to put his name on the Stanley Cup. Most wins for a coach ever before winning his first Stanley Cup. Here's what he said after the game.
Alongside Paul Maurice. Paul, you said you needed to win one, and you've got one now. So what's it feel like?
It's just brilliant, right? It's I've never hugged so many sweaty men in my entire life. I'm not sure I'm going to do it again, but I'm going to do it tonight. So, you know what? It's not what I thought it would be. It's so much better, but it's the hugs, man.
Yeah, and hey, he didn't say never. I just will never, ever. Hey, listen, that's the dumbest question you've ever asked. Why would you ask me something like that about how excited I am about this? That's dumb.
Right.
Yeah, he did not be able to ask me a better question than that after winning the trophy.
Right.
Paul
Maurice is hilarious. He didn't give any life lessons.
No life lessons for that guy to ask that question? Come on, man.
He was in a lot better mood after winning. I don't think Jim Schlossnagle would have been giving out life lessons if the Aggies won it all last night. He was pissed, but Paul Maurice, the head coach of the Florida Panthers, was not. He was pumped.
I'll say this. That dude last night that asked that question of the Aggies manager, he was going to ask that if he would have won last night. That guy had that in his mind. That was going to be the question. That was the question of the night for everybody. And that guy asked the question. He asked the question that everybody wanted to know. Win, lose, or draw, I think that question was still going to come out from that dude.
You might be right.
Yeah,
obviously we'll never know. And I'm not that upset that we'll never know.
We need to find that dude and ask him and say, was that going to be your question no matter what? Where's he from? Let me find him, BK. I'll get on the horn and investigate that.
Well, you won't get on the horn because that station doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not on that horn.
Oh,
yeah. But I'd like to find out from him. Was that going to be the question he was going to ask if they would have won last night too?
Yeah. There's a chance he would have, and obviously Schloss's answer would have been a lot different. But he still probably would have been pissed that question
of course.
Was asked. And it's like, dude, I just won a national championship. I can't even celebrate with my team for one night, and you're asking me about this? It would have probably been more along the lines of that versus what we did get from him. So write that. That's a pretty good one.
I love that. Write that. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good ender right there. There's some great enders to those.
That's going to stay in our file right there. Write that. Yeah. That's a good one.
What did Mike Gundy say at the end of his rant? Makes me want to puke before he got up and left. I don't think so. Right. That is on the level of it makes me want to puke, but it's a pretty good one right there for Schloss.
And he got up and walked out of the room. That was it. Drop the mic. See you later.
That was the end right there. Let's hear from Tony Vitello, by the way, as we're going back and forth between the two champions that were crowned in the world of sports last night. I forgot to play this earlier. This is the head coach of the Tennessee Volunteers on the field after his team clinched the College World Series.
They're fun. Yeah. loss of voice and emotion too. They're fun, but also just like kids are tough these days. These guys will do whatever you ask them to do. Holy shit, I'm on the... I don't really know what happened the last pitch, but I know our fans got us through that tough inning. I guess we were intentionally giving them a couple runs or whatever Combsy was doing, but that was a group effort on the mound. Frank did an unbelievable job. Incredible group of guys. The team chemistry. Just be a good teammate if you're listening. If you're in the SEC, you're going to be a superstar player, but you need to be a good teammate, and that's what these guys were.
So there you go.
Life lessons. Be a good teammate.
There's Tony Vitello. Yeah, and then during the next question that was asked, he got the Gatorade dumped on his head, and he started like picking up ice cubes off the ground and eating them. Then he started chunking them up in the air. I think he even did one of these to his players during the celebration last night. The dude he's a personality, man. And that's the biggest question with Tony Vitello, especially now that he's won a national championship. Like, he has a brash personality, and he ticks some people off. He is a hothead on the diamond, in the dugout, with the media. Like, he gets after people, and he gets after it. So that's, I've heard some Texas fans be like, I don't know if I want that here.
Kind of acceptable in Knoxville right now because it's a championship attitude,
Hey, I'm Mike Singletary. I want winners.
Yes.
And that guy has proven it's not like Tennessee's a one-year wonder. Like you said, they've been to Omaha in 3 of the last 4 years. This is their second time being a number 1 overall seed in the last 4 years. They have more wins than any program in college baseball in the last 4 years. So this is not a flash in the pan type of thing. Like, this team has had all sorts of success, and finally they did the one thing that they hadn't done, and that's win it all. So, yeah, I mean, there's going to be some stories with Vitello here in Austin, if he is here in Austin, of like, oh, should he have said that? Should he have done that? And Chris Del Conte might have to answer for Vitello a time or two.
Sure.
But the results speak for themselves, man. And look, I'm not going to compare Augie Garrido to Tony Vitello in terms of success, right? Augie had 3 national titles before coming here. He was already a Hall of Fame level coach before coming to Austin. And Augie was a hothead too, and he'd get after people, and it was a different era, obviously, and social media wasn't around for most of Augie's coaching tenure, so he could probably get away with a little bit more than Vitello can. But like, you could have that hot-headed personality. You can get after guys a little bit and have success in this sport. I think it's been proven in just about every generation of the sport.
Guys play for you, as long as the ones that matter play for you, and those are the guys that play. As long as they do the things that you need them to do to win games, and you're doing it the right way. You may be doing it the hard way and the weird way for others, but you get it done. It's all you're not hurting anybody.
Right.
You're just being an individual that's different from other individuals. So as long as you can win that way, and your players understand what you're about, and they win, nobody's gonna, you're gonna ruffle some feathers, but those feathers won't matter.
Yeah, well, he's Frank Sinatra out there. It's his way for Tony Vitello, right? And he's always gone about his business in a certain way. And once again, not everybody agrees with it. Not everybody likes it, but the results speak for themselves. And look, also, we talk about it with David Pierce. Like, David Pierce won a lot of games here at Texas, but he could not win enough in the NCAA tournament. That's the biggest reason why he's no longer the coach of Longhorn baseball. Another stat that Tennessee leads the country in over these last 4 years, NCAA tournament wins. No team has more tournament wins than Tennessee in the last 4 seasons. And of course, Tony Vitello was the head coach for all 4 of them. So
how was Coach Pierce on the way out? How was his and the things that he said? I mean, I've spent more time, you and I have spent more time in baseball than I've been around you that we've ever talked already. This morning, I've never spent this much time talking any kind of baseball, and that includes this kind of baseball. The real deal. Because you keep talking about the New York Yankees.
The real deal. You've got a little action figure there. That thing is as far from the real deal as it gets.
You don't know how this guy comes alive at night. The things that he does. He performs. Yes.
Is he fisting you or something?
No. He sits up on there and he says, "Hey, why are you watching Court TV? Can you turn to the Yankees? Can you turn to the New York Yankees channel? What are you watching this for?"
What, is he like a gremlin or something? He comes alive at night?
He's very aggravating.
A vampire?
And whatever you do, don't pour water on him. Because he starts to, He's like one of those little creatures.
A little 4-inch tall action figure starts to get pissed.
Yeah, he doesn't like water on him.
Your Yankees, not a great week.
No, not at all. Well, they're playing some real live teams.
Now you're playing the Mets. Mets have been hot as of late, but it's still the stinking Mets. It's the stinking Mets. David Pierce, no actual sound. This is not an interview he gave, and he hasn't given an interview since the news dropped yesterday. And I don't know the next time we'll hear from David Pierce, right? Like maybe he'll talk to somebody in Austin. Maybe the next time we hear from Coach Pierce, it'll be his introductory press conference at a different school.
Sure.
I don't know exactly what's next for Coach Pierce, but he did release a written statement yesterday after the news dropped. He said, quote, CDC and I met after the season and we mutually agreed that the best thing for the program was to go in a different direction. It's been an honor and privilege to lead this program for the last 8 years. It certainly is a time I will always cherish as a coach, and I'm so appreciative of the University of Texas for the opportunity. Thank you to Longhorn Nation, the fan base, our support staff, student assistants, and the media who covered us so well. I especially want to thank the coaches and our former and current players who helped us win a lot of games and represented our program in a first-class manner. Thank you for all of your hard work, dedication, and commitment to Texas baseball. You will forever be in my heart, and I look forward to continuing to cheer you on in baseball and beyond. End quote.
Yeah, that dude's a first-class guy.
He is.
That's so tough.
I'll miss David Pierce, right? Yeah. Obviously wish the on-field success was a little better. It wasn't bad. Anybody who's telling you the David Pierce era was a total failure, I think is wrong, but it just goes to show you what the expectations are for Longhorn baseball and what the expectations are for Chris Del Conte. Like he's been open since taking the AD gig a few years ago that he expects his teams to be in the top 10 every year. And there were years where Texas did finish in the top 10, right? They made it to Omaha 3 times. Only 8 teams get there. So 3 of the 7 seasons David Pierce was here, they were a top 10 team. But things have been trending in the wrong direction. And once again, the bar is extremely, extremely high. David Pierce is a hell of a dude. Like I will miss getting to interact with David Pierce. He was always super gracious with his time.
Absolutely.
A little behind the scenes here. Because Texas Sports Unfiltered is an independent outlet, we don't get the access to coaches and players that we've had in previous places of employment, Buck.
Yep.
When we reached out to David Pierce about an interview, he's like, yeah, like, let me get it checked. Let me get it approved to make sure it's okay, but absolutely. And he made sure it got approved. Like anytime we ever asked for him, he was available to us. And it's not just to us. It was to all the media, and he was great to the fans too. So, say what you will about the on-field success, but I will not question the type of character that David Pierce has as a man, and I will miss him. At some point, I'll shoot him a text, thanking him and wishing him the best. I don't have that relationship with most coaches who come through here. Coach Pierce, thankfully, had that relationship.
Well, you don't get that kind of access to everybody, and not everybody wants to give you that kind of access, but he is. He's just that kind of guy.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he knows that when we talk to him and talk about him, we're going to be talking positive about his program because he's a positive guy. So a lot of people won't take that chance. A lot of places, it doesn't matter whether it's Texas or anywhere else, their coaches aren't willing, and their athletic directors and administrators aren't willing to give you the opportunity because they don't know how you're going to talk about the program down the line. So, and he's always been gracious. So you're going to say all kinds of great positive things about him because he's at the head of that particular part of that program. So it's always been a pleasure talking with him. And it's always been kind of fun talking with him too,
Yeah.
Because you can ask him, you ask the tough questions in the right way. He's going to answer it. He's going to let you know, If
You're
he can answer it, he will. He's always been that way.
Yeah, he's been an open book, and I think he's represented this program incredibly well.
Yep.
And I'll miss him. There's no doubt. I will miss getting to work with Coach Pierce, and I'll always think back to that 2020 COVID-shortened season when Texas was 14-1, off to a tremendous, tremendous start, and it felt like that might have been David Pierce's best team that he had in Austin. Obviously, no guarantees of what Texas could have done or would have done that year, but it sure felt like a team that had Omaha potential and national championship potential, and Texas and everybody else robbed of the opportunity to compete that year. So that one, it's one of those what ifs for David Pierce, because if he did find a way to win it all that season, then this news isn't happening today, and we're talking about something completely different. I do find it interesting. They called it a mutual parting of the ways.
No, yeah, that's putting it kindly.
Yeah, we know what this is.
Yeah.
I'll tip my cap to CDC and David Pierce for both agreeing to say that. But we know exactly what this is. Like,
yeah, ask him if he wanted to stay another year. He would have said, "Hell yeah."
Yeah, David Pierce wanted to be back.
It wasn't as mutual as you think.
No. If it was mutual, it was 99-1.
Yeah.
Percent. 99 being obviously Chris Del Conte and Texas's decision to make a change. So I'll be refreshing Twitter like crazy all day long. I'm sure Tennessee fans will. I'm sure Texas A&M fans will. I'm sure Clemson fans will. Maybe other fan bases too. Jay Johnson at LSU, I guess could be a candidate. That's not a name I've heard as much, but LSU obviously won it all last year. Jay Johnson is the second highest paid coach in the country right now. So Texas would have to pony up a lot, like they will for anybody, but they'll have to be willing to win a bidding war against LSU.
No up-and-comer is coming here, right? You don't feel that's going to happen.
Now, and then like Kevin O'Sullivan is another name that maybe should be talked about, but he's won a championship before. He's the Florida coach who's been there forever. He was linked to Texas when David Pierce got the gig 8 years ago. So there's a list you could make of more than 3 names, and you can put 6 or 7 guys that I think would be resume upgrades over David Pierce. But I do think this is a 3-coach race at this point with Vitello, with Schloss, and with Bakich. I would be pretty surprised if anybody else is introduced at some point this offseason.
Yeah, I would agree.
I would agree. Keep the text coming. 512-222-9328. How about Kirk Bowles breaking the story, even though he just retired? Apparently he's now writing for the Houston Chronicle on the side.
Oh, quick retirement.
Yeah, he's the Brett Favre of newspaper writers, I guess. He can't actually retire. He keeps saying he's going to, but he didn't. He just went and worked somewhere else. All right, we've got a monumental birthday we have to talk about this morning. Also, we're going to have some fun because I saw the craziest gender reveal video that I've ever seen. And I don't say that lightly because there have been a lot of wild gender reveals over the last
decade. Did this happen to find you again? Is this something that found you?
This one found me on the internet. I sure as hell am not going out of my way to search gender reveals because there's very few things in the world I care about less than that. But before we get to any of that, how about a few more sponsor shout outs?
Folks, with my back being so bad, getting the right support has always been difficult. Honestly, I looked everywhere, but nothing gave me the comfort my back needed until I found Relax the Back. And folks, it has helped me become pain-free. Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based in 35 years of proven expertise with the motto, Live Wellness. Relax the Back can help transform your routine and your life. Believe me, I'm in this chair right now. And even after laying in the MRI machine and getting a little rest, nothing feels like this. This is what I need to take my next MRI in, this Relax the Back chair. You're talking about falling asleep, talking about being out. I know they can't let – remember last year they took me out of the house in this chair when I had my transient global amnesia. They took the chair and took me out in the chair.
I was there for that, of course.
I'm like, how silly. This big old chair. How the hell did they get this down the stairs? I'm still trying to figure out. There's no elevator here. Somebody had to pick me up going down the stairs, right? Is that how that worked? Or did they just roll me down the stairs?
You were not upstairs. You were downstairs. We went and got the chair from upstairs to roll you out because the long stretcher thing or goalie, whatever it's called, couldn't fit in between your couches and all the stuff you had in your living room.
Oh, I got you. Okay. That is weird. Love Relax Back, folks. And you got to check out what they've got right now. They've got the select office chairs, of course. Got zero gravity recliners, Tempur-Pedic pillows, Tempur-Pedic mattresses. It's all there for you. The vibrating ball that's sitting right over there that I use on my feet and my elbows. That's right. I use that vibrator. I'm still using that from Relax the Back. They have all the accessories that you're going to need to give you a better lifestyle for sure. 2 locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods and North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from Container Store. Folks, live pain-free like the Buck with Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. What a live read that was right there, my
Yeah.
friends. And how about a word now from our man Tom McKay over at Audio Visual Consultations.
This is Tom McKay, owner of Audio Visual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 25 years both fun and fruitful. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all of your home electronics needs. We take care of everything from surround sound home theaters and distributed audio to computer networks, home surveillance systems, to a new television in the living room or bedroom. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. Just give us a call and we'll visit you at your home or business to take a look at what you really need. Just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We make your electronics and life simpler to manage. So give us a call and discover what over 7,000 families and businesses already have. Audio-visual consultations is the easiest, most complete way to enjoy today's electronics. Call us at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta have it.
And you know where I went during that AV Consultations commercial, right?
Where'd you go?
I went to my fridge.
Got yourself an Olipop, didn't you? Yes, indeed. You got yourself an Olipop.
A little cream for me this morning.
Two-fister or one? Just one? Single?
It doesn't take me two to get cream usually, so just one this morning. Shout out to Olipop. I'll crack it open this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Nice cold Olipop right out of the fridge. The cream soda flavor. This is one of my favorites. They've got 17 different Olipop flavors now. And you should try them all, but there's got to be one that you absolutely love.
Called grape.
The grape is great. Yep. They've got the original cola. They've got the lemon lime. They've got the cherry cola. They've got the orange squeeze that tastes like a Fanta. It's fantastic, man. Inside of every can of Olipop, 9 grams of fiber and ingredients that help support good digestive health. Hardly any sugar, very few calories. It is great tasting soda that is actually good for you.
Good stuff.
Got to get that deep breath into the microphone.
Absolutely.
Everyone knows how good it is. Shout out to Olipop.
Nice.
All right, Buck. I have to ask you a question here. Will you be sending a birthday card to anybody today?
I don't think so. What is today's date? The 23rd?
Today's the 25th of June.
Okay.
Your birthday is 4 days away.
Yeah. 25th. No, I don't know anybody on the 25th.
Well, a monumental figure in your life is celebrating a birthday today. Someone that gave you a night of a lifetime.
Oh, my goodness. How old is she?
Someone that really turned you from a boy to a man.
I was already, I was still a boy.
Someone who wrote a song about you.
Oh, my goodness.
At one point in your life. Yeah. Today is the 81st birthday.
Oh, no.
Of the great Carly Simon.
He is that old?
81 years young.
She's got a lot of hair. I know that.
On her head?
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
She's a hairy lady. Yeah.
Like on her arms, on her legs.
Yeah. Oh, the whole works.
Armpit. She doesn't shave her pits, you think?
Oh, no. Well, I didn't get that part.
You didn't get.
There's no damage done there. No. But you're so vain, brother.
Yeah, you probably think that's
about me. Yes.
You do think that song is about you, don't you?
Yeah, myself and a number of other people, I've been told.
Maybe James Taylor. Wasn't she married to James Taylor for a long time?
Let's keep that doesn't have to be a secret. No, of course she was.
Well, everybody knows that. Oh,
yes.
You're saying your night with her was
I was just a little sophomore. Yeah. Things were different.
So according to her Wikipedia page, Carly Simon was married to James Taylor from 1972 to 1983.
I went to school in 1973. Yes. I was a freshman at Boston College in 73.
Oh, so your run-in with Carly Simon happened to be.
You're so vain, brother.
You're a home wrecker.
Shut the hell up.
You're a home wrecker. She was married to James Taylor, and you're out having a night with her on the beach?
You know what? The cabanas with no pads are really fun down on the vineyard.
Where was it again?
Let's not have to go through all of that. Okay,
Oh,
just
you always tell this story. I thought for sure you'd be willing to tell it. It's her birthday, after all. Show her some love.
I didn't realize that she's a June. She's a Cancer.
I don't think she's that bad of a person, but if
But
you
no,
want to call her that,
that's what we are. That's our sign.
you're a Cancer to what? To the locker room? To who?
No. The June 29th, you're a Cancer. I'm not a Scorpio or a Leo or any of that other stuff. Ricky would know all of this stuff.
Yeah, he would. We got to get Ricky Williams' take on what it means to be a Cancer.
80 some years old though.
81. Yeah, born in 1943.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm about to be old, man.
New York. You already are old, but the good news is you're not Carly Simon old.
She was a pretty lady back then.
Hmm.
Even try to throw that up now. Don't even. I know in your mind you're thinking, no, nothing's the same. Just like the guy told me, hey, your knee will be better. Once we replace your knee, it'll be better than ever. I'm like, nothing's better than ever. What are you talking about?
No, the only thing that gets better with age is wisdom. I think everything else goes downhill. Here's a relatively recent picture of Carly Simon.
Still got a lot of hair.
Still got a lot of hair. I don't know.
For sure.
She's got it down there, but she still has a lot on top.
A big old mouth.
It looks like a pretty normal mouth.
No, that's XL.
Oh, you're saying because she was a singer, she had a big mouth?
Yes. I was just listening to her tunes the other day, too, as a matter of fact. I was listening to Carole King and Carly Simon music. Yes, because I am a child of the 70s. Things were a little crazy in the 70s.
A lot of hair back then, huh?
Oh, my goodness. Big hair. They had Texas hair back east then.
Oh.
Big Texas hair, yeah.
Have you talked to her since that night?
Dude, I haven't talked to anybody since that night, I don't believe.
Oh, you only shared the story a few times to all of us.
That was quite an occasion, man.
Oh, man. No more details?
No need to.
Okay. If you don't want to, that's fine.
Dude,
but
I was the king of the cabanas in a lot of states. For some odd reason, beaches and cabanas without padding seem to be the place. That would seem to be my go-to spot.
What do you mean by padding?
When you go to those cabanas, when you go to those beaches and you have those wooden benches, they generally have pads on them. I seem to be at the ones that were just wood. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All wood in many ways. But
there was wood involved, huh?
Oh, gee.
Yeah. They were covered, though, right? The cabanas were like enclosed.
Oh, no, I've been on I would call some of those just benches too.
Oh. Yeah. I mean,
I've had some crazy, still, even that, nothing more crazy than getting it done at the 50-yard line on my college stadium. Yes, on a midnight deal that just always wanted to see what it was like to be at the 50-yard line. So breaking in the stadium and getting it done at the 50-yard line.
Who was that with? Olivia Newton-John?
No, that was with somebody that I ended up having to get shots for.
Oh, no.
Yes.
You got burned on the 50-yard line at Boston College?
Yeah, I paid a price for that. I couldn't sit in an airplane going to a game after that. I had to, when they say buckle up, I had to put my elbows up. My cheek hurt so bad from the shot that I had to take. Yes. And I had to play a game on that Saturday after getting that needle. Oh, that hurt.
So this was while you were in school?
Yes.
During the week of a game?
Yes.
And then, you had to play in the game that same week?
Yes. I'm like, oh, Mommy, it burns. It burns.
You told your mom?
Of course.
Oh, man.
Of course I'd tell my mom, because I tell my mom everything.
Thankfully, I've been lucky, man. It's better to be lucky than good sometimes.
I've never been burned like that.
Never been burned, but no chance I would have told anybody. I was like, that's me, between me and the doc. Nobody else knows.
Well, it never could stay quiet at the school, because when you show up at the infirmary, everybody knows. Maybe even the doctors at the infirmary. are going to let people know. Guess who was in here today?
It's strep throat, okay?
No.
It's the flu. It's nothing else.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
That was
what'd she give you?
the sticky icky thing.
Sticky icky.
Back in the day, it was called a clap, I believe.
Ah, the clap, of course. The great.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, was Cher who gave that to you?
No, that was, I'm not going to say her name, but
okay.
Needless to say, I was not excited about that.
No. Needless to say, that was your last encounter with that woman.
Yes.
Oh, I was about to say, you went back for seconds?
No, I never. No, I didn't.
After that?
No, I did not go back. That was kids. Don't. Hey, protect yourself.
Protect yourself, kids.
For sure. Yeah.
Oh,
it's not. Hey, it's all fun and games. You end up at the infirmary.
Yes, it is.
On your college campus, where everybody in the world is going to know you were at the. How does that get around like that? That's what I don't understand. They didn't have the HIPAA laws at that time, obviously.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's no social media then, so it's not like someone could have snapped a picture of you and been like, "Look who's here." Like, I don't know. I feel like you could get away with that at UT when there's 50,000 people around. You'd be easier to get away with something.
I believe as I was limping at practice and holding my ass cheek that they were figuring out what is up with this guy. What's going on? Oh, I know that limp. I know that I've seen that happen before. Your teammates are going, oh, we know about that.
Yeah.
Dude, those were back in the days of.
Tanner said if a girl's willing to do that on the 50-yard line, I'm wearing protection.
She's willing to do that with me.
Like that.
No, it's not just any. If she's willing to do that with me at the 50-yard line.
Oh my God.
I learned a lot coming from little Bethlehem, Pennsylvania to the city of Boston. So there was a whirlwind of fun, believe me.
Sure. Well, college will do that to you, especially if you're like you and you go to like an all-boys Catholic school.
I didn't go to all boys. It was not all boys Catholic. Cut it out. No, it was not all boys Catholic school. No, I didn't still have to wear a suit and tie, but it was still was a lot of Catholic girls there. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's good. That is a good thing. All right. Hilarious. Happy birthday to Carly Simon.
Happy birthday.
A couple of other birthdays today. Born on this day, now dead, the great Anthony Bourdain.
There you go.
One of the best TV cooking stars, one of the best chefs to have ever lived. And also George Michael, your favorite musical artist of all time.
He wasn't bad. He's pretty good.
Born on this day, now dead. Now to the gender reveal, though, Buck.
Yes.
So I don't have much context here. All I'll say is that this video found me on the internet yesterday. And we've got the first video will have sound, so we won't be able to talk while this is going on. And I don't think there's any bad words, but there is a lot of screaming, so maybe turn it down a little bit. Now, people are excited because of the gender reveal. So once the gender is revealed, people start going nuts. So we'll show it with sound first, and then we'll show it without sound so we can comment on it. But it is a guy, presumably the father of the expected child. He is holding a doll, like a baby doll. And the doll is wearing a diaper. And that is all I will say before showing you this.
Oh my God. Is it a baby with a baby arm?
It's a baby with a human arm, it looks like. Well, I guess babies are human. I'll show it again without sound so we can talk while it's going on. And we'll explain this to you folks listening on the app as best we can.
The tripod, so baby.
So the guy's holding this baby doll. Once again, the baby doll's wearing a diaper. And I guess the mom, the pregnant woman, like unveils the diaper. And all of a sudden, what pops out? A giant fake dong.
That is great.
That is how they revealed the gender. So congrats. It's a boy. I don't know if that is drawn to scale, but that's how the parents and everybody else at this they're at like a restaurant doing
restaurant.
this. Yeah, this is not like at someone's house in a backyard. This is like there are other people at this restaurant.
I'm having my spaghetti and sausage, and that's what I got to see.
You turn around and see a baby with a massive dong right in your face.
Oh, they should have used my buddy or something like that.
How good. And the mom like touches it. She starts like grabbing the end of it. It's like, that's your child.
Don't mess with that.
You be doing that to your baby.
That's the best. That's awesome right there.
I mean, I've seen all sorts of ridiculous over-the-top gender reveals. I don't think I've seen anything like that, though.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's got tears in my eyes. Pulling down the diaper and the mom's grabbing the dong.
I feel like I have to apologize to everybody watching on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter.
Oh, no, that's perfect.
For showing them that. But that is...
That's just life. That's just life.
Well, my question is now, what was the girl option? Is it just nothing?
Ooh.
Would it have been a Carly Simon Bush?
No, you just flip the dong and reverse it.
What do you mean reverse it? Coming out the back?
Just coming out. Just show the diaper in the front. That's all.
You probably just don't put the dong on in the first place, I guess.
Jeez.
I don't know if that dong would go in.
Who sewed that dong on that doll?
Whose idea was this?
Oh, that's the ladies. You know, they had a night of wine and a sewing kit and have just a blast.
Oh, my God. I mean, this one more time. They start freaking out, dude.
So now what do they do? Do they keep that doll? Do they put that in the crib? What do they do with that thing?
Baby's first toy.
Wow.
Yeah, congrats. You know, babies love playing with dolls, and there you go. One day, son, you're going to grow up to look like this.
If you're not already.
If you're not already. Boy, it'd be hilarious if the baby was born like that. That's a foreshadowing for what's to come. He just pops out, and all of a sudden it's like,
oh my God, can you imagine that?
8 inches. I mean,
oh my goodness.
Bigger than that.
Wow.
Crazy.
You had to chase this down. This did not find you. You chased this down yesterday.
No, I promise I did not. I don't chase anything down. It all finds me, you know?
Wow.
It's just how it works out there.
Woo.
I just love how everyone there is laughing like it's normal. Everyone's just cracking up like, oh, yeah, this is a normal thing to do. It's like, what?
And the people over there having kielbasa for dinner like, great. I'm not hungry any longer.
Oh, my gosh. The craziest gender reveal I think I've ever seen. And then the mom just grabs the meat at the end. She just grabs it. It's like, what are we doing here?
My baby, my son. Wow.
Yeah, that is enough internet for the day for me.
And that poor kid is going to be, I mean, with those people that know him as he grows up, he's going to hear about this story for a long, long time.
Oh, goodness. Well, congrats to the happy couple.
Absolutely.
Expecting their child, who we now know is a son.
Yeah, Long Dong Silver. That's what they'll be calling.
Long Dong Silver. Is that going to be the name of this guy?
That's the kid, yes.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, that is a horse right there.
Good job.
Incredible. All right, we got some Texas football to talk about here. We'll wrap up the show with some more Texas baseball as we still try to figure out who will replace David Pierce as the next head coach for the Longhorns. But before we get to any of that, about a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Our good friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, as I said, as you get ready to have these 4th of July parties, any parties, you know, special occasions. I'm having a birthday on Saturday. I will not be partaking in alcohol, but if you can get all your alcohol, all your spirits there, wine, get all your liquors there, you know, you get it, you can get it all. And you can get that big hat, non-alcohol drink there, of course, the mocktails that they have there, or the alcohol drink, the margaritas and the mojitos, but they all have it at 34 Wine and Spirits. And now these guys are a wholesaler, liquor wholesaler. So if you're having your office parties for big events, go to 34 Wine and Spirits for sure. You'll see those Ricky vans all around the city. You'll especially see them going up and down towards the Moody Center and out at Circuit of the Americas. But 34 Wine and Spirits is the place to get all of your wine and spirit needs.
Absolutely. Love 34 Wine and Spirits. And a shout out to our friends at Covert Bee Cave, the best car dealership in the Austin area. If you or someone you know is in the market for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, you got to go see our friends at Covert Bee Cave. 3 state-of-the-art dealerships featuring 7 different brands, all on one property. They've got more cars than anybody in the city. The service is second to none, too. Go say hi to Dan. Go say hi to Stacy. Go say hi to Jerome and Mike and the whole gang over there at Covert Bee Cave. They treat us like family. They will treat you like family. Hell, the Buck just bought a car from Covert Bee Cave a couple of weeks ago. And you know what they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. Shout out to them, and shout out to Jack Allen's Kitchen.
Absolutely.
Got to give me a meal at Jack Allen's this week. Love our friends at Jack Allen's Kitchen. 5 Austin area locations. It is Southern food with a Texas twist, and you are treated like family. Speaking of being treated like family, every time you walk in there, the service at Jack Allen's Kitchen is top notch. They've got something for everybody. Great burgers, great enchiladas, chicken fried steak, chicken fried chicken, the salads, tons of awesome specials as well. Something for everyone in the family, something for everyone in the office, more importantly, something for yourself every time you go into Jack Allen's Kitchen, plus the full bar, the happy hour 5 days a week. And once again, 5 joints around the city. There's got to be one near you.
For sure. And folks, don't forget our good friends over at Woods Comfort Systems. Let me tell you, if you've got problems with your AC unit, now I know we've had some weather where we've had lots of rain, but it's still hot out there. Every stinking morning I go out there, the humidity's up. And if you've got a problem with your AC unit, don't try to fix it yourself. Don't hold off and say, you know what, maybe it'll work tomorrow or it'll get cool. Don't do anything yourself. Call Woods Comfort System and have the group come out and get it fixed for you. Now they do plumbing. So if you got any plumbing problems, call on Woods Comfort System. They'll give you the same great service they do for air conditioning and heating. They've been doing it for almost 70 years.
Yes, sir. WoodsComfortSystems.com is the website, or give them a call. 512-842-5066. That's 512-842-5066. And be sure to tell them you heard about it right here on
Absolutely.
Texas Sports Unfiltered. Buck, it is the month of June. And it's funny because before yesterday's show, you're like, did Texas get any commits over the weekend? It is June after all.
It is June. Yes, it is.
And I'm like, well, they had a very successful official visit weekend, but nobody committed. And it's almost fitting that, last night, Texas did pick up another commit for the class of 2025, an offensive lineman by the name of John Mills from the state of California.
Thank you, Callie.
6'6", 330. Wow. Going into his senior year of high school, he is a 3-star interior offensive line. He picked the Longhorns over schools like Michigan, Tennessee, and Florida, amongst a number of other offers that he had. He is the 12th overall commit for Texas in this upcoming recruiting class of 2025, but the 4th offensive line commit. And Buck, I love that because in the SEC, you've got to build from the front, and Texas is building on the lines of scrimmage, and I think that's a great thing.
Yeah, and once again, this is a group that's going to be losing some guys here over the next couple of years. And after this year, there's 2 of them that have to go, I believe. I know one doesn't have to go, but he'll be gone because he'll be a first-round top 15 guy. He'll be gone. The center has to go. So you got to start building your lines of scrimmage up once again, not only in the offense, but the defense too. That's the way you do it. And you with a 6'6", 230 guy out of California, that's the way. It really is. And to me, when you start developing those 3 and 4 and 5-star guys, that is awesome. Some of these guys are kind of self-made strength and conditioning guys. Technique-wise, that's where they really have to learn. But they start to build. They like the gender reveal. Some of these kids look like they come out at least 6'4". You know what I mean? It's incredible the size of these young men. 6'6", 230, senior in high school. 6'6",
330.
330. 230. I keep thinking back to when I played it for some odd reason. The word 2 something comes out.
You're never 2 anything. What do you mean?
Well, I'm just talking about kids in high school back in those days.
Oh, okay.
That's just, when you start keep saying the word 330, 340, 360, or 380, those are monsters. I mean, they're monster kids. They're great athletes. A lot of them basketball players that can do a little bit of everything. I mean, Sark knows exactly what he needs to have in the SEC. And it's trying to start building on those offensive and defensive line, especially on the offensive line. I think you're going to lose, BK. There's over the next 2 years, maybe 4 guys.
Yeah, like you said, Kelvin Banks is going to be a first-round pick next year.
Sure.
He'll probably be a top 10 pick next year.
Right.
So you assume he's gone. Jake Majors, I think, has to leave, although
Maybe.
I'm not sure anybody really has to leave in college sports anymore. Hayden Connor, who could be a starter for this team, I believe he's coming up on his senior year as well, so he might have to go following this season. And then, yeah, you've got DJ Campbell, who was a former 5-star, and he was a part of the same recruiting class that Kelvin Banks was in. Now, Campbell isn't projected to be as high of a pick, but if he puts it together this year, then there's an opportunity for him to take his talents to the next level. So, yeah, I mean, Texas could lose 3 or 4 offensive linemen.
Anything that's a possibility, you have to get those numbers back immediately.
Yeah.
Because you don't know what kind of season they're going to have. They could be gone if they have great seasons. They're gone. You got to pretend that they are gone. The way this coaching staff has been with coaching offensive linemen and players, in development right now, you got to look at it like they're going to be gone.
Yeah, that's a great point.
We're coaching them as if they're going to be gone.
I think all 5 of the projected starters on this offensive line are draft eligible. I don't think all 5 would leave after this year, but like all 5 could if Texas does end up having one of the best O-lines in the country, like they're expected to. And all 5 guys are big reasons why. Then, yeah, I mean, look at Michigan. Like they lost all 5 of their starting offensive linemen from a national championship team. So
that's right.
If Texas is in the mix for another national title and the O-line is a big reason why, then there is a scenario that exists to where, the Longhorns have to replace everyone. Mm-hmm. So, they've recruited well. Kyle Flood is one of the best offensive line coaches in the country. He recruits numbers. He recruits quality. But like you said, development. I mean, that's always been the problem with Texas football when they're not good. And the development is happening, especially on the lines of scrimmage. So you feel great. And you see 3-star, and I get it might not excite every Texas fan out there because people care about stars and you want as many blue chip guys as you can get. But when it comes to development, I trust Kyle Flood. Like if we're getting a 3-star safety in here, Terry Joseph, Blake Gideon, I don't know. If we're getting a 3-star offensive lineman in here, I trust Kyle Flood's evals, and I also trust his ability to turn those guys into 4 or 5-star players once they get on campus. And you talked about sizes, Buck. How about this? These are the heights and weights for the 4 O-line commits that Texas has right now in the class of 25. 6'6", 330, 6'5", 350, 6'5", 310, 6'4", 340.
Wow.
Talk about big humans. You need those in that conference. And that's another appeal with Steve Sarkisian, right? Like he coached in that conference for a couple of years at Alabama, won a national championship as an offensive coordinator in that conference. Like he saw the way Nick Saban built his dynastic teams. And everyone talks about the quarterbacks. Everyone talks about the great receivers and defensive players. That it starts up front.
Yes, their offensive line were monsters.
Oh my God, monsters, offensive and defensive lines. And look at what Georgia, like same thing with Georgia. They've got first-round linemen really on both sides of the ball. It feels like every year.
For sure.
That's what you have to win at that level. And Sark got it before he got here. And it's one thing to get it. It's another thing to actually do it. And Sark is doing it here. So I love it, man.
That's another great get. There you go.
It's the way to build 100%. And 12 commits overall for Texas in this class. Currently ranks number 16 in the country. I think we all expect it to be a lot higher than that by the time we get to National Signing Day 1 in the month of December.
Wow.
Let me pull up a picture. Oh, actually, I have a little huddle highlight of John Mills. Remember the movie The Blind Side, Buck? Did you ever see that?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Where Tim McGraw and Sandra Bullock stole all that money from that kid?
What? They
Yeah.
were just trying to be good parents.
Yeah, and then they robbed him of his money and didn't give him a single dollar of the movie that they made.
Wow.
Yeah, remember that?
Sandy Bullock would do that?
Sandy. You
wouldn't
call her
do that.
Sandy?
Yeah.
You've got her on a nickname basis?
Yeah, but she wouldn't do that.
She did. I saw the movie.
She's
I
a
know
good
it
mother in that deal.
but in real life, not so much. Remember that scene where Michael Lohr picked that defensive lineman up and basically carried him all the way off the field, like onto the track on the outside of the stadium? Look at John Mills on the left side of your screen. There will be an arrow that kind of points him out. He's on the left side of the O line. And look at him just literally just drive this poor high school kid all the way off the field onto the sideline and onto the track. Into the track.
Wow.
I didn't hear no whistle.
What whistle? I didn't hear any whistle.
Show one more time. Left side of your screen. Now
Good
top
feet.
of your screen. Look at that. He just keeps this kid's probably like 100 pounds lighter than him.
Like a 7-man sled, part of a daggum sled.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that is John Mills right there. I got a still image of this newest Texas commit as well. Here he is. This is a big dude.
Man.
And he still has one more year of high school to potentially grow even bigger than this.
More time to eat.
More time to eat. And then he will hopefully be on the 40 acres next fall.
Is he coming in as a guard, huh? He's inside guy?
Yeah, interior offensive lineman. That's what he plays in high school. So I assume that's what he will be in college. But yeah, 4 O-line commits to this point for Texas.
I'm good with that. I need 2 more. Give me 2 more this summer.
I'm fine with it too. And Michael Fasusi, that's another name to talk about. He is the 5-star offensive lineman from Louisville, up close to the Metroplex. He was actually here this past weekend on an official visit. Texas feels very good about his chances to commit. Oklahoma in the mix, A&M in the mix. It kind of feels like that's your top 3 right now. And I think most insiders feel like it's a UTOU battle right now for Michael Fasusi. So that's a name a lot of Longhorn fans know. If you don't know, that's a name I think you should know. And that'd be a nice cherry on top to this offensive line class if Texas is able to get the 5-star to end up in Austin. Okay.
Good stuff.
Very good stuff for Texas football. The month of June, only 5 more days. We'll see if the Horns could pick up another commit or 2. But I think we mentioned it yesterday. Brandon Harris, who, of course, is part of the recruiting staff for Texas football, he tweeted out that, hey, get ready. We got some big news coming over these next few weeks.
Yeah, we're talking about into the month of July, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it will carry over into the month of July, which we'll take it. Keep the good news coming.
Absolutely.
For Longhorn football. Okay, some more thoughts on Texas baseball here, Buck. We've talked a lot this morning about, obviously, David Pierce getting let go. That news dropped towards the end of our show yesterday. And we saw what happened on the field in Omaha last night. Tennessee winning the national championship 6-5 in Game 3 over Texas A&M. Now the college baseball season is officially over. So, if those coaches, I'm sure there have been under the table, behind the scenes conversations had between Texas and probably both Tony Vitello and Jim Schlossnagle. And they might have said, hey, let's wait till the season's over before we actually sit down and talk and discuss what things could look like.
Yeah, it's one thing to have your agent talking. It's the other thing to have the person himself get on the horn with you, or, meeting you somewhere at McDonald's or whatever the hell you're going to meet at. Mm-hmm. That's a little bit different. So
now all that stuff can happen because the season is officially over. Who do you want now? Let me ask you this. If you had your choice, it's not who do you think, this is a who do you want based on what you saw in Omaha, based on what you know about all of these candidates. If you got your pick of the litter, who you taking?
I like to have the guy who just won the national championship, actually.
Tony Vitello?
Yeah. I think it's hard to get that dude. This is now his program at Tennessee, and he's, just like Sark is starting to build his program. This guy has done this for the last couple of years now. and now he's got a national championship. That means more money. That means more players wanting to come there. They understand what he's about. He's got that fiery attitude. That's the guy you'd like to have. He's a little bit of a younger guy, but it's going to be hard to get. It's hard to pull a guy away from a program that he thinks he has built.
Yeah.
That's the problem. But I just heard a guy say, never. So I don't know about the guy from A&M. I'm going to take old dude's word for it. Not old dude, but 52-year-old guy. I'm going to take his word that the word never came out of his mouth. And this is, he left family to take this job, and he thought it was going to be, his last job. So I'm going to say that he's staying. So the money that Texas can offer him, A&M is going to offer him that, because he did have by the way, he had a great year.
Did have a great year. The best year A&M baseball has ever had.
and he's building that program too. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that more likely to get the guy from Tennessee than the guy from Texas A&M.
If Texas, go ahead.
But I'd rather have the guy from Tennessee.
Sorry about that, Buck. Yeah, if Texas does miss out on both Tony Vitello and Jim Schlossnagle, I think it's a case of bad timing. I really do. I don't think it will be because Texas doesn't have its ducks in a row. I won't think it will be because Texas doesn't have the money they need to offer, the facilities they need. I think it will just be because the two coaches that they wanted just played for a national championship.
Yeah, and both of them are building programs.
Exactly. Like, even at the start of Omaha, great season to make it to Omaha for Tennessee, for Texas A&M.
Sure.
Success for anybody to make it to the College World Series. If either of those teams went 1-2 and didn't make it as far as they did, I think it'd be way more likely. Matter of fact, I'd be telling people today, like, Tony Vitello's the coach at Texas. Hell, he might already have been announced as the coach of Texas if the Vols went 1-2 in the College World Series. But because those were the two last teams, I have a tough time thinking it's actually going to happen. I'd be perfectly fine with either. It really is a 1 or 1A situation.
I agree.
Enough, I think, gun to my head, if you're like, PK, you have to pick one, and I asked you to pick, so I'll ask me to pick two, I think I'd go Schloss. I really do. No disrespect to Vitello, but Schloss has done it in the state of Texas at two different programs, at TCU and A&M.
And you don't want to take the chance on that personality thing, maybe?
Maybe a little bit of that, but it's more of like in Vitello's recruited all over the country.
Sure.
I don't worry too much about Vitello being able to come to Texas and recruiting, but like I know Schloss has already built relationships with a lot of high school coaches around the state of Texas,
right.
Probably more than Vitello has. And the personality thing also matters, but I also, on top of everything, it'd be funnier.
Oh, yes, it would.
I'm a bits guy. You know that.
You're a bits guy.
I want comedy and bits more than anything else. Could you imagine if right after A&M had its best season in baseball history, if the University of Texas stole their baseball coach?
And dude, after that conversation last night, and to do it too
after that, yeah, like they're 1 win away, and they're like, oh man, we almost got there, and hey, that's okay. It's only year 3 for Schloss and College Station. Like, we'll be back, and at some point, we're going to win a national title with this dude as our coach. If he is just like, nah, I'd rather be at Texas.
You're going to love that bit, huh?
I mean, like, we saw the meltdown of Texas Tech fans when Chris Beard left Lubbock, and Chris Beard said he wasn't leaving Lubbock.
No, I'm here forever.
And he ended up taking the job at Texas. Matter of fact, he turned down a lifetime contract to stay at Tech come take the job in Austin. And we saw, once again, I mean, a monumental meltdown for your Mark U fans.
I agree. And you like that an awful lot.
If that happens, I loved it. God, I wish Chris Beard was, no disrespect to RT, and Chris Beard cost himself the job. This isn't a discussion about that, but I wish that dude was still here for a lot of reasons. Top of the list was, that he would still be able to rub it.
Oh, yeah, to continue to do that. Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, it'd be next level. Like, Twitter would maybe shut down with just Aggie fans freaking out if Big Brother. It'd be bad if Schloss left for any gig in the country, right? They'd be upset. But if he left for this job, I don't think it's happening. But if he left for this job,
deep down, you don't believe that's happening now, do you?
No, I think Eric Bakich is the next coach here.
Yeah.
Because of bad timing. Once again, like, people might laugh at Texas, like, you really thought you were going to. I legitimately think Texas's chances at these two guys went away with
them making it to the world, to the finals.
And man, I talk to people behind the scenes. Like, I'm not going to report anything because I don't have a good enough source. I trust the people I've talked to, but because I've heard so many different things, I'm not going to tweet anything or report anything. But like, I've heard people even over the last few days since the start of the CWS finals that have said, no, Vitello's still the guy. No, Schloss is still the guy.
Right.
So maybe I'm wrong, and I hope I'm wrong. Be great to steal either of those guys. But for me, I think it's going to end up being door number 3 with Eric Bakich, who I still think is a hell of a baseball coach. I still think has every chance to win a national championship if he is the guy here in Austin. And I'd be very excited, and I'd be rooting for him. But
I just think that the timing of what happened yesterday with David Pierce It's almost like, why would you do that unless you already got your guy? You know what I'm saying? Like, you already know that it's a yes from somebody. Maybe the other two besides us, maybe you've worked hard to get these two, but you know deep down they're not leaving. You know, you've had some indication.
I guess there's a chance that, and I don't really buy into this, but, you know, some people have been commenting this morning and texting this in on the Coda text line. Like, maybe this was Kirk Bohls reporting before Texas wanted Kirk Bohls to report, right? Like, maybe they were hoping this was going to, they were going to wait another couple of days before this happened. But I find that hard to believe. I think it was calculated timing by Texas to do this on the day A&M was playing for a national championship game. So I don't know. Obviously, the timing is peculiar, and it makes you think that Texas still feels like they've got a shot at Vitello or Schlossnagle.
Right.
But we'll see. I don't think we're going to have to wait that long, man. Like, I think by the end of the week, we are going to have something in regards to an announcement for who this next baseball coach is.
Or we're going to have a lot more speculation.
And we've talked about Kevin O'Sullivan at Florida, Nick Mingione at Kentucky. Kentucky was the number 2 seed this year.
Yep.
They made it to their first ever College World Series. That guy's done a great job. Kentucky has, we joke about A&M's lack of baseball history. Kentucky has 0 baseball history. Like, I don't think they'd ever been to a super regional before Mingione got there. He led them there a few years ago. And then, their first trip to Omaha this year. You could do worse. He's not as high on my list because he just hasn't been as far as all of the other names that we've talked about. Like, every other name that we've mentioned at this point has at least been to a national championship series. And most guys have been to Omaha multiple times. Mitch Canham at Oregon State. He's done a good job since taking over the last couple of seasons. There are plenty of names out there that would work, but man, Texas, they want something big. Oh, and Gabe brings up a good point with that SEC party coming up on Sunday. Chris Del Conte would love to be able to talk about a new baseball coach there. I didn't even think about that.
You're absolutely right.
If he doesn't have one, everyone he talks to that day is going to be like, who's the coach? Who's the coach? Who's the coach? That's a great point, Gabe. By Sunday, might have some news here.
Take a little glitter off that Texas A&M second place finish on a Sunday, right?
You think they're hanging something up there?
No, they're not doing that, but
I mean, you put a banner up or you put something on your wall that says you made it to Omaha. Everybody does that. Now, Texas just has this many College World Series appearances. Yeah, actually, I shouldn't say everybody does that because we don't, but it wouldn't be Aggie. Like, most schools around the country put their years that they make it to Omaha somewhere in the stadium. Texas has just been there so many times that it would take up too much space. But yeah, I don't think they'll put something that says CWS finalist.
They may.
We came in second. We did it.
Would that be like them, though?
Well, it's a big deal because they haven't gotten this far in any sport since they won the football championship in 1939. So it's been a long time for the Aggies to get this close. They still have the fact that they have not won a Big Three championship since
it's always track and field.
Pre-World War II. Yeah, look, it's a very successful athletic department these days. Like they finished top 10 in the Directors Cup. We talk about Texas winning that thing all the time. A&M was a top 10 finisher in that. They're great at a number of sports, and even though they didn't win it in baseball, obviously their baseball team is better than ours right now. They are great in college baseball. We'll see what football becomes under.
They made a resurgence in basketball. That was a great basketball year. It was a fun basketball year to watch them.
Great year for Buzz Williams, who was on a hot seat, I think, going into this season. Made it to the tournament, won a game, almost beat Houston in the second round of the tournament to make it to the second weekend of the dance. Yeah, a successful season there, and a lot of guys on that Aggie team will be back. So we'll see. But, yeah, they still have not won a national championship in a Big Three men's sport since 1939, Buck. It's a long time coming. How old were you when that happened?
I was 47.
You're 47 and 39?
Yeah.
Okay. I got to go back and math a little bit there to find out when you were born, but there it is. All right. We'll see if we get some news over the course of today. We're live and local all day long right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. You know, every show we'll be talking a little bit about the Texas baseball coaching search, and we'll let you know what happens.
Yeah, man, that was a great post-game interview though last night. That was awesome, man. It really was. He just couldn't believe the guy would ask him that question. Well, coach, that's his job, and I can believe he asked you that question because everybody wants to know. They want to know the answer. So somebody has to ask the question because you're not going to give out any answers.
No, it wasn't selfish by the reporter. He was actually being selfless because thousands of people wanted that question to be asked, and that guy was willing to do it. Despite
sacrificed himself.
Yeah, it was a sacrificial lamb. Absolutely. Every reporter wanted to ask that question, and thankfully one guy actually did. Quick shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics before we bring the fellas on. The new TSU hats that we're rocking, Waterloo Printing and Graphics. They can make hats, shirts, signs, banners, stickers, whatever for you and your business. They're the best in the business, located in South Austin. You can find them on Instagram at Waterloo Printing. Shoot them a DM over there or hit up our man Adam 512-300-9641 for Waterloo Printing and Graphics. All right, Coach. I see the fellas in the waiting room.
There they are.
It's Wags. It's Double.
Good morning, boys.
What's up, man?
47. What your 47 win? 1936.
No,
when
dude.
Were you 47?
I was born in 1955.
Well, how in the hell were you 47 back when the Aggies won the last?
Because that's what BK would say. BK would say he wouldn't say I was a teenager. That's for damn sure. I was just, I wasn't even around.
Hey, I get confused, man. I get confused with how old you are. You know, it happens.
Yeah, it's that Texas math.
Yes, yeah. I'll be the big 69.
Oh, that's a good number. That's a good number.
Great number. That's going to be the best year of your life, right?
It's going to be a great year, Buck.
I hope so.
What year was Carly Simon? When did all that go down?
74.
Oh, she's just an afterthought now. You seen Joyce?
Yeah, that's all afterthoughts now.
Yeah.
You should have seen the one at the 50-yard line. That was even better.
What?
Yeah.
The one who burned you, she was better looking, or you had a better experience by getting the clap from her?
She was very, very. She knew a lot. She knew a lot of tricks to the trade, and it was
too shy around the bed.
She made the Hawk Tui look like nothing.
Hey,
she was very smart, huh? She gave you some knowledge.
I got some knowledge, right?
Speaking of that, guys, so yeah.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh, you gotta give him that Hawk Tui and spit on that thing.
So my job here at TSU, being the backup weatherman, I'm also like, you have 7 on your side and all that. I'm the investigative reporter. I figured it out. That girl is named Haley Welch. Haley Welch is that young lady.
Of course you went down a rabbit hole.
You went down that rabbit hole, did you?
You can find her on the Instagram at official Haley Welch. You can follow her there.
Okay, in other words, it didn't come to you. You went to her.
I went to that one.
Oh, you went to that one?
That one didn't find me. That one did. Honestly, that one did find me because apparently Conor McGregor did the same thing. He went and found her and posted it. So that kind of did find me a little bit.
I see. Okay.
But that's my behind the scenes work.
That is the golden research that Rodney is known for.
I love it. Yeah. Man, oh man.
Yeah. I didn't even know there were 2 big games last night. I was too busy doing that.
By the way, yesterday when I went, Rodney, I went to do my MRI. Mm-hmm. I fell asleep in there. Don't let anybody tell you that those machines, there's not a chance you can fall asleep and have a nap in an MRI. Yes, you can.
They give you headphones?
No, they just gave me little earplugs.
Yeah. Oh, that's all right.
Dude, all right. It was nice. You're talking about you look up and all you see is white there. You feel like you're very close to heaven, and then you close your eyes, and then that thing starts making all that ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. Dude, I slept. I was at the 8-minute mark. Thank goodness the guy, because that woke me up. That sound, because I was on my way to. He said, because he had asked me, hey, you're breathing right now. It's not kind of rhythmic right now. You're in like a holding pattern, like holding your breath. I'm like, dude, I'm asleep.
Yeah. What, you got apnea?
No. I just no.
You're a little guy. You shouldn't have apnea.
I deep sleep. I have that deal where I can hold my breath, and that's from doing radio for so long. We have a tendency to hold up. We don't have that rhythmic breathing. We hold and start asking questions and talk for minutes at a time without taking a breath. It's just the way it's been.
No, I got you.
So, I mean, I don't have that smooth breathing. And when I go to sleep at night, I will, all of a sudden, whoa, take a breath there, big guy. In between your dreams, in between your Carly Simon dreams, do take a breath every once in a while. But no, I don't have sleep apnea. I don't have any of that stuff.
No, I was gonna say I didn't even think you used the machine or anything.
Oh no, I don't have any of that stuff. And of course, Rodney, when I went in the machine yesterday, of course I had to take mother's little helper. You know what I'm saying? I had to have that my little bike in it. I take my little bike in it before I go.
It's always good to kind of take that magic little pill, kind of take the edge off just a little bit when it comes to something like that, isn't it?
The guy said, "Are you comfortable?" I said, "No, this is not good in my neck and my back. I got a bad back." But I said, "I had mother's little helper." He goes, "Oh, you should be nice and relaxing there, shouldn't you?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to be more than relaxed. I'm going to be sleep." That's not a tip for kids. I told BK said that's the tip for kids. I'm like, no, nope. That's not the tip for kids.
That's a tip for adults.
Mick Jagger.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of Mick Jagger, I just missed in Pennsylvania. I just missed his concert in Philadelphia. They tell me that the Stones in their 80s are crushing it on tour.
How?
I don't know.
How are they even in their 80s? I thought, Mick Jagger and
the guy asked Mick Jagger, how good do you feel? He said, "How do you feel?" He goes, "I feel the same as I did at 79."
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, 2 tours in Chicago left. Wow.
Yeah. I know I was confused yesterday about Bob Barker. I didn't know he was dead. I thought he was still alive. So
I was pretty sure Bob Barker was still with us.
Kind of thrown off there. I didn't know Mick Jagger. I thought Mick Jagger had passed.
No,
I'm pretty sure Bob Barker was still with us.
Rodney.
Well, I like to give my wife a hard time because her and her friends almost travel the country to go see Duran Duran. And I always give her a hard time. I'm like, so are they wheeling those dudes out in a wheelchair or whatever? And she's like, they're not that freaking old. But I thought Mick Jagger was gone.
Actually, it's just Depeche Mode. Depeche Mode's kind of dying off.
That's their other one. They will travel miles and miles to go see these people. That's why I'm always alone, because it's like they got to go see Duran Duran. They got to go see Depeche Mode. They got to go see whoever else. I'm like,
well, they can take me with them when they go see Depeche Mode. I'll go.
Yeah,
Jagger.
Hey, we got a hypothetical at all?
Oh, it's Tuesday, isn't it?
Do we have one?
I always have one. Just give me a quick second here to pull it
you're
up.
Good.
I've got the master hypothetical list that we'll get to real quick.
The Mick Jagger. Sorry to put you on the spot there, man. We just had. I didn't get a chance to do it.
Coach at A&M saying never, which he's never coming. He's not coming. Schlossnagle, he's never coming. He said never.
So he was very strong with his answer, and he was very emotional when it was asked. Now, get it? I understand they just lost the national championship.
Yeah.
And to paraphrase what he said, he goes, "I put all my heart into this. I came here. I'm staying here. I planned on retiring here." That was a very double down, triple down statement.
That's what I thought, Wags. All to get yes.
Why do you have to be that defensive? I get you're pissed that the question was asked, but it just seemed a little bit defensive to me.
Just say you're not going.
Yeah.
Just say you're not going. That's what I was waiting for. We can get to that.
Again, he really he kind of blew that question up and out of all you have to say is that never even a question.
Quick hypothetical, because we know y'all will get into this. I don't know if I've asked this yet. If I have, let me know. Would you rather never orgasm again or orgasm 50 times a day?
Oh,
wow.
Oh.
And it's uncontrollable. It's not like you get to pick.
Oh,
shit.
No. That's
you're just out and about.
You mean it could happen anywhere? It could just happen anywhere.
Anywhere, anytime. I don't know if you have a change of clothes on you or not.
It's like, I'm going to go walk the dog, and it just starts spewing around like a garden hose,
Yeah, not only does the dog.
I didn't even know how you got to that. Did that find you?
Where's the vault? Yeah. Okay. Where are you reading this?
No, this is all in my head. I come up with this.
I'm going to just say, I'm going to have to say,
the world comes, you're coming.
I'll have to say, never again, BK, than to have that happen to me in play. I couldn't have that happen to me in places.
Are you kidding? Give me 50. I don't go anywhere anyways because of Tom McKay's setup here. Give me 50 times a day. I'm going to have a circus with myself.
Oh, you probably already do. You're already having a circus with yourself. Forget 50 times. I mean, no, I don't want to be in the MRI machine and that happens to me.
That's when you go to a party, you go to a dinner party or something like that, a business luncheon, and you're like, watch this.
Oh, yeah, really?
There it is. I mean, yeah, I'm definitely going with the 50 because that means that I can still do it. If I can never do it again, that may mean that possibly something.
I did not design that. I did not design that. That is not me.
What, orgasms?
No.
NCAA stuff. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's my hypothetical for today.
All right, boys. My hypothetical is I'm out of here. You guys have a great show.
You got to go orgasm. He'll be back tomorrow.
It's
got to get his one.
It's getting ready to happen. It's getting ready to happen. Hawk to.
Oh, Hawk to. Dome him. Dome him. There he goes.
Well done.
So yeah, I'm gonna. Oh, we just switched up again.
Whoa.
Yeah, crisscross. I'm gonna have to go with the fit. Like you have to go with 50, right? You can't go with never be. I mean, if you're first off, if I'm that backed up, I'm probably gonna burn the world down. I'm just letting you know. I'm just gonna be upset, pissed off at everything. I'm gonna be like Slosh when I get that question asked. Like, I mean, I'm gonna be heated, my dude. Yeah, we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to break down. Of course, we'll break down. Not only do we have to break down, the game of the College World Series, which, by the way, can we just get this out here? Can we just get this out of the way? I'm wondering who all gambled on that game, especially I can't think of the damn closing pitcher of the balls or the catcher, but they were having a lot of fun in a high pressure cooker moment, right?
Yeah.
Again, it appeared that the game was well in hand. There was 2 outs or whatnot, but there were 2 pass balls. And I ravel at this because when it happens with a pass ball, it feels controllable. All right. There were 2 pass balls. One of them came in to not only advance the runner over the first time, but also advance the runner into score to make the game 6-5. All right. The over-under was 10.5. I'm not speculating. I'm not drawing up a web. I'm not tangling a web or anything. I'm not spinning a web. But the fact that the pitcher and the catcher were having so much fun, it made me think that, is this dude really influencing the game to the fact where he might have had a bet? That was my first thought. That was not like, okay, the kid's laughing it off, trying to throw the pressure off. Is this guy really enticing the game and influencing the game to where he's trying to get the over? He's trying to make, and as soon as they got the over, he threw it. I mean, and nobody could hit his high rising fastball anyways. He was throwing it right at the letters. It was almost unhittable. When you held on it, the ump was calling it a strike, and when you swung, you just couldn't catch it, or you had to rip it off the bat, the short end, the skinny end of the bat. You couldn't get anything on it. And dude, he was just in complete command, and it felt like to me, he took one off, and he was just like, yeah, you know what, man, I'll let one slip here. I got some money out. Now, of course, complete speculation. You want to talk about a hypothetical Tuesday? That's the hypothetical I'm throwing out there. If you had a chance to do that in the game, if you were that talented, would you? And did he do that? I'm just being cute with it. That's the first thought that I had. Maybe he was trying to influence the game because if you're like me, you watch the lines, man. You were watching that over and under, and of course, I know Ty was probably laughing at the damn thing. Ty probably took the over on it. So, anyways, you're welcome to Chaos Theory, everybody. It's Wags in Double R here. You can find me on Twitter, not the fake Wags. You can find Rodney there on Twitter at the Rodney R, and then on the gram at the _ Rodney R. I'm at the Wagner Wire. If you're out and about and mobile, make sure you hit us up on that Coda text line 512-222-9328. Also, make sure you're following and subscribing on this YouTube channel. Make sure you're hitting us up on that text line too, because Rodney usually reads all the comments off of there. But yeah, man, just what's up, Rob? What's up, CB? Jake, Jason, everybody going down. Sal from Gotham, we see you, buddy. Longhorn Bear, what's good? No, yeah, Rodney, your thoughts on that? I mean, first off, it was a highly entertaining game, but it started to get a little bit more pucker factor towards that ninth inning when they allowed a couple of pass balls. But your thoughts, Rodney?
I think that with this, what's kind of getting lost in all of this, and of course today we'll talk about the Texas baseball surge. I mean, because this kind of factors into this whole equation with that game last night, and then the other game 7. I guess this wasn't a game 7, but we got to talk about that one. But
this kind of like game 3 of a College World Series kind of feels like.
Definitely a game 7, but I think what's kind of underlying, I totally get what you're saying right there, to where it would be totally easy to influence something having that opportunity. I would hope that's not the case.
Rodney, it seemed kind
of. Yeah. I would hope that's not the case.
No, I'm sorry. He had a balk. He had a balk. He had a balk too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. But I think just where it, and I kept waiting last night as the telecast was going, for the Texas thing to come up, and unless I missed something, because I was going back and forth turning volumes down, I never even heard it come up. And I think that's a bigger thing, obviously, to us here, and maybe to the folks over in College Station about that scenario coming up. But I think the underlying thing that's getting missed right here with this ball game last night was it was a good game. I mean, this was a good game. I mean, it started out when it got to 6-1 with the slide, and how about that? I mean, when you look at A&M's chances of winning a national championship, it was that close. But Christian Moore jacks at that first guy up, and I'm thinking, holy smoke. I mean, and I posted on social media, I said the Aggies look a little distracted right here. I wonder what's going on, just kind of trying to be a funny guy. And, it's like, well, Tennessee's going on. That's what's up. I'm like, well, yeah, whatever. You don't get my point. But this was a good baseball game, man. And Tennessee, when we talked about yesterday, all arms available, Wags, they cleared the pin.
So it was Combs. Combs is the pitcher I was talking about. So Combs and Stark. Stark's the catcher. I thought Combs and Stark might have had a little bit of some Vegas fun last night. We'll just say that. Mm-hmm. I mean, how far away is Omaha from damn Windsor? Huh? I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Of course, I'm being stupid.
I mean, it really was a really entertaining baseball game, and it came down to the end. I mean, for A&M, I mean, you really have to. I mean, you had it was right there. I mean, it was right there, and they did a hell of a job coming back. And I think that the bigger thing to me with this was I thought at the beginning of this that it would be A&M and Tennessee. I mean, because they seem to be the best baseball teams this year, and I mean, what more can you ask for? What more can you ask for? And that's where we have that conversation about a Texas head coach. If you can get one of these dudes that are doing this with these programs, if is the key word that we're going to be throwing around for the next week, I think, because I think this is going to get done pretty quick. I think this will be
of course, Rodney was kind of alluded to Schlossnagle being asked that question if he's going to be coming over or if there's another team pursuing him, right? I'm paraphrasing here, but here's that interview that Schloss was asked.
The rumors circulating today about your future in Aggieland.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again. And that hasn't changed in my mind. That's unfair to talk about something like that. They'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question. But I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. So write that.
Coach, thank you very much.
Yeah, that's pretty. I mean, sure, he's emotional, he's fired up, but that's pretty damn. I just feel like that's kind of defensive. And I mean, a simple no, man. I haven't even really given it much thought. That's kind of all you really need to do, and kind of just dismiss it, right? I mean, the fact, not just you're leaving your family, and then you're pouring every ounce, and I did every ounce that I could here. He kind of said that the last thing in past tense. So
yeah.
Again, I'm not. Again, I'm. You guys know me, overly critical the conspiracists trying to connect the dots here. Just dissect.
He's walking the company line. He's doing what he's supposed to do. But like the discussion has gone on, I mean, it would have been very easy for him to say, and he could have said this, Wags, and it wouldn't matter even if he left. He could say, I'm not going anywhere. I look forward to coming back next year with this program.
He did say that, but I mean, he, like Rodney, he doubled down. Like he really.
Yes, I would have emphatically been like, I cannot wait for my future with the Texas A&M baseball program. This is, and kept it short. You didn't have to have all that dialogue right there. You didn't have to have
exactly. That's so to me, that's what makes me think that there's something looming in the air. All you had to really say is, hey man, I'm invested here. I'm staying here until I retire, and we got a good thing cooking. You get us now, or do the Dan Hurley thing. It's a good thing you got us now because we're coming. You know what I mean? Like that is reinforcement that you're staying. In my book, not I did all this, I did all that. Not the fact that you have to double down and triple down on the fact that, hey man, stop asking me that question, and then attack the reporter and call him selfish. Which, I mean, no, it's his job. That's exactly what you're supposed to do.
Guy's doing his job, and I love this right here from Father Texas 98. He went to grad school with the guy, works for Texags. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think A&M fans are pissed off that question was asked, because that's in the back of their mind. Now it's probably forefront now that game is passed. But the same thing for Texas fans. You want to know an answer, and you would be stupid to not ask that question. And to the reporter, I mean, the reporter did a great job with the question.
Thank you. Thank you for asking that.
It wasn't, I mean, the reporter wasn't like, so the Texas job comes available today, and you've been thrown. It's like, it doesn't mention Texas, doesn't mention any of that. It's a very short, constructed question.
Yeah, he didn't even say, like, Texas wasn't even mentioned.
No.
You know what I mean?
Not at all.
But
not at all.
Like, that's how much power, that's how much mind space we have. Jedi mind tricks. You want to talk about the Stormtrooper or the Icy Whites? I call them the Stormtroopers for a reason, man. We have the Jedi mind tricks on you. It's free rent. It's free rent. The fact that that Texas is the team that they're alluding to, or that they're referencing, my God, you get that worked up about it. And maybe that's just it. Maybe you got worked up because it's Texas. Huh? Maybe you got worked up because it's Texas.
Yeah, and I mean a lot of it is you were that close to winning a national championship, and you've taken this program to a great place in a very short amount of time. But the other part of this, and this is kind of my argument with the Texas job. I mean, the Texas job is so lucrative and so appealing to so many people, because it would be one thing if the Texas job comes available and you're in this slump or whatever, you're in a position to where you're rebuilding. I mean, I don't think with Texas you're rebuilding. I mean, you're in a position to where somebody could come in like Schlossnagle has at A&M, to where you're very close. You're very close.
You're gonna lose a couple seniors. You might lose like we talked about a couple days ago. You might lose a few juniors, but you still have a good core nucleus of your young talent that's going to be here. And also, like, you like to think, if you are the marquee and the headline name coming to Texas, you're also pulling other succession plan. You're also pulling other recruits, other studs, Major League Baseball prospects that are, maybe weren't ready just yet to come right out of high school, but maybe like just 1 year, one tour of a season in college, and they're ready and primed up and ready to go to the show.
I've always been,
but get drafted.
Yeah, I've always been of the opinion, Wags, where if I'm a coach coming in, if I'm a college coach or a high school coach, even whatever it is, basketball, volleyball, whatever it is, if I'm a new coach coming into a system, if there's a nucleus of seniors that are exiting, that's what I want. I want them gone, because they've been in the other system. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to bring my system in, and you're going to have a little bit of that pushback, and you're going to have a little bit of that's not the system that we've done here. That's not, in this case, what David Pierce has done. That's not the way it's been. I mean, you want to come in because that's the biggest thing. When you come into a program like that, you've got to supplant whatever you are bringing to the program. So I think it's a really good situation for whoever it is.
Right. And I also think, like, Slosh is one of those skippers that's also going to acquiesce to the team, like gonna bend or kind of alter his not mentality, but ideology and his attack around the personnel that he has until his actual studs or recruits. And again, you want to talk about hypothetical Tuesday. We're all, this is a hypothetical that Slosh is going to be the coach. So, maybe, until he brings his studs in, like you were just talking about, Rodney, to finish that thought.
And I mean,
exactly. This is a quote from Slosh when he was at TCU. And there you have it. The writing's on the wall. He's at A&M now, so he had to say what he said. But again, the fact that he doubled down and tripled down on it, just kind of, hey man, the dagger's already in. Maybe you kind of went overboard with this to make me think that you're probably not staying now. Like that's just too much of a double down for me, dude. I don't know.
Yeah. And with Tony Vitello, I mean, because that's obviously the other name that's thrown into the thing right here. I know that they win. I know that they won. They're national champions. And you haven't had, I think you hadn't had 60-win seasons since like in the 2000s. I think it was 1999 was the last time that you've had that. And he's done this with that program. He's not the highest paid coach in college baseball.
I don't think he's going anywhere.
No, the emotion that I saw from that guy last night, and I think that he is just so bought in right there. I think even if they lose, Wags, he's not going anywhere. I mean, and who all did you have?
I don't know though. Texas comes offering you a check, Rodney.
I don't know.
And again, it's Texas. It's like we don't put trips to Omaha up for a reason because been too many. Like what BK said, in crosstalk. But still, man, like Texas comes flashing that check.
Yeah. And again, it could just be the real victory.
It's hard for me to say, if the Yankees came and flashed something at me, it would be, it's sacrilegious to do it. But if you're talking professional baseball here, my God, man, you know what I mean? But yeah, go ahead, bud.
No, that's okay. But my thought is, I think what you really have to look at with this hire, this is extremely, I mean, they're all important hires, don't get me wrong. But I think what you're really looking for in this hire, not that Jim Schlossnagle, I mean, he's a little older. He's obviously good at what he does. I mean, he's obviously a great baseball coach. He has the roots here. He has a relationship. We can go on and on about all the positives and all the reasons why he should be the coach. But I think what you really want to do right here, because like I think with the hire Sarkisian, that was another hire where maybe we didn't think that was the number one guy, but I think that was the number one guy for CDC. But Sarkisian's a younger guy. I think that what you're really trying to do with this program wide, I mean, across the Texas athletic programs, you're trying to go in here and you're trying to bring guys in that can do like Augie and Gus and those guys that are here
trying to recreate
20 years or whatever. And it's impossible to recreate what they did in this environment, in this college athletics that we have now. But I think the main thing is and not that Schlossnagle couldn't hang around. I mean, like Bucky said, you're a baseball coach. You can coach till you're 80, but sometimes when you're coaching until you're 80, so some of the evolution of the game, you're really hesitant to do that. And not that would be a factor. Vitello's not coming. I still think you go to Eric Bakich. That's been my dude from the beginning. But I would think that if that was the case, it'd be done by now. That's where I go back to that, because Clemson's been out. I mean, I think that's where it would be done by now.
Well, I think, but still, like, you're not going to be able to, or you don't want to dismiss the fact that you could probably get Vitello or Slosh, right? Like, you want to have, plan B, and not to make that an afterthought or anything, but you want to have plan B lined up. And then also, hey, if I can get the bonus, if I can get the S tier, my plan A, and that doesn't work, hey, I got one hell of a fallback. What's that old adage? Shoot for the moon. If you miss, you wind up with the stars or something like that. That's kind of what this is right here. You're shooting for the moon, 2 moons. And hopefully, if you miss, you wind up with a really good bag of coaches to pick from. So Texas is in a good. I mean, it seems to be a good shopping period. So I don't know.
Yeah,
good shopping market.
And kind of the other, and Colby, no, I specifically said he's not coming here. He's absolutely not coming here. There's no reason for him to come here. I mean, there are probably 2.5 million reasons to come here.
Yeah, I would say if Texas flashes a check, it's it's going to be tough to throw that away, man. But
yeah,
I would say that Texas has more resources than Tennessee, but no, I don't think that Vitello is going to come here. If they lost, it might have been a different story. But the fact that the Tennessee Volunteers have, a national championship with, and it's seemingly, a program that's building. I don't think the writing is on the wall.
Just kind of one other thing on this to kind of book in this conversation, Wags, is our man CB sent us over something from on Twitter from Matt Young from the Chronicle, and this is also report. Boy, Kurt Bowles is like, I'm retiring, and he breaks this going to work for the Chronicle. Man, how about that, my man? We need to get him on here, get a firsthand account of all of this. But apparently something early exit from the Big 12 tournament. David Pierce possibly in some sort of human resource thing.
I pulled this up at the Chronicle, and there's no.
You got to pay for it. You got to pay for it. There's
no incident though.
Yeah.
Even with the paywall, there's no. They don't even name like the concerning incident.
Yeah.
That happened.
Yeah. To me, this all goes back to
it's BS. That's yellow journalism. We talked about, the dude asking a hard question for Schlossnagle, but what this is yellow journalism, saying that a coach did something and then you don't even have, the incident that you're reporting on or claiming that he did. Like, that's just BS.
Yeah.
Like the guy just probably lost the job because he couldn't get the job done.
Yeah, the Pierce change. It's three things to me. Number one, change in philosophy. It's time for a change in philosophy. It's a conference change. You're going to a massive conference, so you want to make a change in philosophy. The naming himself the pitching coach. We've talked about that from the beginning of the season. That maybe that was not the best move to make. And then you go to Black Tuesday or Wednesday or whatever that was with UTRGV. I think those three things right there.
Is that what you're calling it, Black Tuesday?
Yeah, whatever day it was. Yeah. Well, maybe we should call it Red Tuesday. What are the colors of RGV? So that's the one thing that I think that RGV is going to have a lasting impact on the Texas baseball program. Who would have ever correlated those two schools together? RGV and the University of Texas. But I truly believe that had a huge part in this, because you can't lose those games. You can't lose those games. And the seat was already hot. There's no way around it.
Yeah. So I guess, that decision will be coming here shortly. We'll see who CDC names here as the head skipper for Texas baseball. Again, it's appears to be a good buying market and shopping market. We'll see. That paycheck can be enticing, that's for sure. All right, let's get into Game 7. Oh man, Florida capturing their first ever Stanley Cup, hoisting that trophy there. Conn Smythe Award going to Conor McGregor, and Conor didn't even skate out for it, and rightfully so. It's almost it's kind of reminiscent of like Messi getting the Golden Boot, or getting equally player of the damn tournament, and then Argentina not winning. It's just got to be brutal for Edmonton to be able to come back and look. And Edmonton was such a strong. I think what Edmonton played out of their league, right? I don't think they were better than Dallas. Skinner played outstanding, but also like this is a team that on special teams, not just on special teams, like they were fantastic on the power play, but on the power kill, they were even more fantastic. They were sensational. Matter of fact, even 3 shorthanded goals too while they were on the power kill or on the penalty kill. Again, nobody had that much success on them while they were on special teams. But you can't discredit, just the tenaciousness and ferociousness that the Panthers were, man. I mean, their iconic forecheck is what they're known for. Just always keeping the damn pressure on you and don't allow you to get going. Conor McGregor doesn't need that much space, but the fact that they were able to almost like bracket him, not just bracket him, but they were bracketing him, they were bracketing Draisaitl. I mean, they were fantastic, and then still playing, man hockey. So but Bobrovsky, at the time that was needed, showed up and shut down this buzzsaw of an offense of the Oilers, holding them only the 1 goal last night, and Panthers were victorious 2-1.
Yeah, and with all the conversation with McJesus, and that seems to be this morning.
Did I say McGregor? If I said McGregor, apologies, gents.
I knew who you were talking about. At least you didn't say MacGyver.
Yeah. If I said McGregor, apologies. We might have talked. I think we were talking about McGregor earlier.
Oh yeah, he found the Haktua girl.
Haktua. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, but yeah, McJesus.
You're still thinking about that. That's a hook. That's how I got you. You're still thinking Haktua when I do that.
You and the rabbit holes, my dude. You and the rabbit holes.
I tell you. But the Conn Smythe. I mean, the argument. I'm seeing a lot of that. That it should have been Bob that should have won that. But that's. I mean, I didn't know this. I think you had to clarify for me that the fact is that this is not just the Stanley Cup Finals award.
It's the entire playoff.
Yeah, this is the entire playoff, and so it is deserved. But that's where you go back to. I mean, what solace do you take?
Well, wait, don't you think? I mean, Bobrovsky was out of his mind though. Like he was the best goalie in the damn in the entire playoff in the entire tournament.
Well. Yes, but this is where we go back to who picked. So
Jake exactly knows what I'm talking about. He got the 2014 Messi tournament or treatment. Like it's just like no one wants individual awards when you're right there. You're right there to capture the ultimate goal of the ultimate hardware of your life. I mean, that's your life. Like. If you're playing in the NHL, hockey's been your life your entire, all grown up. That's what you've dedicated to, hoisting Lord Stanley's trophy, and man, it's right there. And God, no one wants to come out to an individual award, man. You want to be skating around. And if you see that, if that happens to you, if you're in the loser's position, right? Do you stand there and watch? Do you watch that trophy get skated around by the opposition, by the people? I mean, you want it to burn because you want it to remember, but damn, dude, like, man, it's like a train. It's like it's hard to watch, man. But sometimes people get motivated by that, man. You want to sit there and just get that knife, just let it turn and let it burn, man.
I have to tell you what was impressive to me last night is I know a lot of times, like when the Super Bowl or whatever ends, you see the pleasantries exchanged and so forth. But then, I mean, rather quickly, the team that falls, they're gone. Edmonton, they were on the ice for quite a bit. It seemed like to me.
Oh, that's every year, dude. That's the celebration of Lord Stanley, man.
Yeah, dude. That was pretty cool right there. And you saw a lot of respect right there. This was a great final. This was a great final. And I think you really have to look at this for Paul Maurice. If I'm correct, he was out of hockey, wasn't he? And he comes back to take this job, and I keep seeing everything where it's like everything. I saw some folks saying that well, McDavid in Game 7 when he was needed, he wasn't there, whatever. No, it wasn't that. It was the Florida defense, is what it was, and that's what Florida has done well all year. That they've just been a beast when it comes to defense, and it showed up when they needed it most. It was gone in the 3 games prior. That's how we got to Game 7, but it was there last night, and they shut him down.
Yeah,
no way around it, right?
Fantastic. Florida's pairs were fantastic. Barkov coming back was tremendous for that series as well. So look, and I know there's been some. I wouldn't say that McGregor. I did it again. Jesus, I wouldn't say that McDavid's been getting dragged because he got the Conn Smythe, but I feel like I don't know. Usually, like it by default, it goes to the goalie. Right, or it goes to the win, or especially if the goalie is just lights out, or unless you got a stick that's just hot as hell, and hell, having a tournament, 40? What do you have? 42 points? Yeah, 42 points. That's crazy. That's rightfully earned, 100%. But I mean, to me, dude, Florida doesn't win this tournament without Bobrovsky.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt about it.
But yeah, it is 1A. It is, to your all's comments, it is 1A, 1B, 100.
Yeah. And locked down when it needed to happen. I really thought that this game was going to go one of two ways last night, to where it was either going to be that Edmonton would come and skate this thing and win 4-0. Yeah. Shut them out, or it was going to be what we saw last night, to where it to where you had that. I mean, defensive struggle, and obviously the better defensive team won. I mean,
Verhaeghe had a pretty good series too, man. But I mean, Rodriguez, I thought, the series before this against the Rangers, Rodriguez was the reason that, he's a big part of the cogwheel of why the Panthers got to the final, man. There was just there are not too many stuff. I mean, hell, you got Tarasenko, he's still on the damn team. There's just lots of key, high talented skaters and just people that can play hockey on that team, man. Not too many superstars, but just a well-rounded, good, solid mold of core nucleus skaters, dude. Just a really good team.
I gotta tell you, and I think one of the coolest things about this, I mean, I love a good story. I mean, a good story to me, that's so much of why we love sports. That's why we're sports fans, because you like the good stories, because we get a lot of bad ones. But I think for Florida, this franchise has just been, I mean, they've been mired in kind of feel like the old school New Orleans Saints from some of the stuff that I've found about Florida in the last 30 years the franchise has been around. I mean, but it just hasn't been good. What's the deal with the Rats?
Past couple seasons been all right.
What's the deal with the Rats on the ice?
I don't know that tradition. I don't know that tradition.
Okay, I was wondering about what that was all about.
But they do. Yeah, I have no idea what that damn tradition is about. But yeah, they've been. I see it happen. It's something that I should look into and something that I should research. You want to talk about research, Hawk Tua. That's something that you should do. You're not too curious about it if you're not researching it, Rodney.
I know.
I know where your curiosity lies, my guy.
I should have been working on that rather than chasing down Haley Welch, and that just kind of tells you the stuff that I work on.
Haley Welch,
the Hawk Tua girl.
Oh, Jesus. All right. Okay. What else we got on the agenda?
I'll tell you who I will tell you about. It's the great folks at Covert Bee Cave and covertbeecave.com. Not to kind of back that up with any of that, but if you're looking for a brand new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, there is one place to go. Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Here's a word from our great friends and partners over at Covert Bee Cave.
You see Covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Absolutely. Nobody beats Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Covert family since 1909. Good stuff right there from those folks.
Wags, Rodney has brought up Hawk Tua girls. Yeah, I know. He's on one, man.
Yeah.
He's on. That's what he does. He gets down these rabbit holes of girls, and
it's BK's fault. Shouldn't have brought it up yesterday.
Nope, it's your take accountability. It's your
I know. It's all me. Well, actually, we talked about yesterday where Quinn Ewers on a recent podcast with RG3 and really good conversations that they were having right there just about kind of Quinn's personal transformation. They talked about when he goes to Ohio State and all of that, really the kind of the evolution just of Quinn Ewers. And, you and I have talked about to where this year, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on this dude. I mean, there's no doubt about it. When you look at the path that this program is going to go, it is squarely on Quinn Ewers. And just some of the stuff that he talked about, I want to find it right here. I've got it over here. Where did it go? He was talking about the quarterback room and Steve Sarkisian, how that has all evolved and so forth. And two different comments. But first, this is kind of just a consensus of that room right now.
Super close room. I mean, my first year here, me and Hudson Card were in a quarterback battle, but at the same time, we're all hanging out on the weekends, going to dinners, enjoying each other's company. So, yeah, football means a lot to all of us, but being good humans, I think, means more.
Learn from Sark. Like, what do you feel like you've learned so much in your time at Texas from Sark?
Well, I mean, from the day I got here, I think the thing I've heard most from him is you can't go broke taking a profit, right?
Yes.
Don't try to force those deep shots because, he'll call them, but he'll call more of them if he trusts you to check one down if it's not there,
That's true.
And, obviously just him being in the position that we've been in. He played college quarterback and then went to the Canadian League, so he obviously knows what it feels like to be in our shoes. And he said it. I mean, we're getting a PhD in quarterback play here, so.
Yeah, good stuff right there. I mean, they really are. And just a couple of things that I took out of that. Number one, the good human thing. We talk about that all the time, to where it's like coaches at every level, that's their goal. They want to make these guys.
You're not just making good players, you're making good men.
Absolutely. And what he talks about right there, I mean, what better, not only that, but what better do you want to have in a position coach or whatever coach than somebody who's actually lived it and somebody who's actually done it at a very elite level. And it really seems like
a high IQ of it too, right? The huge, crazy, quarterback acumen, not just football acumen, but quarterback acumen.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And that's, I think that's something that's extremely powerful. And that's why you've watched this quarterback room evolve so well. And then the question comes up about best quarterback room in college football, because that keeps coming up. And here is,
I think it's a kind of a no-brainer, right?
Yeah. You know what? And I deleted it. Okay. Deleted the wrong one. But he said that Texas has.
I'm sure he probably alluded to Texas being the best quarterback room.
Absolutely. That's exactly what he said. And I think this really goes back to just with Sark, with what he's building. And this is where we go back to the baseball program, to where it's like this is what you're looking for, to build mindset, to build. This is what you want to have, because
the ideology
the program is done. Yeah. Look how the football program has progressed in a very short period of time. With we can talk about facilities, we can talk money, we can talk about all of that, but it really takes, you have to have that conductor. You have to have that CEO that's going to come in and just drive this thing. And that's exactly what Sark is doing.
No, I'm with you, my dude. I can't be more excited about it. And who in their right mind wouldn't call the Texas quarterback room the number one room in all of the land right now? I mean, you arguably the best quarterback that's starting right now, and then I would have to venture and say you have the best backup in all of the land too. So yeah, clearly, and I would say that they were the best quarterback room last year too. Now look, Carson Beck's pretty damn good. Okay, Carson Beck's good. Again, I was sleeping on the dude's arm because I didn't really see Georgia come back and start spinning it that much. Usually when I think about Georgia, I think about Georgia getting a lead early and it's done by a ground and pound. But no, they were pretty damn good and sensational through the air last year. Beck can spin it. Beck can spin it. It wasn't just Bowers, last season. He can distribute and hit all of his targets, all of his wideouts here. But I would still venture to say that Texas has the best quarterback room. Solid quarterback room, dude.
And obviously the question that comes up with that quarterback room, I mean, part of that quarterback room is Arch Manning. So the question comes up from RG3, how do you and Arch kind of coexist? How do you drown out all of this mess? And this is what Quinn had.
I think we're really intense competitors, and we all want the same outcome.
Right.
But at the end of the day, I think we're better humans, and I think we're better people. And I think that we really enjoy each other's company in that quarterback room. I mean, during the season, we do quarterback dinners every Tuesday, and we go have dinner together after Tuesday meetings. So, I mean, the room is I've never been in a closer room. I mean, all 3 years, it's been a super close room. I mean, my first year here, me and Hudson Card were in a quarterback battle, but at the same time, we're all hanging out on the weekends, going to dinners, enjoying each other's company. So,
there you go. I mean, that team first, very much team first.
So what I get out of that too is iron sharpens iron, right? Like when you have some of the best quarterback play and you're consistently, he said it, we're intense competitors. So when you push each other, day in and day out, your quarterback player, or just your level of play, your level of skill set is naturally just going to progress and rise, right? You're just going to ascend. Like it's that natural talent, man. Iron sharpens iron. Babers used to talk about, how good the defense was, the secondary was back when they were there with DBU, because of just how good the receivers were. They were going against, all American talent. And the wide receivers were going against all American talent on the defensive front. It's that old cliche, iron sharpens iron.
Absolutely. And I think it was never more evident than last year, Wags, when Ewers went down, when Malik Murphy has to come in. I mean, I don't know this for certain, but I can guarantee you that probably one of Malik Murphy's biggest fans was Quinn Ewers. Obviously, with the big goal, you want to keep winning. I mean, you don't want to lose any games because you have the end goal, which was last year getting to a Big 12 championship. They exceeded that goal, but it had to be that you're going to have that dude's back. And that comes from doing the stuff that Quinn is talking about right there. Going to dinners on Tuesday, hanging out on the weekend, doing all of these different things. I think what happens so often, I think with this Quinn Ewers, Arch Manning situation is everything gets painted to where folks don't want them to enjoy.
Right, exactly. Well, that's people just trying to create a wedge. That's what the media does. They try and drive that wedge in to find something to write about. And hell, man, most of the time there's never any drama, and we just create it. But yeah, this comment right here by Daryl G. I usually do forget about Owens because it's hard for me to even get past Arch. You know what I mean? Like, hell, and that's just it. When Arch is ready to turn it over, look at who he's handing it to with Trey. So it's like keep it coming. Just keep reloading. Just keep the succession plan coming, man. That's it, bud.
Yeah.
You're gonna have that's called good problems.
It really is. It really is. And that is a great conversation. That's probably about 29 minutes worth of audio. If you're a podcast person, you can find it on YouTube. I know you can find it on YouTube, but you go in and you listen to that right there. And what I enjoy about the conversations like that, which RG3's become a damn good journalist. I got to say, he does his
He's a little wild. He's a little wild, but yeah.
But that's where you have a guy that's done that, and he's talking to a dude that is on the cusp of doing something really special, and those poignant conversations, like we talk about coaching, been there, done that. Robert Griffin Jr. or Robert Griffin III is asking questions that having been through that. And Quinn Ewers, again, where you talk about personal development, to sit there and listen to him have this conversation, and his answers are so on point and so in depth. That's where it's like, okay, this is the big picture of Quinn Ewers, how he has developed himself, and more than just on field.
No, I'm with you, my dude. It's development of an entire coming of life instead of just being a quarterback. No, good pull, man. Good pull. You know what else is a good pull? Audiovisual consultations. If you can pull them into your house and get a good setup of your dreams, do so. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. For the past 35 years, been setting the standard in audiovisual automation in the Austin, Central Texas area. Give them a call right now. 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Hey, if you don't have an idea of what you want in your house, you can go to that gallery of projects that they have on their website, right? avconsultations.com. You go there, you look at what you want, get an idea. Oh, you don't have one? Yeah. That's why you go to that website, man. It will actually put one in there. Also, ask them about a golf simulator or maybe even a baseball simulator. It's all deadly. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Hey, Wags, Coda Text Line has the answer for us. And again, if you're on the app, 222-9328. October 8th, 1995. This is the rat thing. So this was before a game against Calgary at the old Miami Arena. Former Panthers captain Scott Mellenby, is that right? Am I saying that right? Mellenby. A rat shows up in the locker room there for Florida. So Mellenby jumped up, grabbed a stick, and smacked the pesky rodent against the wall. Later that night, Mellenby scored 2 goals, leading Panthers goalie John Vian-Brusik to quip he scored a rat trick.
Nice.
Boom. So there it
Love
is.
it.
Right
Love
there.
it. Yeah, that's good lore there. Good lore for you.
Yeah,
there's a lot of good hockey lore out there. Hey, anybody watch any Major League Baseball last night? Oh my God. By the way, I told you, like, now's the time to get the Orioles. Orioles dropped 1 to the Guardians last night. The Orioles are reeling. They're probably gonna drop a few until Burnsy can get back on the mound and put a stop to this thing. But man, it's a little daunting right now for the O's.
And it's not a time for that to happen. I mean, because in the AL East, I mean that's where we talk about.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's never really a time for that to happen in the AL East. Usually, got to keep it going. The AL East and the NL East, man. It's also I can't, you can't dismiss the Dodgers. So Dodgers probably, arguably one of the best team in the damn all of baseball, not just the National League there.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see with the AL East because Toronto, Toronto's always lurking. Toronto's always hanging around. It's kind of like Seattle.
So is Boston. So is Boston.
Yeah, well, and now Boston's right there. I mean, Boston's right there. But with Martinez, Martinez makes his debut. I think it was on Friday or Saturday, and then Pop 80-game suspension for PEDs, and that was the number one prospect for Toronto. So they're back to the drawing board with what they're going to do right there. But yeah, the AL East, Boston's sneaking up right there. This is going to be one hell of a ride right here, man. You better buckle up. There's not really a time for anybody to go into a slump unless you're in the AL West, because you seem to always have a chance right there. But yeah, I see what happens. The Orioles, Astros got him, man. Astros are going to send them into a little bit of a swirl, my man.
They're swirling. They're spiraling, my dude. That's for sure. Who throws the octopus on? Red Wings, Detroit. That's a good. You know what? We should have some good hockey trivia, or hell, it doesn't have to be just secluded or exclusive to NHL. We can have all sports trivia. Got a little wheel. I can do this app where we get a little wheel. Instead of talking about ideas during the show, I'll talk to you off the show. Hey, you know what I saw last night? What's one of your favorite plays that you see in baseball?
Oh yeah, the Phillies execute.
No, but yeah, it was a triple play. But is a triple play one of your favorite plays?
I just like
or is it a home run? Like, I feel like a home run is.
I like a really nicely done double play. I like a badass double play.
A smooth double play.
Yeah. And I think a lot of that for me is because when I would broadcast baseball, calling those are so great. Shot in the
I like
gap,
a double play. I like a throw him out. I like a strikeout, throw him out double play.
Yeah.
I love where a runner tries to throw on the pitcher and catcher, on the third strike or whatnot, and it's a called strike and punches him out, and then the catcher fires a seed down to second base to end the inning. One, you shouldn't be running. You shouldn't be running on maybe it was a hit and run and they just missed the damn hit or whatnot. But anyways, usually that's some of my favorite plays. One being a catcher. Having a catcher like Atley Rutschman with just a laser beam of a damn arm, man, you really appreciate those types of plays too, man. Good, solid defensive plays. I like seeing home runs, but I just feel like a good smash 450 shot, that's a fantastic, that's a marvel to watch, man. But usually it's a defensive play for me, my dude.
Yeah, me too. I mean, home runs are great. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you what's also really cool is a home run that doesn't happen. A great play on the fence, a great play on the warning track. Somebody up, those are really cool to see. But yeah, the 1-3-5 last night is a little rare that you see, and
very rare. I can't even remember the last time that this happened.
Yeah, I hadn't seen a one.
And if you guys don't know what we're talking about, we have a little bit of the video clip right here. Let's go ahead and play this for you.
Okay.
Yeah, this was one hell of a play right here. We're going to share this for you. All right, so you got Nola on the mound here throwing the Veerling, okay? You got runners on first and third. There is nobody out. The count is 0-1, and here's the play that is about to unfold. But yeah, you got Wheeler, you got Nola. They're just fantastic, man. You want to talk about representation of the NL? Right here's a club right here, especially with the Braves not having the offensive powerhouse that they used to have with Acuna Jr. there, him being hurt. There's a damn good chance that the Phillies represent the National League, my guy.
Yeah. And along the lines of the NL, Clayton Kershaw is going to be shut down for 10 days. So we got a little bit, little twinging apparently with the shoulder as he's coming back from. So that's 10 days without Clayton Kershaw. So what's that? A couple of starts. I'll tell you another play that's really cool, and I've actually seen this a couple of times in the recent past. The hidden ball trick, where you got
people still doing that. People falling for that.
Yeah, I saw it a couple of times in college baseball. There was one, I forget.
Oh
yeah. God dang it, man! We need to find that.
This year was that not? That was this year, was it not?
Yeah. There was one in the regional. Somebody did it in the regional. Hell, it may have been A&M that did it in the regional, and it was like, damn, dude, you got punked. I mean, yeah, I saw it at least 2 times right here in the last, I think, month and a half with the hidden ball trick. Now that's old school right there. I mean, that's playground, sandlot kind of stuff right there. When you go to the hidden ball trick, man, that's like
I don't even know who was on third, but yeah, he was just absolutely lost. Like he didn't even did he think the ball got dribbled back to the pitcher?
That's
I mean, what the hell? Like he didn't even think to go back and tag. I mean, that is just little league absent-mindedness right there. That's not even little league. That's minor. That's t-ball. Like, oh, just gonna run, get my snow cone. Oh my god.
Yeah,
no, dude.
That's a guy that plays for the Detroit Tigers.
That's a guy that plays for the Detroit Tigers.
It's 4-0 at the time anyway. He's like, man, it doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter what happens.
I don't have it pulled up, but yeah, that's the guy that plays for the Detroit Tigers.
It's like, I love the historic franchises, but man, when they get into ruts like that, it's like it's just a Tiger, man.
Quote of the day. What else is on the agenda before we get out of here?
The only other thing that I had was so we briefly mentioned it yesterday with the new Longhorn Network going streaming.
Oh, yeah, free streaming.
Yeah. So upon further review, Learfield is a part of that, which obviously Learfield is a part of most college, a lot of college broadcasts and so forth, but also Endeavor Streaming. So Endeavor Streaming has some ties over to UFC, the WNBA, Blast TV, among others. So very deeply rooted in the streaming business right here. So I think that, I mean, I don't know who's going to program this. I don't know what the intent of the content's going to be. I don't know if this stays to what the TV version was with ESPN, but I think in the sense, and I saw a lot of folks talking about, well, here's Texas still trying to assert themselves. No, everybody has a streaming platform at this point. So this is very different from what was there before. This is like anything else. I mean, this is a Texas streaming platform, for crying out loud. So, but I like this. I think this is good to still have this option. It's going to be easy to access, and most importantly, it's going to be free as far as I can tell. So I think just the sense that it lives on is going to be good.
It's a win-win. More content's always a good thing, is it not? Well, I mean, if it's good content.
Well, that's a whole thing. I mean, I hope we get out of some of the stuff on LHN was like, all right. I mean, the national championship game, all of that's great.
I loved watching I loved watching the old classic games. Like, I mean, hell, that's, when nothing else is on, I know some people that like to put baseball on or like to fall asleep to the, ambient sounds of golf. Hell, I'll put a damn, an old highlight on or an old championship game one and watch that. That's or this is my favorite run right here. Oh, I remember that. Oh yeah, that's right. He goes off for like 150 yards. You know what I mean? Like again, like it's not something that I would throw on, but when it's on my TV, it's just tough for me to turn off.
Yeah. And I would assume, that's going to be the spot where you get the, Coach Sark, Coach Terry, Coach Schloss coaching shows. Oh, Coach Schloss,
right?
Putting the cart before the horse, right there.
Right. But yeah. Well, I mean, no, I'm with it. I'm, speaking into existence. Let's get it happen. Let's make it happen.
So that's what I'm saying. That's where
a lot of people don't think it's going to happen, but I don't know. I don't know.
And I think
I'm curious to see when we're going to get that announcement, or when we're going to get.
I saw Gabe had mentioned on Bucky and BK that, I mean, you've got that big party coming up on Sunday for the into the SEC that's happening over.
Yeah, the welcoming party.
Yeah. So with that going on,
who said this? Who brought this up?
That was Gabe. That was Gabe.
That's really good insight right there.
That's good insight. I hadn't even thought about that, to be honest with you. So, I mean, you would think that Del Conte would maybe want to have that in place if conversations have been had.
Sure fact. Because I heard BK, talking about the back end of it, where he just have to answer nothing but questions the entire night. About hey, who's going to be your skipper? That's something you probably want to have figured out, or again, you maybe 3 or 4 drinks into it is what you're going to need just as a prerequisite, CDC, just to get through, all those damn lingering questions. Yeah, man.
We've seen him do that. We've seen him do that.
Tie one off, my dude. Tie one off. Hey, what do we got for tomorrow? We got athlete of the week. Any candidates?
I saw one in the chat a little bit earlier. I'll have to go back and look at it when we're done. I saw that right there. And I know yesterday we were talking about, there it is, Sidney Thomas.
Non-negotiable, Jake says. I don't even know who this is. Sidney Thomas.
Sidney Thomas.
Don't look her up now, Rodney.
No, I'm not. I'm just writing it down because I'll forget. Because I'll think Sydney Sweeney, and that's a whole different thing. So
yeah, I didn't know who Sydney Sweeney was until about a couple. Like I had seen her. Like I had seen her before. But I didn't know the impact of Sydney Sweeney until you guys introduced her name and onto the show, or made her name relevant. I mean, I knew the face, I just didn't know the name. But yeah, she's kind of blowing up, man. She was in that rom-com with Glenn Powell.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Anywhere but here, or something like that. Anywhere but here.
Yeah.
I don't know, we had that on. My wife has become a big Glenn Powell fan. So
nice. I see some calls out for the ESPN Classic. Man, I would love to have that back. I would always
ESPN
like
Classic was fantastic, dude. It's fantastic, man.
Oh, man. Every year around Indianapolis, they would show old Indy 500s, and I would just sit there and just watch them. I mean, just nonstop, because it was like from 8 to 10 and just running them, because that's hundreds of years of content, or 100 and some odd years of content. And man, those are
they would show Marino back in the day at Pitt. Leading the Panthers, slinging the rock there. Of course, Flutie's sensational, iconic throw. Who else? Hell, I remember Jimmy Johnson's Miami Hurricanes. Oh my God, Bobby Ross, Maryland, with Frank Reich. How many times have I seen Maryland go back and beat Miami, and then also hell, dude, you didn't get on the NFL Network and see Frank Reich. It was almost like they'd line it up in sync, right? You'd have Frank Reich beat Miami with Maryland in the 80s Classic, and then all of a sudden, you flip it on the NFL Network, and then you got Frank Reich taking Buffalo to beat the damn Oilers, man.
Oh God,
craziness.
That one,
classics, yeah, exactly. Like those aren't games that I'm going to put on, but if I stumble across them on my TV, it's very hard for me to turn them off.
It's one of those games for me, because the Oilers were always my backup team, kind of my second team, and it was like that damn game is on Wags, and I can't not watch it. I cannot keep going. It's like I stop and I watch it again. It's like when you're watching a train wreck that is going to happen, and you're sitting there waiting. But some of these shows, Stump the Schwab, Cheap Seats. I remember Cold Pizza. That's back when they had good sports shows, not these guys over here yelling at each other all the time and arguing.
The guys yelling are still entertaining. What's up, Jeff? What's going on, brother?
I just that slipped my mind when he passed. But dude, Howie Schwab was a massive part of like me in high school, because I would sit there and play Stump the Schwab on the TV, and I always had my friends like, dude, you should go on the show. I'm like, man, I know a little bit, but I don't know nearly enough. Stump the Schwab 2-minute drill. Remember Kenny Mayne hosted 2-minute drill? That was kind of similar. Man, dude, ESPN Classic was awesome.
It used to be really good. It used to be really good content.
I do wish they would bring it back. Hey, Wags, I got something to show you.
What's up?
So I did card of the day yesterday. I figured this would
what'd you rip open?
Preview. Well, I was kind of in and out of collecting at the time, but in 1997, Fleer and Skybox, they did their Metal Universe series, and they did one where it was called Marvel Metal, where it's NFL characters in Marvel superheroes. So like this one I've got is John Elway and Captain America.
Oh, that's legit.
So I was saying yesterday, I'm thinking about putting that set together, because I think it's like Bruce Smith and the Hulk. I know it's Barry Sanders and Wolverine was one of the cards, Jerry Rice and Spider-Man. So I'm thinking about.
Oh, yeah, because he catches everything. Damn, that's pretty. What year was that? 94?
97.
97.
That's I couldn't afford Metal Universe back then.
Right. That's a pretty cool collection to roll off. I wonder, they got to have Emmitt Smith in there, right?
No, actually, there are no Cowboys in that set, believe it or not.
Huh.
Yeah.
How could that be?
Maybe they were just too good. They had
trademarked. They were trademarked. Jerry said no.
I'm going to blame it on Jerry. But hey, card of the day today, since we're talking Texas baseball, I actually got this in the mail yesterday. Cody Clemens,
there you go.
First Bowman refractor auto. So there that is. So nice little Cody.
Or Jordan, what's up? I was getting ready to call you Jay Guns.
It took a little while to set it up here in Colorado, but figured something out, and we're rolling.
Mile High Club already?
Sure.
Does Jordan know who John Elway is?
Yeah,
bro, come on, y'all act like I've never played like Madden. Or like I've never like whenever there's playoff games in the NFL or in the NFL, I'm just like walking up during commercial break or whatever.
He's like, yeah, that dude that owned that arena football team. That's who John Elway is.
Man,
the Broncos general manager or whatever he is.
Look, we need to start a petition. I don't know who needs to start it, but we need to bring back ESPN Classic the way it used to be.
That's what I think we just need the chat. Chat
Yeah.
just needs to raise some
Like,
steam.
you know, as a Paramount employee, I don't know if you remember the show, Wags. It was kind of early 2000s. It was called 3 South on MTV. It was a Brian Posehn animated show. It only ran for like 2 seasons, but I thought it was hilarious.
What's it called?
3 South. It was about college. It was about college kids. It was a Brian Posehn animated show. I thought it was hilarious. And I was like, man, if I could ever start a petition to have MTV bring back 3 South, or just get me like
liquid television, MTV.
Yeah,
Liquid television.
I would love it. Well, now as a Paramount employee, because Paramount is the parent company of not only 24/7 Sports and CBS, but also MTV, I'm as close to making that happen as I'll probably ever be. So
yeah, get it done, dude. Just
I need to get
find
that
an
done.
editor, or hell, you are an editor. Go ahead, make it happen.
We need more 3 South.
Bring back remote control. I want some remote control.
That was
my
the
jam
joint right there. That was a really good. That was a good game. And Adam Sandler got started on that show.
What was the Jenny McCarthy dating show?
Singled Out.
Singled Out. Yeah,
Singled
yeah.
Out.
Thank you.
Singled Out. Yeah. I met Carmen Electra through Singled Out as well. So
Yeah.
Well, I didn't meet her. I mean,
I was like, is this story time?
I didn't. It wasn't just me. I mean, we were all met her. All right, guys, I got to get out of here, man. You guys have a great Tuesday, dude. Y'all be good.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it, Double R. It's only down. It's Jeff. It's Jordan. Yeah, Fozzie Wazzie. 2 Days was a good show, Jordan. That was you were that was before you were in kindergarten when that happened. Have you ever gone back and watched any of 2 Days when MTV was running that thing?
I've never heard of 2 Days.
So basically, it was
there we go.
like,
Rex hit it on the head.
It was kind of like I guess Hard Knocks, but it was about Hoover High School in Alabama when Rush Probst, the controversial Rush Probst, was the head coach at Hoover. It basically was kind of like a Hard Knocks version of high school football. So yeah, it's good. If you can find, I don't know, man. I don't know if you got to, fire up your Paramount Plus login or.
Man, I've never even tried my 24/7 login with Paramount Plus. Like, I seriously don't know what the last series I sat down and watched was, but it was either on Netflix or Prime or something like that.
I do. There are a few things on Paramount Plus that I dig, and plus in my office, because I'm streaming now, I run it on Sunday.
Man,
NFL games.
Hold it. We gotta chill. I know who Chris Berman is. Like, come on, and I know who Archie Griffin is too. Like,
okay,
come on now, relax.
Fozzie says he can't. Fozzie Wise says he can't find two a days anywhere. So I'm guessing. Thank you for saving me time, Fozzie, because I would have gone down a YouTube rabbit hole or had Jordan like digging through the Paramount Plus archive. So I guess Jordan, if you can,
done that.
if you can find it, man, I think it's worth. If you got some downtime, because I know we got the dead period in recruiting right now. So and you're on vacation, so if you got some downtime, you may try to see if you can find that. But anyway, let's get to it. So if you haven't already, I strongly encourage you to get over to Horns 24/7. Not much on the baseball coaching front this morning. Still expecting it to be done fairly quickly, probably by the end of the week, unless something unforeseen happens. Jordan, I don't know if I was Vegas oddsing this thing, I'd probably go Jim Schlossnagle, maybe as the heavy favorite at this point.
Really,
man. There's just. And I'm not saying that anything is imminent or that I've heard anything's done. I haven't.
Yeah.
But from the people I've talked to, man, there's way too much smoke. Unless there's some kind of smoke screens and it's going to go to Eric Bakich or I don't know, maybe Tony Vitello never got around to actually signing that extension at Tennessee. I would say Schloss is the favorite right now. I had a couple people tell me that they believe, take it for what it's worth, they believe that there's a deal in place that's been done for a while, but it's very, you know how CDC does these things, man. It's very, very hush hush. We'll find out about 24 hours before things become official. That's just even down to like the Rodney Terry extension. That happened the next day, and like it was I mean, I want to say we were still at the T-Mobile Center. I don't think Chip and I had left the arena yet after the Miami loss when Chip reported that the extension was going to happen. So when CDC gets ready to make a move, go ahead and put this up, Jordan. The Vic Schaefer hire is a perfect example, right? Karen Aston's contract expired, and you can argue whether she was left in limbo or not, but I remember my wife and I were kind of in your neck of the woods, Jordan, but not really. We're on 71 headed toward Marble Falls. We're going to the strawberry farm on a Sunday, like late morning, and I get notifications on my phone. This is during the pandemic, so we were just trying to find something to do. We're like, oh, let's take our daughter to the strawberry farm. We stop for gas, and my phone starts blowing up, and it's like, I was like, I'm in a fever dream. Like Vic Schaefer's the new women's basketball coach, and like it's official and started blowing up. So yeah, that's how CDC does these things. So
yeah, man. The reason I reacted like I did whenever you said Schloss, whatever, is the favorite. That's genuinely just effing crazy. Like even if he doesn't become a coach, the fact that like his name is in this, because like he only took A&M the furthest they've ever been in what 2-3 seasons. Right?
This is the furthest A&M's ever been. Oh,
no.
Yeah, this is year 3 for him. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, it's just like, damn, man. The fact that he still hasn't come out and just said like, hey, I am not taking that job, but like I was out with my dad and stepmom last night. We were watching the game, pulling for the Vols, of course, and like my dad and I just kept riffing like, oh yeah, and then Texas is about to steal their coach. My stepmom would be like, really? And be like, no, not really, but maybe.
Man,
so it's like it'd be crazy if it happens.
I just wanted to see. I got what I wanted last night. I figured we would see a really good baseball game, and that was a hell of a baseball game. Very good way to end the college season. And I know everybody likes to have fun at the expense of A&M, and I'm not gonna lie, I had more fun. It's weird, Jordan. So Texas is gonna be in the SEC at this time next week, and it's been 12 years since Texas and Texas A&M have gone head to head as conference foes. Man, the amount of vitriol that LSU fans and resentment that LSU fans have built up towards A&M in the last 12 years, I find to be pretty remarkable, actually. I sent you guys that message in the group text last night of an LSU fan that put out new celebration cups, and the gist of the cup went further than LSU baseball in 2024 is what A&M was going to celebrate. But I was having more fun looking at stuff like that. And then I had to watch Tony Vitello celebrate a national title and, start jumping in the crowd and doing Tony V type stuff. And I'm like, okay, let's just get this wrapped up so we can figure out who the new head coach is at Texas.
Yeah.
But there's I'll say this, CB, I want to get back to something you said a little bit ago. The incident Kirk Bowles reported in his new job between Pierce and a pitcher. By the way, shout out to Kirk. I texted him over the weekend congratulating him on his Kirk. I consider Kirk a friend. Everybody's got their opinions of Kirk, but I consider Kirk a friend. Congratulated him on his 51 years at the Statesman, and now he's working with the Houston Chronicle. It's really good for him. Glad he's going to still be around.
Wait, so that's official? He's with the Chronicle now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Man, okay. Sorry. I gotta say, like, congrats again to Kirk, but like, did you see the Chronicle canned like 12, like every single high school sports reporter they had?
Did they really?
Yes, they fired every single one of them, and they did not give them a notice. All of them posted, "Hey, I found out this morning I no longer have a job."
Man,
and I saw like at least 8 of them because I follow all of them. They have great stuff, and outside of the Houston Chronicle and I guess Vipe, but Vipe in specific parts of Houston, Houston high school sports coverage blows. Like compared to Dallas, it's horrible. Man. So the Houston Chronicle doing that does not make me feel good at all about like the high school media and the high school football media in the city of Houston.
Yeah, it's the morning news, Jordan. I mean, this was long before I was getting access to the morning news. Like if I got a copy of the Dallas Morning News, it was like Christmas. Like it's a rare occasion I would get one. The morning news has always had probably the best preps reporting / newspaper section in the country. And it's almost like as other I'm going to kind of little media talk, so bear with me for a second, everybody. It's almost like at a time where newspapers have pretty much tried to do away with preps because if you're trying to trim the fat, it's pretty much like the first department that can go. It's almost like the morning news just keeps getting stronger, and they just keep cycling really good reporters through there to cover preps. So
the morning news is awesome because not every single school in DFW uses max preps and fills it out. But I mean, if you're an offensive prospect, like we can go get your stats on Dallas Morning News.
Yeah.
And it's awesome too because they make like all of their content premium and behind a paywall. Me and like 5 guys at 24/7 have the same login because there's a high school coach we're all cool with that pays for it. And he gave us the login. So we get it for free and it's awesome.
So that's like that for you. That's the equivalent of having a transfer portal login, the old transfer portal credentials from somebody.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah,
I don't have that yet though.
Portal access, but no. So anyway, CB. So about the incident specifically, I am aware of that incident.
This is what he's talking about on the screen.
Something did happen. All I will say, out of respect for all parties, that it happened during the Big 12 tournament, and that's about as much as I want to say at this point.
Yeah, you obviously passed on to me what happened, so I guess I can now I'm playing. But you did tell me what happened. And things like that almost always end up breaking eventually one way or another. So like y'all eventually find out, but hate to kind of hold it over y'all like that. But someone eventually is going to report that. I just like that's how those things work. So
it's just not going to be me that does it.
Yeah.
So, but I think that goes to when you look at why David Pierce is no longer the head coach of Texas. If this was just about wins and losses, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. But it's about, there's been a lot of conversations I know by the powers that be. When I talk, that's not just CDC or Jay Hartzell, Kevin Eltife. That's people that give money to the program that are trying to put together money for NIL for baseball. I think David Pierce, and I look again in the interest of full disclosure, I like David personally, never really had a problem with him. But I know he did rub some people the wrong way. He could be abrasive, but I'm not going to lump David in with the Tom Herman in the Tom Herman category of just being defiant to the point of, full on insubordination. I've never heard that extent about David Pierce. I just think David's just a little old school. You look at kind of how he was as a player and talking to some people that, watched him play at U of H and knew him from there. I mean, he was a undersized baseball player at Houston who got by on grit. And I think that's the way he coached. He got a little bit of the red ass.
And sorry to interrupt, Jeff, but I'm not going to come up here and act like I know exactly how David Pierce does things. But like, man, if I hear the word old school in 2024, I know it's not going to work. It's not going to work. These kids are getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars and can just go and leave your school twice a year seamlessly. Like you can't be a hard ass anymore. That's why Tom Herman is coaching at FAU. You know what I mean? That's why these other hard ass coaches are going out of style. And that sounds like not that that's what did it for David Pierce, but that expedited the process of getting him out of Austin.
But I think for David, even the staff changes that he did have, I feel like there was always a buffer, right? Like and honestly, man, like the hard coaching, like you look at some guys, Zach Zuby is one of those guys that could take really hard coaching. Dylan Campbell could take hard coaching. You look at the pitchers, man, Bryce Elder was one of those guys that could take hard coaching. I'm trying to think, Ty Madden, hell, even a guy like Tanner Witt, like some of those guys could take hard coaching. I can tell you right now, there were some guys that couldn't, and they were good players. They just clashed with David Pierce. It just ended up being personality conflicts. So, I mean, that's going to happen. Look, you can go in that A&M clubhouse this morning and you're going to find you a couple of people that aren't 100% happy with Schloss. Just like you can go in that Tennessee, there's going to be Tennessee guys that hit the portal, and maybe some of those guys might not be happy with Tony Vitello and the way they're doing things. But, at the end, it's never going to be 100%, but I just felt like it got to a point where I think a lot of that stuff was it was past the point of where you could just kind of smooth it over and think about getting it fixed to where I used the term a couple of weeks ago, Jordan, maybe the message just got stale. And I think at this point, it just felt like, man, I think maybe everybody just needs a fresh start here. Players, the program, the donors, David Pierce and his wife, his family. I think everybody just needs to rip the Band-Aid off and start anew elsewhere.
Yeah, and I don't think that's a bad thing at all. I mean, look at every major sport, or at least the sports that make money at the University of Texas.
Yeah.
All of them have coaches that they're not going to be brand new going into the SEC, but they're going to be new. I would say Sark is still new enough, even though this will be year 4. But like Schaefer, whoever the new baseball coach is, RT, Sark, all those guys are new within the last 5 years, and they're not going to the SEC. So, I mean, I think they made the right move. Also, like, regardless if it would have worked out, Texas fans would have lost their damn minds if they announced they're bringing back DP. So,
well, I think this too. I think this sets up really nice for David professionally and Bradley personally. He had 2 years left on his contract, so he's going to get some money to sit out the rest of this year in 2025. And probably, if Houston does move on from Todd Whiting as the baseball coaches, I thought they were going to do that this year, but they just changed pitching coaches. And surprisingly enough, Woody Williams is now the pitching coach at U of H. I think it's David's alma mater. They would need a fresh start. He can recruit there. He's a Houston guy. CB mentioned it. Gary Kubiak is his brother-in-law. So he's got a lot of ties to Houston. And plus, one other thing, Jordan, I'm a Willie Fritz stan, right? I make no ifs, ands, or buts about this. David Pierce and Willie Fritz are really tight from their time together at Tulane. So, as a matter of fact, when David and I chopped it up last summer at coaching school, I had to wait because he and Willie Fritz were catching up. So those two guys very close. So if U of H moves on from Todd Whiting after next year and David doesn't, if he's a free agent, that makes too much sense for David Pierce to go back to U of H.
Well, first of all, welcome back, Coach 420. Happy to have you back. But with Houston and Fritz, first of all, I got to say he's doing an amazing job recruiting so far.
Yeah.
Like they've picked up some really, really, really good pickups in 2025. And I mean, they have Keyshawn Henderson committed in 2026, who's a top 20 prospect in the country. So damn good job. And also they got Kevin Roberts, Port Arthur Memorial 2026, who I found at a 7-on-7 tournament and actually sent to the Houston staff. I can't take full credit because they already knew about him, but I will say I gave them a reminder to go check him out.
By the way, I also love Fritz in the athletic department at Houston for just giving the middle finger to the Adams family in the NFL. Like, yeah, we're gonna wear our Oilers color throwbacks.
Oh yeah,
go piss up a row.
Yeah. But with one other thing we haven't talked about yet, this either happened like yesterday or the day before, maybe the day before that. Did you see Houston just fired their AD?
Saw that.
So that the David Pierce to UH thing might have some legs depending on who that AD hire ends up being.
Yeah.
But I mean, hey, there is something to think about.
That was a fundraising deal or lack thereof.
I honestly have no idea what the actual reason was. I just know they sent out like a press release to all their media, and that's how they found out. And it was at like 4:00 just on a random day. It was something weird. But I will say one thing we haven't talked about with Schloss. What was the name of the AD that Bjork was who hired him?
Mm-hmm.
Bjork is no longer at A&M. Trev Alberts is.
Right.
So, different ADs. Maybe Schloss doesn't feel as tied to the university. I don't know. I was telling my dad, though, like if Texas is actually hiring Schloss, he has to go from Omaha to Austin because, like, it's going to get out. And they're going to pitchfork his house if that happens. And TP it and probably burn it down. It's not hard to find out where someone lives.
Would this be like if this were Christmas time, Schloss would have the Jimbo Christmas tree out by the curb without ever going back to the house. You remember that when Tallahassee, when somebody just took a picture of Jimbo's house and it was just a Christmas tree sitting out on the curb?
Yeah. Man,
Yeah.
I can't believe that Ohio State went out and hired Bjork. Because it's like he's only the dumbass that gave Jimbo the dumbest contract of all time. They've never had success in basketball in my lifetime. The only relevant A&M basketball player that did stuff in the league that I can even think of is DeAndre Jordan. And their baseball team was meh before they hired Schloss 3 years ago. That was the one that hire Bjork had. So I don't get what about him that Ohio State saw and was like, yeah, this guy.
I didn't think he was that great an AD at Ole Miss, because he was the AD at Ole Miss when, you know, you had the couple years under Matt Luke and, you know, just the cluster that was Ole Miss football for a few years coming out.
Hey guys, sorry, I will say I completely forgot Caruso even existed, but I also forgot he went to A&M.
I'm Jake Bayless. Ross Bjork to me has done a magnificent job of failing upwards.
Yeah, he had a son that would blow me up about getting him ranked. They went to A&M Consolidated. I'm about to figure out what school he went to or where he ended up at.
You talk about a guy that
Tarleton State is where Ross Bjork's son will be playing football this fall.
That's an FCS school. It's not bad. It's in the A&M system too, by the way. Tarleton is.
I wonder if he still has a spot with his dad.
I don't know. But Aggies, the Aggie fan base, the Aggie faithful, dude, they were ready to run Ross Bjork out of town for the whole Mark Stoops debacle. You know,
I mean, he deserved it. Like, again, I can't believe Ohio State was like, yeah, let's hire this guy. Like, Trev Alberts, I think, actually did a really good job in Nebraska. Like, if there's no Trev Alberts, Matt Rule is not coaching at Nebraska. And I know a lot about that because I listened to the Bussin' with the Boys thing.
Mm-hmm.
And Will Compton would have, like, Alberts and Rule on there, I think, twice each. And, like, they kind of went in depth on how that came about.
Yeah.
But I think he did a great job at Nebraska. And I know y'all are probably tired about us talking about A&M, but Trev Alberts is 1,000% an upgrade from Ross Bjork, and it's not close. So
that bar is pretty low though.
Oh yeah.
And Jeff, I guess that's it. You know, Ross Bjork as a fundraiser, but which I guess is going to be that takes precedence over a lot of stuff. But man, I don't know, man. I don't know what Ohio State was thinking, but you know, it is what it is. But Jordan, you ready to talk some recruiting? Because we didn't get to talk any recruiting.
Yeah, I want to run through some comments first, then we'll get into recruiting. Okay, if I remember correctly, didn't this come from Eminem, right? And kind of, I forgot what the exact origin is, but isn't this Eminem from the rapper or something? Didn't it come about some way that way? I might be wrong here. Also, Coach 420, I can't even imagine. You couldn't pay me to do this. I hope those parents
Eminem had a song, Stan, on the Marshall Mathers LP back in the day.
Okay, so I knew I was on to something there.
Yeah, Devin Sawa, who was the quarterback in Little Giants, was in the video.
Yeah, I forgot AC Law was that too. But yeah, we can get into recruiting. They got John Mills yesterday. That was one we definitely expected. He actually silently committed to Texas in like March or April. And we wrote the story.
Silent commitment.
Yeah, and there's actually a lot to like about him. He's a very interesting recruit and prospect in kind of today's day and age. Like, he got his Texas offer by signing up for one of their random camps. Like he didn't get invited to the elite camp. He didn't get invited to the big man camp. Okay, I see you, Jeff.
My phone's ringing and I need to find it, so just hang tight.
Yeah, you're okay. Sorry, y'all. But John Mills, he didn't get invited to any of their camps. He literally just picked one of the random ones, signed up for it, and showed up. And I'll be honest with you, the way college camps work, at least in football, each school does about 10 of them. They'll usually have one elite camp, maybe two elite camps, and then two other ones where they'll invite the kids they're looking at. The rest of those camps are just like you're paying for a T-shirt and for a donation, and the coach are like, "Oh, good job." Like, they're not evaluating or doing anything. So he signed up for kind of one of those donation free T-shirt type camps. And Kyle Flood and the staff were like, yo, who the is that? Because he's 6'6" and 300 plus. And I wouldn't say he moves as well as some of the other 300-plus pounders that Kyle Flood and this Texas staff have landed, but he is athletic. And he's also a baseball player. So I really like that. Bay Area bomber is kind of what I've called him behind the scenes. But a great commitment. And it's funny, the kind of cold call approach he took to Texas by just showing up and getting an offer. He got like 6 of his other offers that way. Like he showed up to Michigan unannounced at one of their camps, just signed up, and they offered him, and they didn't know who he was when he showed up. So you almost never hear about stuff like that anymore. I believe our story for him says over Washington. That story was written like back in May, whenever I crystal balled him, because back then it was Texas versus Washington. He took some OVs. Florida kind of got in the mix. And I think it ended up being like Texas over Florida and Washington. I saw in the Hayes Fawcett tweet, it also said Michigan. I don't – with the Hayes Fawcett tweets, whenever it says the kid picked school A over school B, C, and D, he gets that from the kid because he asks them that. Like John Mills in May was like, yeah, I'm not going to Michigan. So I don't think he really chose Texas over them, but still, it's a good ad. And as long as Kyle Flood likes him, I like him. And yes, he is a 3-star, but that's fine. Like 3 stars can be great players too. They can make the NFL too and get drafted. So I like him. I think he's a great ad. I really like the Texas offensive line class right now. I think the Coleman brothers are great. I love Jackson Christian. I like John Mills a lot too. So I really like the early line class. Now it's all about, big game hunting with Michael Fasusi, guys like Lamont Rogers, Nick Brooks. Those are kind of the only 3 names left that they're talking to. And of the 3, I think Fasusi probably has the best chances. If they were to miss on Fasusi, then I'd probably be putting in a Lamont Rogers crystal ball or a Nick Brooks crystal ball pretty soon thereafter, but I don't really see them missing on Mr. Fasusi. So, I really like the ad for John Mills, and it's cool whenever you get a silent commitment, not one that's given on the OV and then comes to fruition a week later, but one that was given on an unofficial in the spring, and he stuck to it even though he took like 6 official visits. So,
real quick,
really like that and expect him to be solid. Sorry, Jeff.
Sorry, no, you're fine. On Lamont Rogers, I know the Stampede yesterday, you said if you had to put in a crystal ball, it would be for Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
I take that to mean and I haven't talked to you about this. I take that to mean you're not really close on putting in a crystal ball for him.
No. And also like okay. So like half of the Mesquite Horn staff is now at North Forney. And I don't know if y'all saw that, but North Forney's kind of in the news because like, one way or another, a handful of kids from Mesquite Horn have made their way over to North Forney already. Lamont Rogers is not one of them. Like, that would have been impossible. There's no way the UIL wouldn't have suspended him for that. But I'm really tied in over there with Lamont and them, and I've always told him I wouldn't crystal ball him. Also, part of that was also because I've never really felt like he's going to end up at Texas, to be honest with you, just because of where they were at with Fasusi and the other guys. But OU was the early leader for him before kind of NIL or money or any of that got brought up. And I think if everyone had the same thing to offer, that OU would probably be the pick. His mom is very important in this decision. He lives with his mother, and he kind of has to stay in a radius. Yes, Missouri's definitely in it, but I would see him committing to Texas, Texas A&M, and Oklahoma before he did it for Missouri. Because I don't see him going far from home. His mother lives in Dallas, and she's staying in Dallas. She's not going to move with him to Norman or College Station or Austin, like what happens with some of these other families. So I like OU a lot. And like I said, I think if everyone had the same thing to offer, it would be Oklahoma. And they were the early leader, and that stands for something. It's kind of like with what I said for Fasusi last week, like coming out of that OU visit before the Texas visit, if Fasusi went and committed right then, I do think it probably would have been for OU. But like I said, Texas was the leader for him for over a year, and that's for a reason, you know. And not only were they the leader before like the money started getting talked, right? So I really think that stands for something at the end of the day. And like I said, I expected Texas to kind of balance out the momentum that OU had gained on their OV. And I think they did. Fasusi, you know, he didn't give the most riveting quotes. He's trying. I think he's trying to, hold his cards or not reveal his cards, kind of. You know what I mean? But I like Texas there. And as far as Lamont goes, not going to be putting in a crystal ball there. But I think if I had to, it would be OU. And no, I don't know. I think I feel pretty good about it, to be honest. I think he makes the most sense out of, I guess, the big three. He might have the highest chances now to end up in Norman, because I think Ty Haywood, it seems like, at least what I've been hearing, it seems like Ty Haywood's pretty much a done deal to Alabama.
Yeah, I saw that over the weekend that some crystal balls and stuff were starting to come in for Ty Haywood to Bama.
Yeah, and Bay Area Longhorn. Yeah, that is. I've never even noticed that, but damn, that's what's up. I gotta respect the Bay Area a little bit more, huh? In that district, that conference. But fun fact: Peter Longy is actually the nephew of former Texas staffer Jake Longy, by the way. And then to answer this, Marco Jones, people on the West Coast still think Michigan versus Texas. He was at USC this past weekend, but people still think it's Michigan versus Texas. I'm not really sure how to lean right now. It's a West Coast kid whose recruitment is being dominated by two schools on the other side of the country. And money's going to be very important there. So that being said, Texas already has Lance Jackson. I really don't see them getting Javion Hilson unless they flip him later on in the season. If Javion Hilson somehow ends up at Texas, I'd expect it to be a flip that happens in the fall. So that being said, Marco Jones and Smith Arugbo are kind of the two main edge targets right now. They need to get one of them because they want at least two edge rushers this class, and they already have Lance Jackson. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Marco Jones is committing July 2nd, Smith Arugbo July 1st. I know Marco Jones is going to be a 24/7 live stream, and we're trying to get that set up with Smith Arugbo, but it's not a done deal yet, like it is with Marco Jones's live stream. With Smith Arugbo, I will say one thing I thought was interesting. I spoke with someone from the OU side of things Sunday evening, and a big deal was made about how Smith Arugbo's father didn't make it on the Texas visit with him. Smith Arugbo's dad didn't make it on the OU visit with him either. And to my knowledge, I think the only OV he might have seen with his son was Texas Tech. And Smith Arugbo took 6 OVs. So
is it any reason then why? Now that makes a lot more sense now about all the tech buzz coming out of the visit.
Yeah, but I need the person I talked to thinks like that the dad is at Tech. We don't know that for sure. I need to confirm that. I have a few calls I need to make today, and that's one of them to confirm that. But
hey, by the way, real quick on Marco Jones, I mentioned this last week or week before. Whenever he visited, I don't know. There's been a lot of kids on campus.
Baseball is very important with him.
Yeah, Texas baseball staff was recruiting him. I guess is recruiting him. We'll see who at least on the support staff side is left, because you still got some people, baseball ops. Tulo is director of player development. And Chips said this, so I'm not, breaking anything. I'm not saying anything earth shattering, but Tulo, as far as I know, would like to stay. Whoever the next head coach is, he'd like to stay on.
Yeah, well, not bad news at all. No, CB, I've not said what's up to Shador. I'm actually in Minturn, Colorado, if any of y'all know where that is. It's like right down the street from Vail. So flew into the Eagle Vale Airport. It's only like 4 terminals. So that was kind of cool. But yeah, so that's kind of Marco Jones and Arugbo are going to be the main edge targets. And, that'll get wrapped up pretty soon. As far as today goes, I think Texas is getting a commit today. And it's someone who we expected to end up at Texas eventually, but not necessarily this summer. So I'm not going to say I'm not going to name names, but I will leave it at that. And already got quotes, got them yesterday, and supposed to come out sometime this evening. Tanook Hines, his top 6 has been supposed to drop for like the last week and a half, and for some reason he just hasn't wanted to. So we have a new time for that today. Hopefully that actually happens today and we don't have to keep pushing it back. But, not the most groundbreaking stuff, but if there's news someone wants me to break, I'm going to break it. So
it's a little non-disclosure right there.
Yeah. Trying to think of other guys we need to talk about. Myron Charles. I want to talk about Myron Charles. He's a top 247 D lineman out of Port Charlotte in Florida. Florida State had long been anticipated as the most likely landing spot. In fact, I believe he even had a Florida State crystal ball in for a second there. But Florida State seems like they locked in with Javion Hilson. They also got Kevin Wynn, the number 57 overall prospect. I believe the number 6 D lineman prospect or number 8 D lineman prospect, something like that, who lives 30 minutes away from Georgia, is in the University of Georgia. Florida State got this kid to commit a day after his Florida State OV ended, right? And I saw some people on our board kind of upset about it. His only time ever on campus was for his Texas OV. Texas is not going to have a great shot there. And he lives within a 30-minute radius of Athens. So I was like, yes, you might say these things, but like if you think this kid is going to take, you're out of your mind. So he committed to Florida State. I'm happy I'm not on the Florida State beat for that one because I just don't think there's any possible way that kid sticks, or there's any possible way he doesn't take visits to Georgia. That being said, when those type of commitments happen, what do they have written all over them? Money, right? Yeah. That being said, they also got Hilson to lock it in. Some folks think that's going to help Texas and Myron Charles. And based off some of the things I've heard today, this morning, talking with Hank, texting back and forth with him, like Texas is starting to look like a pretty likely destination point for Myron Charles, I think. Not a done deal yet, but like this is by no means a one-team race like we thought it would be with Florida State. So could still be Florida State. Miami is still involved, but at this point, it's looking like it's going to be Texas or Miami for Myron Charles and not Florida State. Another cat I want to talk about. We're starting to get some confidence from my dog, DJ Sanders, the best D lineman in this state, not named Lance Jackson. So, well, in the state of Texas. I'm in Colorado currently. Hank spoke with his mother, got some quotes posted from her yesterday. Going into the weekend, we talked to some folks in Michigan. And Michigan, they had hosted them on an OV the 14th through the 16th. In Michigan, it felt like the order was Texas, Michigan, A&M. Coming out of this past weekend to Texas, Hank and I think that is still the order. We weren't 100% sure. We didn't, like DJ Sanders does not do interviews, and they purposely try to keep everything in-house so no one knows what's going on. When we get that from people at Michigan, like it's like, okay, like what do y'all know about this? You know what I mean? Because he had never visited Michigan up until the OV. So once we were able to talk to our people at Texas, talk to people around the Sanders camp over these last few days coming out of the Texas official visit the Texas official visit this weekend, now we it seems like confirmed that speculation that it is Texas, Michigan, A&M. I'm not putting in a crystal ball quite yet. I think there's a chance you see it this week. But Hank and I, if you had to ask us where we think DJ Sanders is going to end up, it's Texas. So
that'd be huge. So huge.
Would be huge. Josiah Sharma, that's another guy. We reported Texas is viewed as the leader heading into the start of his official visit circuit. I was more worried about Oregon than Alabama, but that's still looking like it's going to be Texas, I think. So, if their D-line class is DJ Sanders, Myron Charles, and Josiah Sharma, that's pretty damn good because I didn't even mention Brandon Brown. At that point, if you have those three guys, I don't want to take anything away from Brandon Brown, but if he decommits, it would not bother me at all because you have those other three guys. So, I don't want people to think it's recency bias, but DJ Sanders is a better interior D-line prospect than anyone this class has signed or anyone this staff has ever signed since coming to Texas. I firmly believe that. At least he's by far the best in-state D-line prospect they've signed. And when I say D-line, I'm talking interior D-line.
Yeah.
Not edge. That's what Colin Simmons is. So
I think that's worth noting on that front, Jordan, that I'm not sure people are aware, but and we've kind of done it team coverage wise too. as an industry, we pretty much simplified some things, streamlined some things in terms of position labeling for guys. No longer have strong side and weak side defensive end. You're just an edge.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't want to take a jab at rivals, but like it is so outdated to have the strong side and weak side. Just have it be edge. And like their rating system is dumb.
We don't have inside or outside linebackers. You're just an off-ball linebacker.
Yeah.
Defensive line, same thing. So yeah, just to streamline things a little bit.
Yeah. But I like the way this D-line class is shaping up. As far as linebacker goes, a lot of people are kind of asking about Pettijohn for ammo, where that stands. I think some narratives are coming out from this past weekend that like the staff likes Ferramo more than Pettijohn, or that they've always liked him more, or whatever. I'm not putting any stock into that. As far as Riley Pettijohn goes, I do not have a lot of confidence in Texas right now. Now it's still very much a winnable recruitment for Texas. I will say that. But all the buzz right now is on Ohio State and A&M. Riley and his folks have also kind of gone 0 dark 30 on a lot of people. So, and he doesn't have like a public timeline. So I wouldn't really expect him to just commit out of the blue, but it wouldn't surprise me either. And like I said, a lot of the buzz right now is on Ohio State or Texas A&M. And there's not a ton of confidence, at least from my side or Hank and I's side, of where Texas currently stands. So that's kind of where that's at. Madden Ferramo, on the other hand, is really interesting. I know people are starting to, I don't know, maybe pick up some confidence there because Johnny Nansen and the Polynesian connections. And, he did have him come in for an unofficial visit earlier this spring, and the connections he had to him when he was at Arizona. But, like, I don't feel great about Texas there either. So linebacker is going to be really interesting. I have a crystal ball in for Pettijohn to Texas, obviously, from earlier this spring. But like I said, not feeling super confident there. That is not over, though. Like, I want to make it clear the Pettijohn thing is not over. Texas can still turn that around and win that. But it'll be interesting to see if that happens. Jonathan Cunningham is another guy I have a crystal ball in for. I feel great about that. I don't think there's any way Jonathan Cunningham doesn't end up at Texas, especially kind of with where dominoes could be falling with Pettijohn and Madden Ferramo. Like, Texas is going to lock that kid up with, I think, with how things have started to trend with Ferramo and Pettijohn. So that's kind of it with linebackers. And in the secondary, Dorian Brew is still really interesting. I know Ohio State's picking up some buzz. That was his last OV. But my source in Houston for him has long said, like, it would actually blow his mind if Dorian Brew goes and commits to Ohio State, where they have the nation's number 1 and number 2 cornerback prospects already committed, and the number 4 safety in the country. Because Dorian Brew was going to commit to Ohio State in January when he had that commitment date. He had silently committed to them, set up a live stream with 24/7. And then Ohio State gets those commitments from the number 1 and 2 corner, and the decision date is no longer. So my thing is, like, if you didn't commit to Ohio State in January, then especially when he had a lot more ties to Ohio, wasn't as, because now he's lived in Texas 6 months longer than when he was in January. It's given those schools more of an opportunity to build relationships and connections with them. So, like, my thing is, if he didn't commit to Ohio State in January, I don't see him doing it now. And neither does the source in Houston, who's been on the money for him throughout this whole thing. NIL is still very important. The source does think if everyone had equal offers that Oregon would probably have the highest chances of being the pick. But not everyone is going to have the same thing to offer, because that's not how this world works. So he's going to be really, really interesting. When I went and saw him train in May, he said he wanted to commit like before the month of June is over. The way his recruitment has gone, I highly doubt anyone will get a heads up. And also kind of the roller coaster it's been and the ebbs and flows that I expect, because NIL is so important. Like, I don't think anyone is going to have a good read on this, and he's just going to pop out of nowhere to Oregon, USC, or Texas, and that's how it's going to happen. Or at least that's kind of how I see it happening. Nathan Tillman, that's a guy I crystal balled while he was still committed to SMU over a week ago. He's now decommitted from SMU. I'd be surprised if that isn't Texas either. I think he's going to be a summer decision no matter what, but I could see that happening before the month of June is over. So yeah, I think that's kind of the best DB update. Cade Phillips is another guy I've been saying is LSU versus Texas for about a month now. He officially went on record when I spoke with him on Sunday saying it is actually LSU versus Texas, where previously it'd be like, nah, Baylor, Michigan are in there, A&M too. And I'd look at him like, but Texas versus LSU officially, I lean Texas. There is a big development in that recruitment, though, that's come since his official visit. LSU lost a commitment to Jabari Antoine.
Yeah.
I don't know if UT folks might remember Jabari Antoine. He's at Westgate in New Iberia, Louisiana, where Derek Williams Jr. came from. And Jabari Antoine's father is actually the head coach of Westgate. When Derek Williams would visit Texas, Texas wanted him so bad, they're like, yeah, bring anyone you want from your school. Jabari Antoine's dad, the head coach, would drive Derek Williams and, of course, his son Jabari and like 5 other Westgate kids from New Iberia all the way to Austin so they could camp or visit or come to games together. So Jabari visited Texas a ton early on, like a ton. He visited Texas at least 4 or 5 times before they even offered him. After they offered him, he visited probably 3 or 4 times. Texas is very firmly in the mix. It's kind of Texas, Miami, LSU. I believe that was the top 3. Corey Raymond gets fired from Florida. LSU hires Corey Raymond. I think it was 2 days later after they hired Corey Raymond, Jabari Antoine committed to LSU. So that being said, DBs are always going to be incredibly hard to get out of LSU, ones that are out of Louisiana, if they're DBs that LSU actually wants. And with Corey Raymond there calling the shots again, it makes it damn near impossible.
Yeah.
As far as what the hell happened with Jabari Antoine decommitting, I've spoken to someone in the know on that recruitment. There are new people running his recruitment. It has completely changed the way it's gone. As you'd see, if you go to his profile, Mr. Antoine did not take an official visit to LSU this summer. He saw Florida State and Miami. Who did he start playing for this spring? 7-on-7. Jeff, do you know?
I have no clue. I'll be honest.
SFE.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Press. And if you saw in the tweet from Hayes Fawcett, the schools he's considering are Miami, Florida State, and LSU. How many times have we seen kids decommit and end up back at the school they decommitted from?
Very rarely.
I will say I think the situation is a little different because it's Corey Raymond and it's an in-state Louisiana DB. LSU, their defensive back class is not in good shape right now. So I could see them going to any ends possible to make sure they get Jabari Antoine back. But for the people who are asking if that could be Texas again, I would highly doubt Jabari Antoine to end up at Texas or for them to get back in the mix there, especially because Texas is aware of the way his recruitment is being run and how it's going now. That being said, Jabari Antoine decommitting from LSU raises Cade Phillips' priority from LSU much more.
Yeah.
So I still lean Texas for Cade Phillips, but I don't feel as good about Texas and Cade Phillips as I did when I spoke with him Sunday, because now Jabari Antoine is decommitted, and that affects this puzzle as well. So on the same note, I know we talked a lot about Aiden Anding. I was the first to crystal ball him. I did it after I went out and saw him practice in May, his first football practice in spring, because he was coming right out of a track when he won state or second place at state in track. And he was great that day, raved about Texas. Everyone I spoke to on the Ruston staff liked Texas' chances. I said, F it, put in a crystal ball about a week later. And some other people joined that before his OV started. And, it was a good move. Everyone thinks Texas there. I think Texas there. I'd be surprised if it isn't Texas. And he doesn't quite have a date set, but he did say he's going to do it sometime before his birthday, which is July 1st. So I expect Aiden Anding to be committed by the end of this month. The other kid who I said we've always expected to end up at Texas, but not quite this soon. So that would be 2. And then it wouldn't shock me either if Nathan Tillman ends up committing this month either. So I still think, we're going to see most of the fireworks in July, especially the really, really big targets that push the needle for Texas fans, like Khalil Lockett, Decorian Moore, Fasusi. All of the big-time top guys all have commitment dates and ceremonies and lead-ups where everyone finds out what that is. There's no way you can have a ceremony anymore or a party or a lead up to a commitment day, and it doesn't leak out. It happens every time. It's just how it works. Our job is to find this info out, and we will find this info out.
Well, kind of the one position we haven't talked about. We haven't talked about tight end, but we'll shelve that.
Yeah,
we haven't talked about receiver. Are you feeling good about? I know you felt good about Decoria Moore the whole time, but
yeah, Decoria. I don't.
Are you feeling good about the 3? Texas getting 3? How are you feeling about that happening?
Look, they're getting Decoria Moore. That's fine with me just saying that. Everyone knows that's happening. Khalil Lockett, and I spoke with someone during the visit on Saturday. Texas felt like it was them versus Florida State. Obviously, it's Florida State, Alabama, Texas. Those are the main 3 schools right now. But it seems like Texas is more worried about Florida State.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not so sure if I feel the same way. I think I might be more worried about Alabama. At the same time, it looks like Alabama is getting Caleb Cunningham, who is the 4th 5-star receiver in 2025 out of Ackerman, Mississippi. That one's interesting. That's a Mississippi kid who I don't think is leaving the state of Mississippi for college. But he's taken like 6 OVs, and after every single OV is saying that school is his number 1. I'm serious.
Love those.
It's a hilarious riff on Twitter that Hank and I have been we've been riffing about it for like the whole summer. And it's awesome for us because we don't have to worry about like that kid. He's not getting recruited by Texas. Because those recruitments are not fun to cover. They are just straight shit shows. And very happy we don't have to cover it. But anyways, Khalil Lockett, I think I'm probably more worried about Alabama there. Keelan Russell is a really big thing for Khalil even having interest in Alabama. I guarantee if they didn't have Khalil Lockett, then he would not even have Alabama in the mix. He would not have taken an OB to Alabama. Jamie French, he's not committing to August 30th. Like I've reported for a long time, there's been so many different ebbs and flows, and that recruitment has been super fluid. I wouldn't quite say it's been a roller coaster, but I'd say it's been super fluid. People forget he was the Nick Saban Alabama commit. People forget Miami, Ohio State, I'd say Tennessee, and now Texas have all led at different points as well. So, there's something. That's something to remember every time Jamie French gets talked about, every time he gets discussed. Who is running his recruitment? SFE, just like Jabor Antoine. That being said, they know what they're doing. They know exactly what they are doing. So I think Jamie French's recruitment could be a roller coaster. I know there's a lot of crystal ball predictions in for him. I know Hank put one in this weekend. If I had to put one in, it would be for Texas because I think Texas does have the best shot there to land him come August 30th. But I think it's just so foolish because we all know the circumstances and the dynamics in this recruitment. I think it's foolish to try to call that too early. I do think Texas has the best chances of getting him at the end of the day, but this one is far from over. Like it's going to be very fluid. He's a 5-star receiver from Florida that Texas is trying to get. Do y'all remember Ryan Wingo's recruitment? How crazy that got at the end with Missouri? Like things are going to happen with French. I see his recruitment having more ebbs and flows than I do with Khalil Lockett. As far as which one I think has a better shot to end up at Texas out of Lockett and French, I've said Lockett throughout the spring. At this point, I don't know if that's still the same. I would still probably lean Lockett towards having a higher chance. He did grow up rooting for Texas when he lived across the street from Fair Park and would go in and volunteer and work and then go in and watch the game wearing a Texas uniform. That stands for something at the end of the day, or at least I think it does. So, but yeah, and I guess that's kind of it with receivers. And as tight end goes, we've hit on Nick Townsend a lot in the last 2 weeks. I still need to call some folks close to him, around him, which I'm going to try to do today. Like I said, I got to make a bunch of calls today. That's one of the first ones. But I lean Texas for Nick Townsend. That's Alabama versus Texas. Alabama led the majority of the spring, majority of the month of June. Texas knocked the OB out of the park, and I think they did a great job, and I don't see any way they miss on him. After missing on Keati Armstrong, not having great chances with Caleb Edwards, and Texas only returns 3 scholarship tight ends next year. They're going to have to portal for at least one, I think. But they're going to need a difference maker. I don't want to say anything bad about Imari Winston, but Imari Winston is not a Nick Townsend or Keati Armstrong level.
True. Yeah. And you don't, just for the record, no disrespect to Caleb Edwards, but you don't put him in that group either, right?
No. And Caleb Edwards, I've been saying this a lot, so I don't want to try to water down the saying. But at this point, I'd be genuinely shocked if Caleb Edwards ends up at Texas off the things I've heard from people on the West Coast. So I will say, though, if Texas beats out Alabama for Nick Townsend, like I said, Caleb Edwards is like the only other tight end Alabama's talking to outside of Townsend. Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't put in a crystal ball. I don't care enough about that recruitment. But I would expect Caleb Edwards to end up at Alabama if Texas ends up getting Nick Townsend.
Yeah.
So I will say that. And we can bring in the guys. I know we've gone a little over.
Yeah, I got to run, fellas. I got something to handle real quick, so I'm going to bump off. But Keenan, Joe, you guys have a good show. Jordan will be back to do it tomorrow. Everybody get over to Horns 24/7. Check out everything we've got going on over there. And, we'll be back to do it tomorrow.
Yes, sir. We'll see y'all. Have a good one.
Thank you, guys. What is up? How you doing, Joe?
Not too much.
I'm doing good, man. How are you today? I'm good. Do I sound good? Do I sound okay? My mic working? Your mic is working. I can hear you. You sound cool. You sound good. Yeah, you sound fine.
Perfect. Just making sure. I tried a new internet tactic today. See if it works better. We'll see. I don't know. I have it plugged into the wall. Hopefully that helps. Yeah. We are false start. We're here today. Mr. Keenan Womack, a.k.a. Mr. 5 Lunch Breaks. We're here with a very esteemed guest, co-hosting for my man, Eric Henry, Mr. Joe Londergan. How we doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. I appreciate you guys having me back to do these spots.
Absolutely, man. It's a good time. Always a good time. Let's start off college baseball, man. National championship ended last night. Tennessee takes down Texas A&M 6-5. Crazy game at the end there. Got really, really hairy for Tennessee in the last inning, but they managed to pull it out despite wild pitches and such. Hell of a game. Good for college baseball. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, I was surprised the pitching for Tennessee was what it was, because up until that point, that was something that really impressed me about just the run they put together through the postseason. But, when something's not working, like, great teams find a way to figure out something else to do. But yeah, man, this is why I love college baseball. There's so much more offense. It's so much more unpredictable. And, as much as it was annoying to not see really any team that I had like in-depth familiarity with from years of covering the sport, it was just awesome baseball. You know what I mean? From Evansville kind of being a little Cinderella contender there at the beginning to, Tennessee just turning it on at the right time and shutting down Texas A&M. So I had a lot of fun with this College World Series, just watching as a fan for once. But yeah, Tennessee's a good program. I'm amazed that it took them this long to win another title, because what's been like 70 years or something like that.
Yeah, they seem like a team that's been on the verge for like 4 or 5 years, right? Like this felt like a coronation almost, like a finally they put it together, because they've had the teams to do it, and they have the manager to do it, and they have the resources to do it, and they've had the regular seasons to do it, and they got really close in 2022. But they finally did it, and they did it against a very good Texas A&M team. Any other year, Texas A&M is probably your champion, but Tennessee was just on one this year. They were just super fun. They won. How many games did they win? 60? They won 60 games, or 50, whatever the max amount is. Pretty insane. Man, some of those wild pitches, though, man, that got real nerve-wracking there. I'm sure most of the fans listening are not fans of Texas A&M, I would guess. So I'm sure a lot of them enjoyed that loss for some. But yeah, man, I mean, you've written about college baseball quite a bit, haven't you?
Yeah. I actually started with South Carolina probably 12 years ago, and then
did they win the national championship when you were covering them?
I came in right after, so I think my year was they won it. Years. I watched those on TV. He was really fun to watch in college. I believe they won in 10 and 11, and then I came in 12, and I was there for like a year and a half, something like that. So.
Who's the last team to win a baseball championship not from the SEC other than Coastal? There's a team before that. Who was it?
Oregon State won it in 18.
Oregon State, that's right.
Yep.
I couldn't remember because I know you covered them, didn't you?
I did. I covered that run. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that team was great, man. Who was their manager?
Pat Casey.
Where's he? Is he still there? Oh, he's retired.
No, he's retired. He retired before 2020. Then Mitch Cannon, who was one of his who was his catcher on the 06-07 team, and then was an assistant in the Mariners organization for a while. Got hired to be the head coach prior to last season. But,
gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, there is some Texas-related implications to this, right? There are rumors, of course, that Texas A&M's coach Jim Schlossnagle is interested in the Texas job. Now, that could be smoke, but I'm hearing it from enough people to where I'm not hearing it's a done deal or anything like that, but I'm hearing it from enough people to at least consider it maybe a possibility. I'm not counting on it. I made a tweet about it as a joke, and everybody took it very seriously. And I was like, no, I'm kidding. Like, I don't think this will happen. I think they'll probably end up with Clemson's head coach. But you want to talk about a civil war that will break out if that happens too. I mean, it was bad enough when Chris Beard left Texas Tech for Texas, but he was an alum of UT. So this would be, I mean, Schlossnagle has a prior relationship with Chris Del Conte from the TCU days. And so there is a relationship there. And I mean, let's be real, like the Texas baseball program, A, needs revitalization, but B, it's not like they're that far away either. Right? 3 years ago, they're playing basically for a national championship. They lost to Will Bednar and Mississippi State. But this team has talent, right? They have the numbers, they have the stars, they have the rankings. They need to put together a more consistent bullpen, and they need to get down their 8. It's all pitching. Like you said, the ERA was 4.9. It's not going to win you many games in the SEC, man. It's just not going to, So I think the key is Schlossnagle a pitching coach as well? No, he's not. Is he?
I don't think he is. I don't believe. No, not traditionally. Trying to see what his background is in. I don't believe it's in pitching, but I mean, you saw. Obviously, to your point, you need someone with that kind of background to come in and start leading, or at least make a major decision about who the pitching coach is going to be. Texas, exactly. Offense was not the problem this season.
Well, let's see. We got a comment from Jake here. Pretty prominent insider said that ink has dried for the next hire. I wonder who that hire is, because I just would be shocked if it was Schlossnagle this soon after.
Nothing would surprise me anymore in college athletics. But to our little end show conversation with Chip at the end there, he said it was going to be less than 3 days. So that wouldn't surprise me if they already have somebody and then they're just waiting for the right time.
I mean, I truly wonder if this timing was to just make A&M fans sweat. Like I really truly wonder that, because I'm just surprised if it's not him. Like I wonder who it is, and I wonder how long that took and how long they had that guy kind of marked down as their guy, right? Mm-hmm. But I mean, the prior relationship means something. But again, I would be blown away if Schlossnagle ends up as the next coach at the University of Texas. That would be shocking to me. But hey, I could be wrong. I think it's probably Clemson's coach. I don't think it's Tennessee's coach. And shoot, man, I'm excited for Bakich. All right, let's move on to so we got a Texas basketball recruiting story. So Arthur Kaluma is visiting, or did visit. He's been here in the last few days or something. I can't remember if he's here or already did come. So Arthur Kaluma is this like 6'7" kind of wing who scores at the rim more than he's like an inconsistent shooter outside of the rim. Shot 34% from 3, like 42% from the field, which isn't ideal, but it's not terrible either. The problem with Kaluma is the shot selection isn't great all the time. Like he takes kind of bad shots late in the shot clock. I mean, not late in the shot clock because you're forced to, but he takes kind of bad shots sometimes, right? He takes shots that are have a high degree of difficulty. My concern is how he's going to fit into this roster, because they already have kind of a scoring wing type in Tremone Mark from Arkansas, right? And so Kaluma will definitely get minutes. I'm just wondering how they'll use him. Will they use him? Will they force him to play a little bit like lean towards the power forward spot since he's more of an inside scorer, because I don't know that he's not better than Tremont Mark and they play the same position, but they need rebounding and the guy can rebound. He got 7 boards a game last year. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on this story at all, but I think Kaluma would be kind of a strange fit. But like at this point, you just need to get guys who can rebound and taller guys. And this guy's bigger, 6'7", 225, 7 boards a game. So I don't know what you think about that, but that was sort of my take on it.
Yeah, I don't have too much else to add really, but I've seen a little bit of this kid, and to your point, he's an excellent rebounder. And it seems like from the times that you and I have at least talked about Texas basketball, they have guys who can score points. So as long as everybody's good with the amount of shots that they get to take, then someone like this absolutely adds to it. Like you need someone who can obviously get the ball and distribute to the shooters, as long as you know your role. Obviously, I think that's the key to any successful basketball team.
I mean, the backcourt is pretty solid. Like I think everybody's pretty excited about the backcourt, right? Jordan Pope, excellent scorer. I think he was 17 points per game at Oregon State. Trey Johnson, obviously 5-star, top 10 recruit, top 5 recruit in the country. Probably will be a top 10 pick in the 2025 NBA draft. And then you got John Mark, who was a leading scorer in Arkansas last year. And Arkansas was bad, but he still averaged 16.5 points a game in the SEC with bad spacing, to boot. Like he was not getting a good looking shot. He was not getting good looks in those games. It was a lot of him getting kind of swarmed and just having to jack it up. That offense was really bad last year in Arkansas. So, we'll see with Kaluma. I think they need to at least, I'm sure they've already thought about how he would fit in, but I think it's important for them to really think how he's going to be used in the offensive side. I think the defensive side is pretty obvious. He's a decent perimeter defender, big guy, can kind of body people inside. But on the offensive end, I'm wondering what it does for your spacing, if it makes your spacing worse, or what you can do with him in an offensive set. If he commits to Texas, which I think he probably will, it's between Texas and SMU. I'll drop a breakdown of his game from Creighton and Kansas State. But I'm just putting that on the record that I'll probably drop that soon. But I don't know. What do you think about just going for fit versus going for talent acquisition? Like, where do you stand on that in college basketball?
I mean, my personal philosophy is fit's more important. That being said, I don't blame coaches for just going for the best available player. But it's always made more sense to me to have a plan and stick to it and trust, not to sound corny, but trust the process in that regard.
No, I get it.
But also you can't look me in the eye with a serious face and told me that's been John Calipari's strategy at Kentucky the whole time he's been there. He's absolutely gone for the best players, and he had some modicum of success doing that. So
I think he won a national championship. Yeah,
exactly.
So. No, I think it's probably just finding some sort of happy medium between those two, right? Finding guys that also part of it is off the court fit, right? Part of it is fit personality wise with other players, right? And even on court personalities, those personalities bleed onto the floor with how you play with your teammates and stuff like that. So I have no idea. I have not heard a single negative thing about Kaluma as a guy. I have no idea. I'm just worried about the spacing on the offensive end. That's my only concern with that. And I don't know how much they're going to pay him, but they have a budget. I'm wondering if they're going to be able to afford him. I don't know. It's pretty interesting to think about, just not being able to afford a player now. What a weird era we're in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and of all people, Texas not being able to afford a player.
Right. They need to focus some of that money on basketball NIL, man. They haven't been doing well. I've been doing great with that. You brought up a very interesting topic, I think, about NCAA football.
Yeah.
The video game. So you want to pull up some of those rankings and we'll just kind of discuss each one?
Yeah, I got them right here. Do you want to start at 25 or 1? We're, of course, referring to the
let's
toughest
25.
places to play.
Oh, I thought, is there anything with, toughest place to play. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, go down it.
All right.
You go 5, read 5 off and talk about those 5.
All right, let's do it. 25, Mississippi State. 24, Boise State. 23, Arkansas. 22, Michigan State. And 21, Notre Dame.
Ooh, those are questionable. Notre Dame I get. Notre Dame I get. But, I was talking to an Arkansas guy today. He was laughing at that. He was like, I don't know why we're in the top 25. I think it literally is going back to the Texas game. Like when that place is just like a madhouse. It was just rocking. It was insane. I think that's probably what it's referring to at Arkansas. Boise State. How big is their stadium? What, 50,000 people?
They are adding on to it this year. Let me do a quick check on that. It's somewhere in the 40 range, I want to say. It's
That's crazy. They should not be top 25 with that many people.
2012 to present, according to Wikipedia, so take that for what it's worth, but just below 37 is what that says. But they are they're adding on to it this year, so I think they're going to get that up to like
50,
mid 40s, close to 50.
Yeah, they don't belong in that list. They don't belong on that list, I don't think.
I mean, there's an argument to be made. It's more of like a basketball argument, in my opinion. Like the more intimate venues do create kind of a more intimidating thing, but it's not really the case for football, is it?
You need a big stadium, I feel like, to have like a real home field advantage in football versus like the pit at New Mexico in basketball.
Yeah.
All right, let's read the next 5.
Yeah. All right. At 20, Kinnick, Iowa. And then 19 is Darrell K. Royal. 18 is Utah. 17 is Virginia Tech. And then 16 is Michigan.
Texas and Michigan should probably be. I get why Texas isn't as high. Like they're getting to the where they should be higher. I mean, they'll have to prove that this season in the SEC and like really bring the noise. But Michigan should be higher than that, right? I think they should be like top 10. Maybe even
I was
top
shocked.
5.
Yeah, I was shocked they weren't somewhere in the like 8 to 11 range at the least.
Jake makes a good point, though, so I just popped it up. 19 is about right for us. Too many wine and cheese fans.
I haven't heard
He's
that.
not
That's
lying,
funny.
dude. He's not lying. Well, there's like kind of a problem with like all the good seats at UT football games are occupied by like ticket holders and blue hairs, kind of old people, who don't get rowdy for games and they get mad at you if you get rowdy. So it kind of kills the environment, but the student section's rowdy, so maybe that makes up for it.
Yeah, I think every fan base has a little slice dedicated to the wine and cheese. That's pretty funny. I'm going to have to remember that. All right, 15, South Carolina. 14 is Auburn. 13 is Tennessee. 12 is Clemson. And 11 is Oregon.
Clemson's good. I think that's a hard place to play. I think Oregon's a hard place to play. What were the other 2? Sorry.
No, you're good. 11 Oregon, 12 Clemson, 13 Tennessee. And then
that's a
Auburn
banging
and
stadium.
Tennessee is rad. Yeah.
Tennessee should be higher, probably be top 10. It's like 102,000 people, isn't it?
It's pretty damn big.
It's an insanely large stadium, I think. Yeah, no, I mean, a lot of the SEC schools are probably going to occupy the top 15 spots, I would imagine. Mostly SEC Big Ten schools. I can't imagine anybody else being in there, really. All right, let's keep rolling.
At number 10, Florida. 9, Florida State. 8 is Oklahoma. 7 is Wisconsin. And 6 is Penn State.
Yeah, I figured Penn State would be in the top 5. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I've never been to Norman's. I've never been to a football game at Oklahoma, so I have no reference on that. But I hear it's loud, but like it doesn't hold that many people. It holds like 88,000 or 86,000 or something. I think it's like fewer than 90,000, something like that. But yeah, I mean that list makes sense. I'll give you those. All right, who are the top 4?
All right, top 5. At number 5 is Georgia. You're good. At 5 is Georgia. 4 is Ohio State. 3 is LSU. 2 is Alabama. And number 1 is Kyle Field. Texas.
It is pretty hard to play there, but I feel like Texas is going to disprove that when they win in November.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be really interesting when that game comes around because it's like a return tradition, right? Like it's not just a regular game. There's so much behind that in the history of the state going into it. The fact that they didn't play for 10 years, like it's going to be outrageous. And that environment is going to be insane when Texas plays there.
I wonder if they consulted Appalachian State fans on Texas A&M's ranking in this one, or at least Texas A, or at least App State football.
Yeah, I was thinking that too when that happened. I was like, I mean, they lost a lot of bad teams at home, but that wasn't the fault of the stadium as much as it was the fault of like the team being really crappy. You know, I mean, I think Jimbo had just given up. I think he was just over it. I think he was just done.
I mean, you guarantee me $95 million. I'm giving up day one. Like
I'm not doing anything, bro. You kidding me?
Yeah, that's the opposite.
That's so funny, dude. I got a good question for you. Who do you think will be the top-rated players in NCAA 25? Give me like 5 guys you think will be in the mid-90s.
Sure. As in, you know, well, for one, we're getting those actual ratings this week. I'm excited to see what those are. I think on Thursday. Yeah.
I'm excited for this game, man. I hope everybody listening is stoked for this stuff, man, because like this game is going to ruin my life.
You and a lot of other people. I'd be shocked if Travis Hunter wasn't near the top.
Yeah, I figured he'd be probably the number 1 player.
Right. I mean, all the guys on the cover, for one. Quinn Ewers is definitely going to be one of, if not the best quarterback in the game. Carson Beck's going to be up there as well.
Jackson Dart, probably.
Someone else I think is going to be really fun to play with is Caden Salter from Liberty. Just like pure like dual threat, like fastest. You know, he's going to be one of those like Michael Vick in like Madden 2004 types where you just run the ball. You know, it's a video game, so who knows how much the like matchups with the, you know, offensive line are going to matter. Like they clearly did in the Fiesta Bowl against Oregon, but you know, it's a video game, so I'm definitely looking forward to playing with those kind of guys, those super mobile dudes. I wish we got this last year so I could have played as Frank Gore Jr. too. I think he would.
Oh yeah, I mean it's just fun to like. You always gotta play with the option quarterback, man. Even if you don't run the option, you just run it. Because that was like Madden 04. Remember that? When you could play Michael Vick and it was just like a cheat code. He's like the best player in any game ever was Michael Vick in 04 Madden. Or was it 2K4? I can't remember. It was one of the two.
Madden 04 got a lot of mileage.
That was so funny, dude. Because then they had to change it in 05 so that he would fumble when you hit him on the run, because other than that, it was just 15 yards every time he dropped back. Jake Bayless gave us some good names here too. So Ollie Gordon from Oklahoma State, running back. Luther Burden, wide receiver from Missouri. Travis Hunter, corner wide receiver from Colorado. Ewers, and then Carson Beck, quarterback from Georgia. Yeah, I think all those are pretty locks. You know who I think is going to be a very highly rated player is Kelvin Banks, the left tackle for UT football. So he's been – they were saying last year he could have gone pro, but he was a sophomore. Like he wouldn't be allowed to, but like they were saying physically he could have played. Like he's NFL ready. And that is really, to get into another topic, that really is the main difference between what I see – from these Steve Sarkisian teams versus the teams of Tom Herman, right? Is Tom Herman's teams had the skill position guys, right? They had their 5-star receivers and running backs, but they never recruited the line well. And the difference between Sark's teams and Herman's teams is Sark's teams are tough inside on both sides of the ball. Like if you look at that team last year, their strength was in the defensive line. And that's the first time that had happened in a long time at UT. Probably like 10 years since they'd had just dominant defensive line play like that. And they had Malcolm Roach and they had guys that were good, but like, I mean, an Outland winner and a first-round pick, both on your defensive line. And with Herman's teams, man, they would just get crushed running it inside. They would give up sacks. They couldn't block for the run at all. They would end up in 3rd and long a lot. Yeah. And it just feels like the foundation is so much steadier for this program than it ever was under Herman. Not even from an off the field standpoint, because obviously that's true too.
Yeah.
But an on the field standpoint, they don't have to. The quarterback isn't going to get killed every game because they actually have offensive linemen that can block. They have a good offensive line coach in Kyle Flood. It's really going to be interesting to see what they do this year after coming off of a hot year like last year. So from somebody who's kind of looking at the program from afar, what have you seen as like kind of differences between this new era of Texas football and the older eras of Texas football?
Well, I mean, you're 100% right on the offensive line emphasis. I mean, that's pretty well documented at this point. I mean, in major college football, that's the anchor point at which you want to actually like build out your offense, right? Because if you don't have guys that can block, it doesn't matter how good your skill position guys are, because they're going to get killed and miss half the season with injuries. As far as the other differences, it's interesting watching Tom Herman coach at Florida Atlantic now, because I kind of feel like he's falling into some of the same patterns as far as building his roster, and I'm not sure how that's going to work out.
Right, not well.
Yeah, right. It seems like there's more of it's just more clear, if that makes sense. Like Sarkisian's just got a better idea of like, you're the guy, do your job and we'll be fine. And Tom Herman is just kind of like, who's the guy? Show me. And it's like, well, if you don't know, then like you're the coach, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think part of that is Herman is, I don't want to speak for him now. He may have changed, but he had some ego issues, I think it's fair to say. I don't think that that's out of pocket to say about him. I'm not saying he's a bad guy or anything. I'm just saying he had kind of an ego, and I think that that's what got him, and I think he might be learning from that off the field. As far as on the field, I don't know. I haven't watched a ton of Florida Atlantic in the last couple of years, unfortunately. Anyway, I'm going to do a couple of ad reads real quick, so give me 45 seconds.
Go for it.
All right. Woods Comfort Systems, celebrating 60 years of providing top quality plumbing and HVAC services. Our friends at Woods Comfort Systems are dedicated to keeping you comfortable in every season. They handle AC maintenance, repair. They handle heater repair and servicing. Not that you're going to need that anytime soon. Or furnace maintenance and installation. Might not need that till the winter, but it's really nice to have a fireplace in the winter. Duct work, attic insulation. They have plumbing services, and their goal is to provide exceptional HVAC and plumbing services in Central Texas and the surrounding South Central Texas communities. Woods Comfort System. Give them a call at 512-842-5066. Tell them you heard about it on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Woods Comfort Systems, where comfort is our middle name. We're going to do one more. Audio-visual consultations. It's a great time of year to be a sports fan. Baseball in full swing. Olympics coming up. Football season around the corner. That means it's time to call our friends at Audio-Visual Consultations, AV Consultations. Stop spending your time and money driving around the city on game day trying to find a spot to watch the bar. I've been there before. It's not fun. When the game's going and you don't have a place to watch, you're driving around, you're trying to figure out where you're going, there's no parking. Do it at your house. Custom TV hookup from AV Consultations. They've been in business since 1988 and can hook you up the way they've hooked up thousands of Central Texans over the years, whether it's a home theater, a man or woman cave setup, an outdoor hookup, whatever it is, AV Consultations has you covered. Remember, give them a call, 512-255-8678, or check them out online at avconsultations.com. Okay, we are back from the commercial break. Let's talk a little bit of NBA draft, as that is tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of thinking we do like a Q&A. Do you have any questions? Because I can answer them, because this is my thing. This is like the thing that I write about. I know a lot. And that's a good way to just introduce some of the concepts and stuff if you want.
Yeah, I think one guy that selfishly I really want my Portland Trailblazers to pick up is this Dalton Connect from Tennessee. It's really strong towards the end of the year. I guess, what do you think about him overall as a prospect? And am I kidding myself thinking they will make a good draft decision this time?
No, I think Dalton Connect makes a lot of sense. Portland is in need of movement shooting, right? They need guys that can come off screens and hit shots. They need guys that can run around the corner, hit shots, do it on the run, basically. It's movement shooting, and Dalton Connect is like the best in the draft at doing that. He also makes sense next to Shaden Sharp, right? Because you can, people are saying, oh, they have overlapping skill sets. They don't really. Shaden Sharp's a much better athlete. He's much bigger. Well, I don't know if he's much bigger. He's a little bit bigger. Maybe they're the same size, whatever. Dalton Connect is more of a shooter, but he's a very athletic guy too. Don't let people fool you with he's a great athlete. He's very athletic. The problem with Dalton Connect is his defense isn't great, and he's 23. But I really like the fit next to Shaden Sharp and Scoot Henderson. It might be when they trade, because I feel like Jeremy Grant's probably going to get traded at some point. It could be sort of a replacement for that scoring that you're going to lose from that. So I think Dalton Connect actually makes a lot of sense for Portland, and I think that's a pretty good pick.
Hopefully they follow through on it.
I think they will.
Yeah, I would hope so, because I agree that they need someone in that 3 to 4 spot that's A, going to last a while, and B, can just plug and play and go. Scoot Henderson, I think, will eventually be good, but clearly he wasn't ready for the jump. But anyway, The Ringer put out their mock draft, and one landing spot for Zach Edey I thought was really weird on their part was Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought they already have Chet Holmgren, and I feel like they're very similar kinds of players. So I don't know if you have an opinion on that.
Yeah, so I actually worked pretty well because Chet and Edey are kind of different kinds of centers, right? Chet's more of a rim running kind of mobile center that can guard outside of just 5 feet. And Edey is a drop big who can score inside with elite efficiency, and he's 7 for 300. So I actually think that makes a lot of sense, because I think if you can put real skilled scoring next to Holmgren, not that Holmgren can't do it already, but if you can add somebody who, when they get in a specific position, is literally automatic. Like when Edey gets the ball near the rim and there's somebody behind him, it's a bucket every single time. You can't block him. He's too big. He's too tall. Keeps you on his hip. So I think that pick would actually make sense. Now, this is a weird draft, because in any other draft, Edey would go in the 20s probably. But this draft is really, really hard to parse out the top prospects. It's really hard to find definition at the top of this class. And so I could see Edey. I just wrote a piece for Sports Illustrated recently about how 4 players that could end up in the top 10 that are not mocked in the top 10, and Edey was one of those guys. I could see him getting taken at 9 by Memphis, even if Memphis doesn't trade out of the pick.
You think Edey fits in pretty well with what Memphis is going on, even with Jaren Jackson?
Not particularly, but I mean, Jaren Jackson and Chet Holmgren are pretty similar, and they actually are. They play kind of similar ball. And Edey is a fit. Well, you know what? I think Memphis just needs a center, and they might just draft him because they need a center. I don't know how well the play works exactly. If I'm Memphis, I'm trading out of that pick. There's just not going to be anybody there that's worth it to them unless Donovan Clingan magically falls to them. There's just not anybody that's going to be around at that point that they'd want. I mean, they could trade back and draft Eve Missy out of Baylor. I think that would make a lot of sense, but I think they should trade this pick maybe to Cleveland, because I know Cleveland is trying to get rid of Allen because he doesn't fit long-term with Evan Mobley. So maybe you flip him to the Western Conference and you get some draft capital back, and Cleveland drafts Kyle Filipowski or something. Somebody that fits well with Mobley, that can spread the floor and open up driving lanes for Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland.
I can see that. Keenan, I grew up in Dayton, Ohio. Crazy about our Flyers.
Yes.
What do you think about Deron?
I love Deron. I love Deron Holmes. Deron Holmes is one of my favorite players in this whole draft. Deron Holmes is this like 6'10 kind of center power. He's more of a power forward than a center, I'd say, who can spread the floor. Shot like 38% from three this year. Just like very, very skilled, big. He can defend the rim. He can finish plays, right? He can be a lob threat kind of, and he's a very good athlete for his size as well. Now the issues come with he can't create his own shot, but he's a big, so he doesn't really need to. But I just really like Deron Holmes all around. Like I think I have him mocked. Well, I have him on my board. He's 13th on my board. That's how much I like him. He on most probably around 18 to 20. But I think he's a really good player, and I think he's a really good kid from everything I've heard. So I have him mocked going to Toronto at pick 19.
Okay. I love Toronto's jerseys. I might have to pick that
They're
one
so
up.
hard. They're so hard. Right. Yeah, that would be sick jersey combo. That would be a sick jersey combo.
Another one for the collection. Last one I had for you. Who's going to be the first UConn picked?
That's a great question. That's a damn good question. I'd say Klingon, but if the Spurs take Castle at 4, which is what I'm hearing they're interested in doing, which, not gonna lie, that would be a reach in my book. I mean, like, he'll probably be gone by pick 8 if you really like him that much, but I mean, he's basically Marcus Smart, and like they need a point guard. And yes, Stephon Castle played some point guard in high school, and he played some at UConn, but he was not the primary ball handler for UConn. And I don't know that he can be an NBA primary ball handling point guard. I don't know. He could be. Definitely a combo guard and can play some reps at the lead guard position. But like, I don't know that he's good enough to be a full-time point guard. I just don't know. I don't know. Yeah. And then I'll just get into some other guys that I like. We'll talk about, how about we talk about the Texas teams, get our Texas listeners interested. So let's talk about the Rockets, pick 3. Lots of interesting options for the Rockets at pick 3, but what do they need more than anything? They need off-ball defense and they need shooting. So Reed Shepherd from Kentucky is just a perfect fit for them, I think. The best shooter in the draft, bar none. Shot 52% from 3 this year on like legitimate volume. Excellent off-ball defender, excellent playmaker, just really good athlete. The only knock on Reed is that he's 6'2". If he was 6'5", he'd be the number 1 pick, no doubt. But his height is a little concerning as he's an off-ball defender, and you want him getting in passing lanes and stuff. He's just a very high IQ defender. He just really knows where to be in his spots. I just rewatched the Kentucky-Oakland game like 3 or 4 days ago, and he was so good off the ball in that game on defense. Like, people thought he was getting cooked. It's like he was not getting cooked at all. They were not going after him. And from what I watched, Golke hit 10 threes in that game, I think, and against Reed Shepherd as the primary defender, I think he was 2 for 7. So, like, Shepherd can defend the damn ball. So, I think for Houston, that makes sense considering the Rockets have, like, 6 dudes who they want to keep, all of them, but they're not going to be able to because they just won't be able to because of the salary cap, right? They have too many young guys. So, I think Houston should maybe draft Shepherd and then ship off a couple of pieces. Maybe go for a home run, try to get a Kevin Durant or something. I don't know, maybe not Durant because he's old, but you know what I mean? Like, just really trying to go for a star or something.
I can see that.
You know what I mean? So the next pick is San Antonio at 4. Again, I'm hearing Stephon Castle here, UConn guard, combo guard, big kid, like 6'7". Again, though, man, if you're the Spurs, the number 1 priority has got to be getting a playmaking ball handler. Like, they have to have somebody that can set up offense for Wemby. As good as Wemby is, he can't run an offense by himself. He's not a point guard, he's a center. Like, as good as he is, he's not this like passing big, really. He's not a Jokic or something. So you need somebody to initiate an offense. Keldon Johnson is more of an off guard. I don't think he qualifies. So, I mean, if I'm them, I don't know what I would do because I just don't think Stephon Castle's good enough to take it 4. But nobody else really fits. If Reed Shepherd is still sitting there at 4, maybe you take him. But I guess they're just going to take Stephon Castle. So we'll just go with that. I'll just go through my mock, honestly, for like the next 5 minutes, and then we can jump into something else.
Okay.
So Atlanta's the number 1 pick, and nobody knows who the hell they're going to take because they're not going to take Sarr, which is what I thought all year they were going to do, or whenever they got the pick. Or they could. They never worked him out. So you just don't know. It's like this is not like previous drafts where we know all of the picks, or at least the first like 2 or 3. Like we're pretty sure we know. Yeah. We don't know. There could be any number of guys that go in the top 10 that we were not expecting. Like names like Cody Williams from Colorado, for example. Wing, he's Jalen Williams from the Thunder's brother. And super fluid, kind of rangy wing, 6'8", 180. He shot well from the field from 3, but he did it on limited attempts, so it's hard to tell if you want to buy the shot or not. But the defense is great, and he'll fit in great on a team, and he can contribute early. He's going to be one of those early contributors, one of those guys that can come in and defend at a decently high level early on in his career. But yeah, I mean, this is a weird draft, man. It's a really weird draft.
Do you like it more or less when there's like not a clear cut like dude?
It's just a lot harder to eval because it's harder to be like compare them to each other, right? Like when you do that, typically you can see like for example, last year was so obvious who the top like 3 guys were. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And then in the last few drafts, it's been pretty obvious, right? You have the Paolo-Banchero, Chet Holmgren draft. You have the Anthony Edwards draft where he goes number 1. You have those 3 guys, even though one of them ended up not being great, James Wiseman, but LaMelo Ball and Anthony Edwards are great. The Cade Cunningham, Scotty Barnes draft was before that. So, I mean, I just don't know in 5 years what they're going to call this draft. Is this going to be the Alex Sarr draft? Is it going to be the Reed Shepherd draft? Is it going to be the Zachary Risachet draft? The Topic draft? Like, I don't know who's going to be the star out of this class. But another guy, I'll try to stick more to U.S. players just because a lot of the fans probably don't watch international basketball. And it's probably really boring to them. So sorry for talking about international basketball so much. But, just college guys. I don't know if anybody is familiar with Devin Carter. Played for Providence. He was the point guard at Providence to do with the ponytail. I am fairly certain he has a top 10 promise from Chicago. Or I think they're 10 or 11. I think he's an 11. But people are saying he might go before that, right? He's not tall, right? He's like 6'3", but he's really strong. You know how Jalen Brunson can finish through contact despite being like 6'1"? That's kind of like what Devin Carter can do. Now, I'm not saying he's as good as Jalen Brunson or even really plays that much like him, but he's an excellent perimeter defender for his size, very physical. He's really good at just knocking the ball away and passing lanes and defending and just being kind of a menace on the defensive side of the ball, which is what you want. Yeah, man, I like Devin Carter. I think he could go as high as maybe 7 or 8. I mean, shoot, man, if I'm San Antonio and I'm picking 8, I might take him there because he's a point guard and he plays defense. I mean, that's based on if you don't take Castle at 4, or you could just take 2 guards and just try to run both of them. I don't know, but I can tell you this: Stephon Castle does not want to be a shooting guard. He said multiple times he wants to be the playmaking main lead guard. You know what I mean? So I guess we'll see what comes out of that. But NBA draft is tomorrow. Very interesting. Always fun. All right, let's get into our next topic. Give me a drum roll, please. Perfect. Okay. So I don't know how much you follow baseball. Like pro baseball. I don't know if you're a pro baseball guy, but trade deadline is coming up.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm a Rangers fan, which we won a championship last year. So I don't care that we aren't that great this year. That's fine. But I read an interesting article about some of the top free agents that teams could be targeting. Right. And who might be targets for specific teams. So who's your team? Are you a Mariners guy?
More of probably, as much as I hate to admit it, probably the Reds, Cincinnati, growing up in Southern Ohio.
No, that's cool. Ellie De La Cruz, that guy rocks.
Oh, he's on. Yeah, he's fun to watch. It's hard to be a Reds fan because
No, I get that.
The owners do not care, and the team is not. Their objective is not to win games; it's to develop players and then trade them, sell them. So, like, anytime Cincinnati gets any momentum going, it's like, and all the good players are going to be gone next year.
That's how the Rangers used to be.
Mm-hmm. So you know, it's a very pessimistic way to approach it.
No, I get it, dude. It's hard. I'm a Cowboys fan. That sucks. But I got to see Ellie play when I was in Los Angeles a few weeks ago. I got to see Reds Dodgers, and it was cool because Shohei hit a 2-run bomb and Mookie hit a bomb, and Mookie's like my favorite player on the Dodgers by far. Like, I've been a Mookie fan since he was in Boston.
Yeah,
cool to see him hit a home run. And it's really interesting if you look at this AL East, man, like the Rangers Astros division. Mariners are in first. Astros just overtook the Rangers for second. Rangers are in third. Rangers dealing with a ton of injuries, and Max Scherzer has had another setback on his hand, like soreness in his thumb or something. So give me your real opinion. Do you think he'll ever pitch for the Rangers?
It's hard to imagine that being the case, but also, I don't know. Sometimes pitchers come back from those hand things, and sometimes they don't. But like, it just matter. It's you usually got to correct it like right away, like surgically. Who was the guy, to have another college analogy? Who was it? This is a throwback. Dallas Buck for Oregon State a while ago. I think he had like one of his finger bones was too long or something like that, and like you need to like correct this if you want to like play long term. But he's like, well, we got to finish the season first, and then they ended up winning the whole thing. But like,
worth it.
It was just But that's the thing, man. When the position is obviously so dependent on like having pain-free movement in that specific area of your body, and it's messed up, like it's hard to come back from that.
Oh yeah, no, I can totally understand. It's like having a back injury in basketball or something. You just can't move. Did you see that a 1-3-5 triple play was turned yesterday?
I didn't. That's cool.
For the first time since 1929, the Phillies did a 1-3-5 against the Tigers, and the Tigers had a guy on first, Tigers had a guy on third, and the batter hits it right to the pitcher, and the pitcher whips it over to first base because the guy who was on first base has already left going to second base thinking it's a hit, so he's out. Third baseman whips it over to third base, and that it's an out there too. It was really cool. It was really cool. Yeah. I mean, that's so rare. That's literally a thing that's happened once in the last 100 years. I mean, it's just like, you don't see it happen. It's more rare than perfect game or anything like that,
That's why baseball is great, man.
It's been around, isn't it?
It's been around for so long. Like you can talk about stuff like last time X or Y happened in baseball, like pigs cost a nickel or some random thing like that. It's so goofy, like how much the game has evolved since it, became pro in like the 1800s.
And you know what's interesting about baseball too that I always think about is like it is like a perfectly designed game as far as like the fact that you can design a game that has no time limit on it. I mean, the pitch clock, but you know what I mean? And it just makes perfect sense. Like it's just so well built. I mean, clearly it took a long time to build, but like it's just a flawlessly designed game, and they haven't had to change that much. They haven't had to change that much over the years compared to other sports where they changed drastically. Adding a 3-point line, like that kind of stuff. And baseball is the same format, exactly the same exact way. All that's really changed is the DH. But it'll be interesting to see with the Rangers if they get either DeGrom or Scherzer back, because they don't have either of those guys right now, and they're both on the roster, and they're both getting paid a ton. And it's just, I mean, they got their championship last year, so I guess it doesn't really matter. But like, it would be nice for those guys to get out there and earn the $40 million they're each making this year.
What a novel concept!
Right, earning your money, isn't that crazy? Right. Not that Jimbo Fisher knows anything about that.
Just cut to the bags under my eyes.
Dude, it's really, really, not to jump to the Jimbo Fisher thing again, but like just to twist the knife a little bit more with the A&M guys.
Mhm.
You know how much he's making? Let's look at. I had it pulled up per day how much he's making. 95 million over how many years is it?
Is it like 7 maybe?
Let's see. He's making. Let's see. Holy, yeah, I can't do math. I had it pulled up. I can't find it. But yeah, just the fact that they're paying this guy like hundreds of thousands of dollars a month to not coach. And then they
Yeah.
bring in the guy that was his defensive coordinator to be the head coach. Yeah, what I was freaked out about, as say I put on my Texas fan hat, what I would be worried about was Jeff Traylor to A&M. Right? Like UTSA has been rolling. And then even GJ Kinney from Texas State. So, it's going to be interesting to see where some of these guys go, where some of these lower level, not lower level coaches, but coaches that are not in P5 jobs, like with the invent or the adding of the NIL and the transfer portal, like how much is it going to affect coaches at smaller schools? What do you think that's going to look like?
Oh, I mean, it's going to affect them immensely. I mean, that's why I think Jeff Traylor has so much respect amongst his peers at the moment, is because he's been pushing to like get infrastructure in place for UTSA to have like a real NIL program from the jump. And it's paid off like immensely. And I mean, just in fundraising in general, I mean, they're already, I'm sure this settlement thing is going to set them back to some degree, but probably not nearly as much as some of the other programs who weren't working away at it over the last 5-6 years. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to, I think, wake up a lot of coaches of like, hey, if we don't actually have like a plan to address NIL just yet, which I think most of the Power Five has something in place. Not all the G5s do. And I mean, sure, there's the resource gap is going to be immense. Like Southern Miss is not going to raise the same amount of money that Ohio State is or Texas is. But like, if you don't at least have an idea of like who your major donors are to try to get something like this set up, like you're falling behind. And, I think to the credit of coaches like Traylor, Kenny just got there, so to a lesser extent, but I think someone like Will Hall at Southern Miss, who just has done a great job of like making himself known in the community. Memphis obviously has raised a ton of NIL money.
Penny.
Yeah, exactly. So just like the coaches that are still like clinging to like what happened, man. Like just you got to make sure that
Dabo.
Yeah, like I mean, if you're not going to do it, that's fine. But like you got to make sure like you have something in place. There's this company called Athlete Advantage, I believe, that is like just hire us and we will set it up for you. We'll do all the merch. We'll do and like. I mean, it's great that there's at least an option. If you're not at least doing that, you're in trouble. So,
yeah, I think it's really important to have to understand the marketing side of it, right? Like, how are we going to monetize these student athletes? Because that's a big part of where they're going to play. It's not just the deal they're going to get. It's how much exposure are they going to get? How many more opportunities to make money will they get? And so you look at, UTSA's program, and I feel like the next step for them, once they have an identity, more of a football identity, would be to split off from UT, be like San Antonio State or something, because I think they're always going to be thought of as like a UT little brother. And I think that they're becoming a big enough and important enough school to where maybe they don't need to be that anymore. They still be part of the system. Just saying like maybe the name would change. I don't know.
I hear you. I think they need to keep pumping out, alumni and people.
Yeah, it'll be a few years.
I get the thinking there, but that is a 10, 15 years down the line type of situation at the earliest. Yeah,
definitely. I just find G5 football in the state of Texas fascinating because a lot of good players. There's a lot of NFL players that come from G5 schools who are from the state of Texas because it's just so hard to stand out in a state where everybody's so good. that you're going to end up with players that are underranked that are really talented. I mean, it happens every single year. Adonai Mitchell's a 3-star. I mean, he's from Georgia, but same, you know what I mean? Like same thing. Just guys being under recruited because they're playing against such high competition. And I think that happens in Texas football quite a bit. And it definitely happens in Texas, especially Dallas-Fort Worth basketball. There's so many guys coming out of there that are 3-stars that end up being great players. I mean, Rylan Griffin was a 4-star, but still, I mean, that guy's a star. Casey Wallace, a bunch of guys came from Dallas in the last 5 years, and they've all kind of had that, I don't know, they've all kind of had that chip on their shoulder about it. And it's just from playing against really good players all the time. You know what I mean? It really is interesting. I just love like high school ball too. Like there's so many good high school basketball players in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. It's truly bananas how many great players have come from there in the last 5 years. How many 5-stars, how many NBA guys, how many guys who played for Kansas, Duke, like whoever. And Trey Johnson is just the next one of those. And it's funny how many, not funny, but unfortunate how many of those guys Texas missed on when recruiting, like really trying to get these guys, and they go to Arkansas or they go to Baylor or they go to Duke or they go to UConn, So it will be interesting to see if Texas can get their NIL for basketball together a little bit more. We'll see if the Kaluma thing happens. I think it probably will happen if the finances work. That I don't know about. But yeah, we'll see. I think to recap the show, Kaluma probably going to be a Longhorn. NBA draft stuff, about to post it all on Twitter. NCAA football rankings, very, very funny rankings. And yeah, man, just having a good time. Should we bring on the boys?
Let's do it. Let's see what they're up to.
You guys ready?
Are they here?
No. I was just going to add them. I'll just wait. I'll just let them add themselves. Oh, there we go, Chip. All right. I was just making sure you guys were ready. I didn't want to add you before. Yeah, we were talking about how good the Dallas-Fort Worth area is for high school basketball, Chip.
Yeah.
Crazy amount of talent comes out of that area. It's truly unbelievable how many NBA guys come from Dallas. Yeah. It's insane. And we're saying also how this is the first one Texas has gotten. So many of them went to Baylor or Arkansas or Kansas or Alabama or whatever, and Texas finally got one of them. And he's one of the best ones, so it should be really exciting to see. What's your docket for today, Chip?
We've got a loaded show. We've got Chris Hummer. We've got Dan Neal, the former All-American.
You got stars today, bro.
Super Bowl champion. So we are ready to rock and roll.
All right. I have to get back to my office as I'm currently at work.
This is lunch break number 4 or 5 at this point.
It's lunch break number 5, yeah. All right. I'm going to let you guys go. Appreciate it. Joe, my man, thank you so much for coming on, dude. We really appreciate you. And Chip, you good? Hey. Leave you to it?
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
Peace out, gentlemen.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Let's bring in the man of the hour, the one and only Chris Hummer. Hummer.
What up? Mean, feels lonely in here without Zay, man. Feels lonely.
Well, let's make it. He's on a party cruise, so let's make it our party cruise for the next 30 minutes or so. In the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice, and we're happy you're spending time with us, Chip Brown and Chris Hummer, because our man Zay is somewhere like in Mexico or Honduras on a Royal Caribbean cruise. You ever been on a cruise, Hummer?
I never have, man. I never have. I've always thought if I'm going to go on a vacation, I want to be able to choose my own itinerary. But I have some friends that have gone recently that said the all you can eat and all you can drink package is a pretty good vibe. So I might have to change my tune.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds like hangover central is what it sounds like. Or either that or a lot of naps. You know, you do your morning mimosa or Bloody Mary and then nap and then start your drinking again. I don't know if those things have casinos on them or not, but I mean, it could be great or it could be rough depending on how your discipline and management of your own behavioral skills are.
Yeah, I think I'd be very hungover. I think I'd be gaining 5 to 10 pounds, and I think I'd be very sunburnt all at the same time.
Well, 5 to 10 pounds for you, Hummer, would be probably about right because you weigh about $125.
I'm pushing 180, Chip. I'm in the gym, man. Don't worry about it.
Come on, man. Strength.
Yeah, man. It's the
strength.
summer.
Grown
It's the
man
summer.
strength. All right. CB is saying, what's up? CB, the greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. Hummer, we've got a lot to get to. Obviously, the College World Series came to conclusion last night with Tennessee, the number 1 seed, snapping the number 1 seed jinx, I guess. The first time they ever had. Last time a number 1 seed won. No one cares about that. But there is all kinds of speculation that Texas is hot and heavy for either Jim Schlossnagle of Texas A&M or Tony Vitello, the head coach at Tennessee. How big of a hold my beer would it be if Texas were to land one of these 2 coaches?
I mean, well, the Schlossnagle stuff is really interesting because his name's been, I know, Chip, you've been following this closer than me, but Schlossnagle's name's been coming up behind the scenes for, feels like months now. And his quotes last night were really interesting.
Yeah, he kind of laid it down. I mean, he's like, I gave up my life for this job. I gave up my family. I took this job so I'd never take another job. But then he was I gave my life or whatever. I gave it my all. Then he flipped into past tense. I didn't quite get it.
Yeah, it was a weird press conference. It wasn't a denial is the other thing too. Like, you know what I mean? It wasn't a full out denial, even though it felt that way. Also, you moved from Fort Worth to College Station, so I wouldn't say like giving up your life. Although I'd rather live in Fort Worth, in all honesty. And then in terms of Tennessee's coach, who comes with his own kind of mix of personality that's pretty unique in his own way. Like, yeah, I mean, if Texas could pull that off, it'd be a hell of a flex. Like, I can't think of the last time a national championship coach in any sport took another job, at least on the same hierarchy level of competition.
Swimming.
Like Jim Harbaugh just left for an NFL job, but that's not the same thing. Like, can you think of a situation where a national championship winning coach took another job?
Texas hired Bob Bowman from Arizona, the swimming coach from Arizona State, after he had just won this past year's national championship. That was a pretty big flex. This would be something. I mean, there's a lot of smoke, as Fozzie Wazzie says. The smoke is thick. Yes, the smoke is thick that Texas is interested in one of these coaches. And now they're, depending on who you talk to, there's been a wink, wink, nudge, nudge agreement with one of these coaches for a hot minute. Now, they got to the national championship series. Does that change anything? I mean, it's going to be interesting. I was told 72 hours from yesterday, we will know. So,
yeah,
by the end
very
of the week.
reminiscent of, I mean, we saw this with Tom Herman and then Steve Sarkisian, which I remember you breaking the Tom Herman news. And then like, it felt like 10 minutes later, Steve Sarkisian was announced. Like, Chris Del Conte's MO is he doesn't really move to fire his current coach unless he's got his man. And that's very much the buzz behind the scenes.
Yeah. Really interesting that the news broke of David Pierce's dismissal on the same day as the championship series final. That's not really Del Conte's style. But it made you wonder if, they've got to get some posting, get the job posted. I think it has to be posted for 3 days before they can make a move. So I think that had something to do with it. But it will be very interesting. People asked me, well, why would one of these coaches leave their current jobs to go to Texas? And I said, great alignment in leadership. Texas baseball's been to more College World Series than any other program, and you get to live in Austin, Texas, where if you want to live on a lake, you live on a lake. If you want to live downtown and look at the lake, you can do that. And great food, all the concerts that you may or may not be getting in College Station or Knoxville. I get it, Aggie fans, because I know you're listening. Aggies love me. I love them. I think I have my own page on TexAgs still for 13 years. And I'm proud of that. So thank you, Aggies. I love you. And I'm very excited we're back in the same conference together. But Hummer.
That's because y'all were just all in the Rivals family, right, Chip? It was just all it was a love thread over there on Texas.
Right. I mean, I love them. I love them. They love me. It's a beautiful thing. So, I mean, does that make sense to you, Hummer? Would you leave Knoxville or College Station for this job? I mean, Tennessee's going to build a new baseball facility.
I personally could not. I think Texas is a better baseball job than both of them on paper, but I personally could not win a national championship and leave for another job the next day. I just could not do that. And if I'm Jim Schlossnagle in any other scenario, I might be able to do that. But man, if you leave A&M for Texas the day after losing the national championship by a single run and doing everything you built to build that program up, that's a really tough spot for both coaches. I think if you're the Tennessee coach, you probably have a little bit more leeway given that you just delivered the national championship. You just delivered something the program has never had before, never accomplished before. You brought them there, but it's not like he has deep ties to Texas. It's not like you're going home. You're just taking another job for more money that technically positions you to go further, which is an argument I guess you could make, but it seems kind of silly on the heels of a national championship. So I'll be very curious because I could strongly argue if I was both of those coaches, you're going to take a significant PR hit. And I mean a significant PR hit if you jump out the
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is just kind of crazy.
If Jim Schlossnagle leaves, right? It's like Kevin Durant going to the Warriors, right? A little bit. You remember him getting roasted for that? You join. It's not quite the same, but I feel like it has that effect where people are going to be on him for the next.
Well, it's like you said, it seems like there's been a wink, wink, nudge, nudge thing going on for weeks. And I think you're right. I don't know that, either of these coaches figured they would get to the championship series and be facing each other. So it's fascinating to me because this is, look, if they had some kind of wink, wink agreement, and something, falls apart or someone has second thoughts, the fallback is probably Eric Bakich at Clemson, who's an excellent coach. So Texas fans, don't you worry. I think Chris Del Conte is closing in on his man here. But it could be very, very interesting here by the end of the week. Hummer, the other news, it appears Arthur Kaluma could be close to a decision. Texas very much in the mix on that. Arthur Kaluma, 6'7", power forward from Kansas State, averaged 14 points, 7 rebounds. And he plays longer than 6'7", but because he's long. But does that do anything for you? Does that do anything for your does that move the needle for Texas basketball?
I mean, it helps. I remember watching him at Creighton a little bit, turn on Big East basketball every once in a while before he got to Kansas State last year. And I mean, he's a really nice player to have. I mean, I think about everything in NBA terms, perhaps more than college basketball terms, but he's 6'7", probably with like closer to a 7-foot wingspan that rebounds well. I think he shot close to 35% from 3 last year. He was a significantly improved 3-point shooter, and he's somebody that can really help Texas basketball. And yeah, I mean, it would be a big deal, but you never know in college basketball. It seems like I feel like half these transfers end up busting, despite the rate they go for. But I think it would be a significant pickup for Texas.
Yeah. He's got to be better than IT Horton, right?
Yeah, I think Texas would take Kalumba in that situation for sure.
Yeah, Chris Bennett says, I don't know where that came from, but Chris Bennett says Pitbull is going to announce the baseball hire at the SEC celebration on Sunday.
Mr. Worldwide.
Mr. Worldwide. I'd like to introduce to you your new baseball coach, Fireball. Let's go. All right, Hummer. I wrote about the Texas football schedule today over at horns247.com, and how it appears, the SEC did Texas a big old favor, because if you look at Texas's SEC schedule compared to Oklahoma's SEC schedule, I said they compare going through an SEC schedule like surviving a season of Naked and Afraid, where you're laid bare in the wilderness and you get like a pocket knife and a piece of flint to try and survive for 21 days. And I think Oklahoma got that. Texas might have gotten a tent, some clothes, some boots. I mean, Texas got 2 of the top 8 teams. And that's if you project Oklahoma in the top 8. They got Georgia and OU, whereas OU got 6 teams projected to finish in the top 8. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, that's a really good way to think about the SEC, that top 8. Because I would say, I mean, Oklahoma, I think you should consider them a college football playoff candidate coming off a 10-win season. So I think they're legitimately, 8 teams in the SEC that have legitimate college football playoff aspirations going next year. So it's Georgia, Missouri, Tennessee, Alabama, Ole Miss, LSU, Texas, Oklahoma. And then if you're feeling generous, you could throw Texas A&M into that mix, because I think Texas A&M has a shot if things go well. But really, that's 8 teams in the conference with legitimate playoff chance. And Texas only gets what? They get 2 of them? Like, is that what you said? Like Oklahoma and Georgia? And maybe A&M if you stretch it up to 9. That's a really generous schedule. And you're totally right. Oklahoma has a much more difficult path. I think they stay in the state of Oklahoma the entire month of September, but then they do Auburn, Texas, Ole Miss, Missouri, Alabama, LSU, like all down the stretch. Like, that is a brutal schedule. And I know Texas was always told they wouldn't be able to flex their power when they went on the SEC, but something worked out for them on a scheduling front for sure.
And obviously, we've talked about the Michigan non-conference game for Texas, which will be a significant challenge. Remember, that was supposed to be a game played in Austin. Texas flipped it to where Texas goes to Michigan this year, and then Michigan returns to Austin in 27. They flipped it to make Fox happy as Texas tried to get out of the conference a year early. I mean, they had to flip it to make Fox happy to let Texas out of the conference a year early. Does that, where are you on the Texas-Michigan game in terms of, I think Vegas, it opened as Texas as a 9.5 point favorite. That seemed high to me. Where are you on that game?
Honestly, I think that seems about right. I know on first blush, it seems extreme. And I think Michigan's defense is going to keep them in whatever game they're in this season, legitimately. We've talked about this before. Michigan has, I think, 3 first-round draft picks on its defense. And in some ways, they're going to be more talented on that side of the ball this year than they were last year, despite their losses to the draft, especially if some of their additions in the secondary work out via the transfer portal. So that's there for Michigan. But like on the offensive side of the ball, they've almost had a complete staff overhaul there. They've definitely had a complete starter overhaul. They only returned 1 starter from that entire offensive unit from last year. And that offense is going to look much different with Alex Orji running the show, their quarterback, Texas native, somebody who is definitely more of a runner at this point in his career than a passer. And I wouldn't be surprised if Michigan runs the ball 40 or 50 times. And I think it'll be a really interesting test of Texas's interior defensive line and its linebacker group, units that have been, and really for its edge players group that's been reworked in some ways via the transfer portal and high school recruiting. But I just think Texas is a more balanced team. Texas definitely has a quarterback experience enough to handle going in Ann Arbor. So I just have a hard time seeing Michigan scoring a lot on Texas. So it'll be a game I think will be decided by Michigan's defense being able to hold on enough in the game to keep it interesting going late.
If I've asked you this before, just smack me in the face. But how many teams do you think from the Big Ten get into the 12-team playoff?
3. I think no matter what happens, like I would be shocked if we did not have at least 3 SEC teams and 3 Big Ten teams. I think you could see 4 from both conferences, frankly, but I think minimum 3. I think we've seen the committee show a lot of respect to the Big Ten and the SEC in the past, and that's only going to increase with the teams they've added, with USC, UCLA, Oregon, and Washington going in the Big Ten, and Texas and OU going in the SEC. Like, I would be shocked if there weren't 3 or 4 teams from both conferences. So I think 10-2 gets you in the playoff in most cases if you're in the Big Ten or the Big 12 or the SEC. I'm sorry. Still,
yeah.
I haven't got Pitbull in the mind yet, Chip. I still think the Big 12 here in Austin.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting because Ryan Day gave up play calling duties this offseason to Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly, who left UCLA to go back to being a coordinator. Your take on that, and is it just offensive head coaches who call plays? You think they're like almost extinct, or what's your read on that?
I think behind the scenes, one of the criticisms of Ryan Day's staff this offseason was it lacked experience overall. You'd be surprised looking at Ryan Day's staff last year. I think the large majority of them were under like 40 years old. Almost every single person on the offensive side of the ball, including Brian Hartline, who was serving as offensive coordinator, were under 40 years old. And I think the idea with Chip Kelly is twofold. One, you bring some experience into that room to provide a little bit of relief on that side of the ball as a play caller, because I don't think Ohio State was necessarily getting what it wanted last year with Brian Hartline as offensive coordinator. I think you saw Ryan Day pick up the play calling late in the season for a reason. And then for Ryan Day, I don't want to say it's removing an excuse, but I think he's been criticized for game management. I think he's been criticized for areas outside the offense. And I think this is kind of his push there to show that he is embracing a different element of being a head coach going into, I think, year 6 for him, where he's been extremely successful, but has fallen short at the margins. The margins being Michigan versus Ohio State every year. So I think you're seeing Ryan Day do anything he can to get that little extra edge that the Buckeyes have lacked.
Yeah, I have whiplash from Chip Kelly just because what he did to my man Nick Foles up there in Philly. Like, Nick Foles wanted to play for Chip Kelly, and Chip Kelly traded him for Sam Bradford, for God's sake. But Foles made it back to Philly with Doug Peterson, won a Super Bowl. But
that's Heisman winner Sam Bradford to you, Chip, by the way.
What's that?
That's Heisman winner Sam Bradford to
yes, you, Heisman winner and the last rookie quarterback drafted to win the lottery before the rookie cap.
Yeah, he got paid, man. He got paid.
Make no mistake about that. He got paid. All right, Hummer. I always like to ask you what what's in your notebook. You've always got your eyes on the portal. What do you got cooking?
I mean, this time of year it's projects, but I think it's been a really interesting run on the recruiting trail recently. You got teams like Rutgers showing up in the top 10 of the recruiting rankings right now. You've got Georgia landing another 5-star yesterday. You've got quarterbacks coming off the board. We talked about Diabell last week on the show, and you're continuing to see 2026 guys kind of jump off. But it's interesting. We were talking about Ohio State earlier. I think Ohio State is the favorite going into the 2025 season or 2024 season. And Ohio State's got a stranglehold on the top of the recruiting rankings right now. So it's interesting to see some of those battles play out. Because right now what's happening across the country is college staffers are going on vacation. Like, you get to this dead period, they finally get a chance to breathe. But what we see over the next week or two is a lot of the big names left on the board for the 2024 class or 2025 class are going to start announcing for schools following these summer visits. So it's going to be a busy time from that standpoint with some of these bigger names coming off the board.
So Ohio State would be your preseason number 1?
Yep. Yeah. I really don't think there's much question. The only concern that I would even think about having for Ohio State is that offensive line, which they were reworking. We saw that become a real big issue in their bowl game where that offensive line was abhorrent. But I think they have enough with that unit, and they have enough with their run game, and obviously with their wide receivers and what should be another excellent defense, that I think Ohio State's definitely my favorite going into next year.
And then do you have like a top 5?
I haven't done one of those since January, but Georgia would be number 2. They returned Carson back. I think I would probably have Texas 3. I'm trying to think. Oregon, probably 4. And then I don't even know who 5 would be. I think there's a top 4 that's kind of separated itself early on. But those would be the top 4 that come to mind: Texas, Oregon, Ohio State, and Georgia.
Are you a buyer of Ole Miss this year?
Yeah, definitely buying stock. It's weird to talk about. I don't know if you feel this way, Chip. I think it's weird to talk about college football because we're so used to talking about 4, right? The whole goal is to be one of 4 teams. And now the picture is open to many more teams. I think if this was 2023 and we were talking about this Ole Miss team, we'd be talking about them as a playoff dark horse. But now I think they're just a legitimate playoff contender. They're going to have to fight through that upper crust of the SEC. So those 8 SEC teams we talked about, but I think Ole Miss could easily be one of the top 3 or 4 teams in the SEC next year. They return the most important piece, which is 3rd-year starter Jackson Dart. They've made waves in the transfer portal. They've really gone all in from an NIL perspective. So yeah, I'm buying Ole Miss.
Are you buying them ahead of Alabama?
Interesting. No, I think I mean, I have to see Alabama fall before I proclaim Alabama dead. And Kalen DeBoer's lost what, like 7 games as a college football head coach in his career, or something like that, or like 11. He's ridiculous. They returned Jalen Milroe. They have a really good offensive line, still have really good receivers despite losing Isaiah Bond, have a great running game. What's projected to be a nasty defense. Like, I just can't count Alabama out until Alabama's out.
Yeah, and they don't play each other this year, which I find interesting.
Yeah, some weird traditional rivalries when you think about East versus West that are off this year for the first time in a long time.
Yeah. Well, Hummer, let's bring in our man Dan Neal, the All-American, 2-time Super Bowl winner. Dan Neal, say hi to Chris Hummer.
Hey, Chris, how you doing?
What's up, Dan?
Not much, thanks.
All right. I just wanted y'all to, say hey, see what's going on. Hummer, you're the man. Let's do it again next Tuesday.
Absolutely, thanks. Just happy to be a warm-up act for Dan Neal in this case.
Well, I mean, Zay's on a cruise drinking rum punch, so we're just all trying to, hold it down till he gets back.
Absolutely. Well, maybe I'll go treat myself to an afternoon run.
Yeah.
It's a Tuesday, got a vibe. But anyway, thanks, Chip. Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Hummer. Appreciate you. Dan Neal. Dan Neal.
Hey,
Dan, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
Man, I'm doing good. It's good to see you. Tell me how you're doing. The world's, they love the affable, yet mean and nasty Dan Neal. When needed, Dan Neal can pancake your ass. Go watch the final touchdown of the 96 Big 12 title game when he kicks out some poor bastard from Nebraska and sends him into the front row so that Priest Holmes can run in for a touchdown. Yeah, man. Tell the folks how you're doing.
I'm doing good. Yeah, just been working and been busy, so that's a good thing. And I'm actually at the office right now. We actually have a studio in our office that I've went to hide in, and so I'm hanging out doing this with you, man.
Yeah, you sound good.
Yeah, no, doesn't it?
Hey, you sound good.
Yeah, no, it's a nice studio.
All right, Dan. So the Texas Longhorns, the football program is just, it's hard to find a sideways step that Steve Sarkisian's made since the end of the 2021 season, when he's kind of rebuilt the roster, and now they did it. They won the Big 12 title. They went to the college football playoff. Give me your thoughts on where this Texas football program is heading into year 4 under Steve Sarkisian.
Well, I don't think it could be any better. Excluding winning a national championship, which they weren't going to do, in their first 3 years under Sarkisian, right? But you knew that the year prior going to the SEC, they really needed to win the Big 12, and they were close 2 years ago, and you knew they were close, and you kind of felt that, hey, in the 2023 season, they need to get it done, and they did, and that's a huge testament to Sarkisian and those players and where they are with that program right now. In addition to that, they went into Tuscaloosa and beat Alabama there, and why that's so significant, obviously it was for the season, but I think it's more significant than anything else is they realized that they just went into the premier stadium town in the SEC, whatever you want to call it, and beat a team that never loses at home. And if you can beat Alabama in Alabama, you can beat LSU in Baton Rouge, you can beat Florida in the Swamp, you can beat anybody anywhere. And the players know this. And so the confidence right now for this team and these players is as high as it's ever been. They finally kind of got over that hump where they stopped finding ways to lose games and finding ways to win games. And now I think you got a team that believes every time they step on the field on Saturdays, they're there to win. And when they go to Ann Arbor, they're going to win. Now, remember, winning or losing has no impact on them winning a national championship, but they're there to win that football game because they believe they can. And I think it's going to be a totally different mindset of a team next year. And I think that's what they did last year, positioned them for this season.
What when you when you look at you played with John Elway, you played with James Brown at Texas, guys who won. You look at Quinn Ewers, and we'll start there, and then we'll get to the offensive line. But give me your take on Quinn Ewers.
Look, I think with Quinn, the talent's always been there for him. If you look back to his high school, I saw him play Westlake in the state championship game. And after that game, I said, yeah, I mean, he was the best quarterback on the field. And he's playing against Klubnik. He starts for Clemson. And he had the most talent, the better arm. I mean, he was the solid guy. And you could argue that he really hasn't lived up to that hype a little bit. You could argue that. He goes to Ohio State, doesn't do much, gets to Texas and does play, but everyone's like, well, he's okay, And you see this sometimes, and this isn't a reflection on Quinn because I've never met him. I don't know him. I'm just generally speaking. Some guys with a lot of talent, it's one of those things where they could just kind of show up and be good. And that's what they've been able to get away with and do. And so they've never really had to do some of the little extra things. And I think somewhere along the way, Quinn's learned that those extra things are what makes a difference. And I think that's why you've seen his game progress. You hear talk about him when embracing a leadership role. Your quarterback has to be a leader, even if they don't want to. They can be an introvert, and I've been there and I've played with those guys, but they have to be some type of a leader. It's demanded of that position. And so I think he feels more comfortable in that role. I think he's doing the little things to try to propel his game and get better. And I think you see the results on the field. And I think he knows he's in a position this year to have kind of a special year on a lot of fronts, personally and as a team. And so I have no doubt that he's doing everything to position himself to play really well. And I know the talent's there. I've seen it. I think if it all comes together this season, they could be pretty good.
Chris Bennett, greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. Texas hasn't won back-to-back conference championships since Dan Neal was at Texas, 94, 95, and 96.
That's right. I didn't know that, but that's good to know. Yeah.
I mean, when you look at this, and Dan, I want to get your thoughts on Texas, obviously going into the SEC. When you heard in the summer of 2021 that Texas and Oklahoma were going to the SEC, what was your initial thought?
I'm a traditionalist. I don't like all these changes that are happening. I like Texas Tech. I like, Texas v. Texas Tech. I like Texas against Baylor. But I also understand it's not going to be as good as Texas and Florida, Texas, Alabama. I'm not stupid, So I do miss some of these kind of old traditional rivalry games that have been around for so long, but I'm also very excited to be going into a conference where each week you get a premier game. And I actually spoke to one of the active players on the roster about this, and we both agreed as a player, you want to go to Michigan and play Michigan in the Big House. You don't want to go to North Texas or have North Texas come to Texas. You don't want those games. The fans don't want those games. No one wants those games except for maybe the AD and the head coach. Why, I don't know, because that's a whole different story. But finally, we don't have to put up with those games. And I would even argue, and this is a testament to Del Conte, to me, I have a rule. If you're going to play a football game, it better be a, kind of a Power 5 conference, respectable Division 1A opponent. That is a worthwhile game, maybe a game you should win, and that's okay, but at least a respectable opponent. And I would argue we have that this year for the most part. I mean, the Colorado State's not bad. The Louisiana school, is it Louisiana Tech, whoever we're playing?
Louisiana Monroe, UTSA.
UTSA again. That's okay with me. Louisiana Monroe's okay with me. So I look at the schedule and I say, okay, it's getting better. And I think, as a fan, we know that from now on, all the SEC schools, even Vanderbilt, all the SEC schools are going to be good games, fun to go to.
Yeah. Yeah. And when you see, trying to think, Arkansas was out of the conference when you
they were
at Texas. They left in 91. You were there from 90. You played 93, 94, 95, 96.
Correct. 92 is my first year, but redshirted.
Yeah. And then And then the Aggies are back, Dan. And it's in College Station 13 years later.
Yeah.
I know you're a traditionalist, so that probably makes you happy to see the Aggies back on the schedule.
It does. I remember when the game went away, I was sad because I felt that it was shortchanging players on both teams not to be able to experience that game. It's one of those games that I was fortunate to play in 4 times, and I cherish those memories. It's just such a special game. And I will tell you this, the players on both sides of the ball have no clue what they're walking into in that one. And I'm just here to tell you, neither do the coaches, neither does anybody else, but the fans that have been around it for a long time know what they're about to walk into. And it's like nothing you've ever experienced. And we'll be getting the speeches after the game, win or lose, that the coaches will go, well, we talked about it and we prepared, but we weren't ready for that, because that's exactly what's about to happen. I guess was it Friday after Thanksgiving when they play it?
Yeah. As of right now, it's November 30th. It's on a Saturday.
Oh, is it Saturday after? Yeah. Okay.
But there was some talk that maybe it gets flexed to Friday, but then the SEC came out with the schedule, and Ole Miss and Mississippi State are playing on Friday, so it may not come off of. It may stay on that Saturday, November 30th. But
honestly, I don't care. What matters is if it's Thursday, which it should be, and hopefully it is soon.
Yeah,
it should be Thursday night. Friday, Saturday doesn't matter to me, but I'd love to see it back to the night it's supposed to be played, and that's Thanksgiving night.
Talk about that as a player, Dan. What was that like, playing that game on Thanksgiving? People wonder, like, do the players really want to play on Thanksgiving?
I did. Yeah, I mean, I played on Thanksgiving in the NFL as well. I played Dallas, and it's one of those things where sure, if you were to look at it on the surface, like, it's nicer not to play. You have Thanksgiving with your family, but then you got a game that Friday or Saturday, so it's not like you're having a grand old time on Thanksgiving. You got things to do. So I would always say is knowing that game that every eyeball in the United States is watching it Thanksgiving night, the tradition, everything around that game. Of course, it's changed. Like, we know the bonfire, it's different, and it always will change, always be different, but it's still a great evening for football. And, UT&M owned that time slot, that evening time slot, for a long time. And when that game went away, they didn't really know what to do with it. And the NFL jumped up and grabbed it with their NFL Network game, which is not a game anybody really is tuned into except for locally. It's not Dallas or Detroit or tradition. People like tradition. And so that evening time slot to me is still prime real estate, and ESPN, I know, wants it. And I know they have the game for it. And ultimately, if they go to the SEC and say, we will do this on Thanksgiving night, I think it'll happen. That's just my opinion. Chip, you would know a ton more about it than I do. But I that's when it should be played. I think it will get back there, and I think people will start to really understand why that's such a special night, and that's a special game.
That's an interesting thing that you said about these players and coaches have no idea what they're in for. And is that more so because the game is in College Station? Is it more so that Texas players and coaches don't know what they're in for? Because you and I have been in that atmosphere. It is legit. I mean, when is rocking, it is. Yeah. You can't hear. You're on silent count. You tell me.
Well, I'm often asked one of the most difficult places to play, or what was and I can name a couple, and Kyle Field's there. It is a very, very difficult place to play football. And look, I know what you'll hear. Like, Sark has gone there with Alabama, and I'm sure that was a loud, mean, tough game, and they do not like Alabama. I'm sure they hate Alabama, but they hate the burnt orange more. And then that's just what I'm trying to relay to people is, and then you said the fans and coaches. Most of these coaches, and maybe not all of them, most of these coaches have not played in College Station in burnt orange. And on the other side, most of those coaches haven't played against Texas in College Station as an Aggie. And so you got both sides that are on the field, they're part of it, haven't done it. But the 100,000+ in the stands, I'd say most of those people have been around it, and they're going to hear about it all season, all week. And then once it starts, and then the lunacy that's going to ensue and the hatred that comes out of the Aggies towards the Longhorns is like nothing you ever seen. No one, I mean, there's other games like it. I get it, but it is different. And you got 13 years of pent up energy. I mean, you don't think that the Aggies want to win that game really, really, really bad. More the fan base than the players, I'd say. They've been hearing about it from us for 13 years. I know I've been talking about it, and it just irritates the hell out of them, and they want their chance to say something. And then, look, they're Aggies. I mean, it's sort of like last night they had a chance to actually win a national championship, something A&M does not do very often in any sport, and they blow it. And so they're kind of used to coming up short. And so they don't want to do that again against us, because they've come up short against Texas more than half the times the two teams have played.
Yeah, I'd argue they fired Jimbo Fisher when they did after a 51 to whatever trouncing of Mississippi State, because Texas was trending for a conference championship in the college football playoff, which they did. I mean, they ate $77 million to get rid of Jimbo Fisher and try and find a coach that can one-up Texas.
And look, that's part of it. You see on the UT side, we saw it last night or a day or so ago with a baseball coach. And if they don't feel like they got the right guy to go into the SEC or go beat A&M, they're going to make a change. We do it too. A&M absolutely does it. That their world, and this is a difference between two schools. Again, I believe burnt orange, but it is true. Their world revolves around beating UT. UT really wants to beat A&M, but it is not their whole life. It is for A&M. And so that's why you see them eat that salary of Jimbo Fisher. That's why you see them go nuts when we join the SEC. That's why you see them insist that the first time we played them was in College Station as appeasement for us coming into the SEC. I mean, all these little things. A&M's throwing a fit. They're mad. But, and what really will send them off, if we go in there and beat them, they will absolutely come unglued if that happens. And you're going to see a whole environment about fans and players and people that just cannot lose that game. And so UT, get ready, because you're going to get all they got and some.
Yeah. Well, you were a part of that 1995 team that went down to College Station and ended their 31-game home winning streak. And A&M had really dominated Texas for much of the decade from 85 to 95. And then you and James Brown and Ricky Williams in a salty defense go down there and win a fist fight, a 3.5-hour fist fight, and James Brown, the quarterback for Texas, playing on a bum ankle. I mean, what do you remember most about that game, Dan?
How bad we wanted it. We had not beaten A&M, and I want to say it was 93 that we almost went to College Station and beat them. In fact, we threw a pick on the goal line, which if we would have scored, we may have won that football game. And that was a better A&M team than the team we ended up beating in 95. But we went into that stadium kind of like, we are done losing to these guys. We are done with this. We knew we were a good team, and it was a very, very difficult place to play that day because they just didn't lose at home. And they were a good football team. And it was sort of – I kind of liken it to the turn of the tide. We beat them. Next year they came to our house in Austin, and we beat them 51-15. And they went on a little bit of a downhill slide. Of course, we got, Mac Brown in, and so we started trending the right way. They trended the other way. It kind of – that's why these games are so impactful. They can have an effect on the team for years afterwards. And beating them in their place, they weren't the same for a while after that.
Yeah, that was an intense setting. It was one of my favorite games that I've covered because it was insane. I mean, the atmosphere was insane, and I just remember James Brown
just kind of always looked like he was just chilling, while he was playing.
Yeah.
I mean,
remember he was hurt.
Yeah, he was hurt. He had a bad ankle. It was heavily
the whole
taped.
time.
Yeah. And he just kept hanging in there and making plays. What was that like? Because I think, and I've told you this, I think James Brown's one of the more underrated, underappreciated quarterbacks in recent Texas history.
I'd agree with you. James, won 2 conference championships. He's a pretty impressive player. What made, James, kind of so unique is his calmness. I always equate it to like, where's the Tom Landrys of the world? And I think this is a reflection on the head coaches out there as well. And that is, what you don't need a head coach that's up and down all over the place and foaming at the mouth. I mean, that doesn't do the team any good, because then the team will sort of start being all over the place, up and down, foaming up the mouth. And you need to be calm, cool, collective out there. Keep your head and your wits about you. And when you're in the huddle, and I play with a guy in the NFL who was just like James in this manner, and that was John Elway. It didn't matter what was going on around you. They had total confidence that they were going to get the job done and that you were going to get the job done, because they couldn't do their job if you didn't do your job. And they didn't scream, they didn't yell, they didn't panic. They just called the next play, and they had that aura and confidence that you knew, we just got to run the play and do my job, and that guy back there is going to do the rest and make something happen. And James found a way to make something happen. And, of course, John probably did it better in the history of the game. But that's why it was fun to play with. And, another thing I loved about James, and, you said he's kind of a quiet guy, not too loud, but James would point things out to the defense at times during the game, and I loved it when he did it, because it was good. He would talk a little trash here and there, and it was funny.
like what? Like, do you remember?
He'd be in his cadence, he'd be under center, going through, like red 28, and then he'd stop and he'd say 51. It's coming right at you, and you can't stop it. And then he'd finish the cadence, and he'd do that all the time.
Wow.
But it was fun. It was fun.
Well, in that 95 game, I mean, Ricky Williams went off. 24 carries, 163 yards, 2 touchdowns in a 16-6 victory. I mean, and that was Ricky's freshman year.
Yes, it was. Yeah, I believe it was his
95.
freshman year. Yeah, no, 95. Yeah, in College Station was his freshman year. And I remember people forget we had another guy running the ball for us, Sean Mitchell, who was a good running back. In fact, kind of kept the Priest Holmes off the field, who turned out to be a good player. Remember, he had a healthy Priest Holmes on that team too. And Sean had already hit 1,000 yards, or he was real close to it, or he ended up as 1,000 yards on that season. And after the game, I go up to Ricky, because I really wanted 2,000-yard rushers. That 2,000 number, understanding we didn't have one guy, but we had 2 guys. If we could rush for 2,000 yards, that'd be awesome. And I went up to Ricky after the game, because I think he was at like 996 yards. And I was like, man, why didn't you get 1,000 yards? You're, how many yards short? And he just looked at me and goes, well, if someone would have told me I needed just, 5 more yards, I would have done it. It's like, why didn't anybody tell him? And he meant it, and he would have.
Oh, he totally would have. And I think it was after that he started paying attention to, like, numbers.
What he needed in that day, or because I believe it. Prior to that, he didn't even care. He was just out there having fun. This is just like he played football like you did when you were in Pee Wee, but yet when you were in Pee Wee, you were the best player on the field by far. That's how he always approached it. It was just like a Pee Wee football game that he just dominated everyone all the time.
What did that do? Because y'all ran the ball that day, and you're right. Sean Mitchell had 1,099 yards rushing in 95. Ricky, as a freshman, had 990 yards rushing. Both guys averaged 6 yards a carry. Mitchell had 10 touchdowns. Ricky had 8 rushing touchdowns. What, describe, you kind of did, but Ricky Williams? Like, what was he like in practice and in games? Because everyone's
So
like,
yeah, I get questions about him all the time. You remember I played 2 years with Ricky, his first 2 years, and Ricky was a very quiet guy when I played with him. He just like I described earlier, like a kid out on the sandlot playing football with his buddies after school. And it wasn't that he didn't work hard. It was just very easy for him. And again, it's not a reflection on his effort because he worked really hard at it. It was an easy game for the guy. The way he could read and see things and move. I mean, he was just unbelievable. And we would watch film in just awe of what he would do. And then you'd watch him in practice. I mean, just the way he'd go about it, it was like a kid playing with his buddies after school. It's just the best way I can describe it. He just, was just kind of out there having fun, not too serious, didn't sweat it, wasn't stressed. And then when he played, he just ran like no one I'd ever saw in the vision and the ability to cut and move and trying to bring the guy down. Just a fantastic player. And he, when you watch him block, it was like a challenge. Oh, I get to block somebody. I get to try this thing out, and he'd knock somebody's head off and laugh. Like, that was fun. It was just all a fun experience for Ricky.
Man, he made Dat Wynn's life miserable.
Oh, yeah, he did. And Dat was a great player, but I mean, there was no one that I ever saw, and I saw Ricky play a lot of years, that just, had Ricky's number and, Ricky couldn't make miss. I mean, there was games you'd see Ricky go out there and do something, and it was almost like he just decided that's what he was going to do that day. It was just all up to him. Whatever he wanted to do, he was going to go out and do.
Yeah, that's impressive. Did he ever speak up in the locker room?
No, not at all. No, he didn't say much at all. He just kind of quiet. I would talk to him, but just not very, very loud, very outgoing guy, just real quiet.
And what does that do for an offensive line when you've got a guy like that, in terms of your excitement to get on the field?
You love playing with him because he's a nice guy, and he loves the game, and he loves playing with you, and he works hard, and he does all the little things. So that right there is enough. But then you throw on the top of that the talent that he had, and you knew that this guy was a special player. I mean, when he won the Heisman, I wasn't shocked. I mean, the guy was unbelievable, and I could see how he'd win the Heisman. So he was fun to play with. But for me, when I talk about teammates, the most important thing is, were they good guys? Did you enjoy being around them? And I absolutely enjoyed being around Ricky. So to this day, I love when I do see him, which isn't often. Doesn't say much either, and I'm not a talkative guy either, honestly. So, but still really care about the guy and really enjoyed my time playing with him.
Did you cross paths in the NFL?
Yeah. I actually made it a point every time I played a game in the NFL to go up to the guys that were UT guys on the other team that maybe I knew or didn't know. But yeah, I'd go up and say hi to Ricky and, amongst any other player I played with. And it was usually pretty short, but hey, how you doing? Good, Dan. All right, man. I'll see you. Bye. But it was good to see him.
Still a man of few words.
Yeah, he is.
Ricky Williams.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's talk about the running backs that Texas has right now. Jaden Blue, CJ Baxter. You got to see a little bit of them after Jonathan Brooks suffered his ACL tear in November against TCU. And we'll get to the offensive line of Texas, which returns 4 starters, including Kelvin Banks, the rising junior left tackle who a lot of people project as a first round pick. What do you make of the running backs that Texas has coming back?
I honestly, I did see them both play a little last year, right? And get a chance to watch. And I did not see the spring game, unfortunately, this year. I was working, so I missed it and didn't get to see. But what I saw is that they both can fill in admirably last year, and that I don't think there's going to be any drop off in the running back room. The only question I don't know is it going to be better back there this year than it was last year? I'm not sure of that yet, and we'll certainly see quickly. But I feel, not to be too general, I don't see any position that I feel there's going to be a drop off, and that's why they're so freaking good. And I mean, they are very talented everywhere, and including the running back room. And as we know, at least I think most people that watch football know, is you have to be able to run the football. You can talk about all this other stuff you want to do, but you have to be able to run the football, and that's going to be key to this offense, because I think there's no question they're going to be able to throw it, but can they run it? Yeah.
The offensive line, you got, Kelvin Banks, Hayden Connor, Jake Majors back, 5th-year senior at center. DJ Campbell, who was the top interior lineman recruit in his recruiting class in 2022. And now Cam Williams will step in at right tackle. At least we think so, for Christian Jones, who moved on. Let's start with Kelvin Banks. What do you make of that?
He may be the best offensive lineman in college football. I mean, one of the best has probably ever played at UT. The guy's really, really good. He's been good since day one. He's a first day draft pick. It's just a matter of how high he ends up. Top 10, whatever. He's a fantastic player. That's all I can say.
Because of his footwork, because
he's so smooth. He's so smooth. The guy just is, he glides around when he's kicking in his pass set. When he does fire off the ball, he will fire off the ball. He gets your hands on you, you're done. You go back and you tell me one guy that, gave him a long day. And he's played against some good ones. Played against that guy against Alabama that was a great player, and that guy didn't do a thing. I mean,
Will Anderson
anything against him. Right now, when they go into a game, the right defensive end, you will not hear that guy's name the rest of the day. That's it. When they introduce him, after that, you're not going to hear his name called. That guy will be shut down, done for the day.
Yeah, that works.
It does.
Jake Majors, probably underappreciated.
Yeah, he's a good player. Yeah, go on. I'm sorry. Go on, Chip.
No, but back for a 5th year.
Yeah, I was kind of excited to see him come back. I think the guy has NFL potential. I don't know to what level. I think, going out last year, I think may have not been the best move. I think coming back was a good move for him. They're going to have a better team against better talent. He'll get a lot of good film out there and see what he can do. I do, having him come back at that center position, and really the center position, I think sometimes people too much on that being the quarterback of the offensive line. I mean, they do make calls and direct things, not that hard of things to do, but they do. And so just having that guy in the middle, I think helps instead of putting a new guy there. And so I'm excited that Jake's back. I do think that's a key part for this offensive line. Him come back, I think really, really helps him.
Why is the center so important? Bill Parcells said the center is the most important offensive lineman. Some other coaches say left tackle, whatever.
Yeah. But
that center position, talk about why it's so important.
That's why when I played it in college, I didn't want anything to do with it. First of all, you have a ball between your legs you got to deal with. And if you do anything but perfect with that ball, you're wrong. And that's not fun. I was actually listening to Jalen Hurts talk, and he's saying that he would field a snap from Kelsey, and he hated it because it'd come back so fast, and he had trouble handling the ball from Jason Kelsey's snaps. And Kelsey was like, well, I want my hand back, man. So, yeah, I'm going to throw it back there quick. And that's exactly it. You want your hand back. You don't want to have to deal with that damn football. So that's the first part they hate about it. And the second part is calling the defense. Now, it's not like they're up there calling coverages and they're calling really too complicated of things. Basically, most of your defense is dictated by where's the Mike linebacker and who is the Mike linebacker. And so your center will declare that. And they do have to know who to declare. They can't just declare anybody. And so once they declare that, then everybody else can fall in off of that. that, hey, 51's Mike, then I know that, hey, I'm going to go to the next linebacker or next DB or whomever's next in line. And so that's 45. So I now know 45. So that's how you kind of dictate who you're going after. And then the tackles will know and everybody will know, and you kind of fall off of that. And so it's important that they get those kind of things right. And then also when you start talking about blitzing, is they may have to switch and, redirect coverages or not pass protections if they read a blitz or if they know that they're coming one way and we can't have everybody to pick it up. So we'll switch protections and directions. And these are all more elevated things for a center to do. And Jake, can do all these things versus a rookie out there that you're like, well, maybe he'll get the Mike backer right 90% of the time. Jake's going to get it 100%. Plus he's going to be able to turn coverages. Plus he's going to be able to read blitzes and all that. And it does help your whole team when you see these things coming and you can prepare for them.
Now, I know through last season, to try to take some things off of Quinn Ewers, they were having Jake call the protections.
Yeah.
And I guess the Sarkisian offense is pretty verbose. So now you've got the helmet communication coming in this year. How do you think that changes things to where Quinn Ewers can get he's still got to say the play. And I don't know if Jake's going to call the protections or not, call it, but how do you think helmet communication changes things?
It makes it easier. That's why the NFL does it. Because they're going to call and you'll see a couple of different ways. You'll see some guys with the wristband and they'll call in a number and they'll go to the wristband and just read off that play. They'll call in the verbiage of the entire play and then they just regurgitate that. And then you got to understand what you're saying. You're not just saying junk, you got, as a quarterback, have to understand all of it. That was the joy of being an offensive lineman. He'd say the protection, and then I could stop listening. I didn't care about the routes. Now, I did in that it told me the depth of the quarterback. But, you tell me a route, like you say, a simple one, a go route, I know what it is, but I certainly could not know what it is. What go route means to me? 5-step drop. That's all I care about, And so I say all this in that the quarterback's got to understand all of it in, is certain positions like the receivers don't care about the protection. And really that's why you get away with Jake calling the protection because it's really just the offensive linemen, backs, and tight end that care. And the offense and the quarterback because he's got to know where the hot's coming from. And so that's sort of the point. If Jake, and really protection is turning one way or the other. That's really pretty much what it is. And so if he comes to the line and he sees, okay, we got somebody coming to the right and we're turning left, we're going to turn right to that protection. And then now turn right to the blitzer. Now Quinn knows that he's hot, anything left, but there's nothing over there because I can see and we're okay. And then sometimes if you get good, you get down and they switch it. And then all of a sudden they're bringing it left. Well, you can switch it back left, so this is a chess match that goes on. As long as Quinn knows which way you're turning, it's really just offensive line that cares about in the backs. And that's it.
What, did you watch the Texas-Alabama game?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
What stood out to you about that? Because that obviously was such a big win. It was the win that got him into the playoff, and obviously gave him a bunch of momentum.
Well, obviously you beat them by double digits in their house. That's pretty impressive. And the second thing is at the end of the game when they had to run the ball, this is why I said earlier, you have to be able to run the ball. They could run the ball. They just beat down Alabama. And Alabama was worn out. And Texas wore them out. That's part of running the football. And so they were conditioned well. They were able to, impose their will on Alabama at the end of the game to close that game out. Because you'll see a lot of times when you're on the road and you go to there and you have what we call 4-minute offense where you got to eat up clock and control the game with a lead. You can't get it done. You give it back to them and they're going to score. And they just didn't give it back to them. So they shut the door on Alabama. And really they shut the door with their 5 guys up front and running the ball. That was it. And so when you see that, that's a good team. If they can do that, they're pretty damn good.
What, talking to Dan Neal, if you're listening to us on the app, Dan Neal, former All-American offensive lineman and on the ballot for the College Football Hall of Fame. Congratulations, Dan Neal.
Well, thank you.
We need to put you in the College Football Hall of Fame.
I appreciate that, Chip. That's not going to happen, but I do appreciate it. It's nice of you to say. I honestly look. It's an honor. I'll never say any less. I'm thrilled. I'm not. I don't belong in there. Those guys are really, really good. That's not me, but it's a thrill to be mentioned.
You are so humble, and
no, there's humility and truth. That's the truth, Chip.
When you look at the Oklahoma game last year and Texas, that was the highlight of the red zone troubles for the offense.
Yeah.
Jake Majors goes down with a high ankle sprain in the first quarter. Cole Hudson's hurt, so he can't come in. So they go to Connor Robertson, the freshman from Westlake, who, held, what.
I thought he did the best he could do.
Right. Did the best he could do.
I did.
But first and goal from the 1, and they don't score. And there was the T'Vondre Sweat, Byron Murphy package down in there. It got kind of cluttered. Give me your thoughts, Dan, on, that may talk about the importance of Jake Majors and just having that.
Oh yeah, that was a reflection of Jake being out of there. And then, like you said, then they're down to a true freshman. And so, like, when I said, hey, don't discount the importance of center, that is right there, case in point. That's why it's nice that Jake's back. The deal is you get into those type of situations, and again, we talk about running the football, is you absolutely have to find a way to score. And it's not as easy as people think. You're like, 1 yard. Hey, everyone knows you need 1 yard. And then there you got a defense to keep you from getting 1 yard, and they're good too. And, it is a hard thing to do, but you have to be able to do it, whether it's throwing or running. Obviously, preferably for me, it would be running the ball, not throwing, but you would have to find a way to get it in, because it really is demoralizing when you go all the way down there and you walk away with nothing. That in a game like that, where every point is so critical, that really affects you the next drive and maybe the one after that. If you say you go out there next time it's 3 and out, then all of a sudden now you got problems, So it's kind of like where I'm, me being who I am, I love it when we have good kickers, because kickers bail you out when you don't do your job, and I like to get something. So I understand going forward on 4th and short and all that, but sometimes I'm thinking just get your points and move on and get something positive, because that negative of not finishing it off can linger on offense for a little while.
Okay, and that's where I want to take a selfish left turn here, because my Detroit Lions had field goal opportunities in the NFC Championship game, and my man Dan Campbell, love him, Aggie, but he's an Aggie. Dan Gamble, and he doesn't come away with points. And you just said it, Dan. I mean, it's like you get down in there and you got to come away with points. Otherwise, it feels like you just lost a limb or something.
Yeah, it does. It does. It feels like you just did nothing. And you may have gone 90 yards down their throat and then nothing. That's demoralizing. And I remember watching, of course, I'm a Niner fan because Lynch and Shanahan, but and I like Dan Campbell, even though as lossy as he is as an Aggie. But we know who he is, and that's kind of how he is. And that's why I was saying earlier, we're the Tom Landrys of the world. Again, love Dan Campbell, but I like the guys that, are calm and think through things. And I know now today we have all the analytics and all that stuff. And I understand the importance and how that can be relevant in the game. But I think generally you want to get something, when you get down there, and especially in big games like that, when something is so hard to get. In playoff games, any point's hard to get. You take what you get. And that's why, kickers, I think, are so underrated, in that if you got a guy, hey, we can – it's not a matter of, well, we may make 3, but we may not. Then I don't know what you do. If it's – I know I got 3 in the bag here, or I can go for it and then gamble. Let's take the 3 sure things. And that's why, that kicker back there is so good and so important to have.
Yeah. We'll get to Dan's Super Bowl, 2-time Super Bowl winner. We'll get some of those stories, get his thoughts on the Kansas City Chiefs. let me get a couple mentions in here about Apple Leasing and getting you into the car that you really want to be driving. They lease every make and model of car. No matter what you want, they're going to go get it for you. So they don't care what car you pick. That's a new experience. Normally you go to a dealership, they're, hustling you to get you into a car, their car, and that's great. But how about you pick any make or model of car, and then you want to change make and model of car 2-3 years into your lease? No problem. The easy lease. Everything about Apple Leasing is easy. If you had a bad leasing experience in the past, probably because you leased from a dealership and they're not going to let you out of that contract. But you're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car. You're only paying for the car while you're driving it. So you're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford, and it's brand new. So you're going to be in traffic in Austin, Texas. You need to be happy in the car you're in. Some of you are driving around a car you can't stand. That's no way to go through life in Austin, Texas. Give Apple Leasing a call, 346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And audiovisual consultations, our man Tom McKay, he's been doing it for 30 years. And he's going to get you the big screen of your dreams, the media room of your dreams, surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting, you name it. You're busy. Let him and his crew bring everything to you. All you have to do is call 255-8678 and let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. You've got things to do. You don't need to be lugging 80-inch TVs around town, holes in your drywall. 255-8678. And I know if Dan Neal was still playing football today, he'd be wearing a Brain Vault mouth guard developed right here in Austin by Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert, Austin's dentist. And it's the mouth guard that is proven, patented to reduce the effects of concussion. So if you've got a competitor in your household and they're playing flag football or soccer or lacrosse or cheerleading, look, the Brain Vault mouth guard, you want your competitor to play hard, but you want them to play safe. So get them fitted for a Brain Vault mouth guard now before the season starts. So you're ahead of the game. You just go to brainvault.com to set up a fitting today. And of course, cover 3, you got the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. I had one just the other day. Plus, my son is waiting tables at the Anderson location. Go say hi to Tiger Brown. The social hour menu, the $7 social hour menu, which is like 3 to 7 o'clock. You're getting, the deviled eggs, the firecracker shrimp, the chicken sliders. You're loving it. Great food, great place to hang out with your buddies. Watch your favorite team. Cover 3. So Dan, I know you don't want to hear about this. We got Kansas City Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. Is this driving you crazy?
Oh,
When you were in the division, I asked because, of course, Dan played for the Denver Broncos. And in the division, you had the Chiefs.
Yeah. Big game. Denver KC was always a big game. Arrowhead, top 2 or 3 places to play football. One of the special places. I respect the Chiefs, put you that way. Great ownership. I've always been an Andy Reid fan. I remember one of my buddies played for him when he first got the Philly job, and he called me up and was like, Dan, you don't know how great this guy is. Just a player's coach, good guy, and you can see it. They got a good thing going, good culture, good atmosphere, good team. I know Mahomes is a great player, but it seems like they just kind of roll in other guys around him at times, and they continue to win, and he elevates the game of everyone. So I appreciate and respect what they're doing. I don't like watching it. I don't like them winning. I much prefer that they lose, but yeah, they're pretty damn good. So they got things. I mean, it's kind of hard to say they're not maybe one of the favorites next year. They just seem to really have been able to. And you know what? Here's the best example I can give you is they pick Xavier Worthy in the draft. And what's the first thing you heard everyone say? Wow, they got a steal. Well, they know what they're doing. That's why they're good. They realize that, hey, there's this really good player that seems to be just still floating around for some stupid reason, and he's exactly what we need, and we're going to go take him. So that's why they're good. So they seem to really know what they're doing.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about Worthy with Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. Why is that offense so hard to stop? Obviously, Mahomes and Kelce have a special chemistry, but just in terms of how they're able to tax the defense.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot to that. I mean, the Kelce Mahomes thing is, a lot of times tight ends get in some bad matchups. I mean, they'll put in nickel and they'll try to get a DB on them. But then, a true DB is too small to cover tight end. You get a safety, they'll do a little bit better, but sometimes safeties, if you got a really good tight end, aren't as good in their coverage skills to cover a tight end. And the linebackers, that's when they're laughing at you. But then if you start doing that, then, a DB or safety or somebody, then all of a sudden, well, we're going to run the ball right there. So right there, just that matchup, you can see how that can be difficult to handle. Then it's going to be really hard to leave, double everybody up and leave that one-on-one. So you're going to maybe try to get that matchup some help. And then, well, there's one-on-one other places, and they learn to find that quickly and exploit it. And so they find your weakness and they force you into a weakness on defense and they exploit it. They don't miss. They see it every time. And they just have so much coming at you. I mean, if you're a defensive coordinator, usually you ask yourself, well, what do we have to take away in this football game? Well, we got to take Mahomes away. We got to take Kelce away. And they have decent enough receivers that make you worried about leaving that one-on-one situation. And they run the ball well enough. It's like, okay, well, we got to stop the run. But you can't do all of that. And whatever you do, they're going to go to the next thing. So if you do take Kelce away, they'll find somebody else to get the ball to, find somewhere else to attack you. So they got so many weapons and so many things that the defense can't stop at all.
Do you watch centers in the NFL?
I did. I don't know if I'm going to anymore. To me, the best center I've seen in a long time just retired, and I'm bummed because I would only watch the Eagles just to watch Kelce. I mean, that guy was fun as hell to watch. But Humphreys oh gosh, do you watch him play?
Yeah.
I mean, he's like 265. He moves like no one else. He gets leverage, and he just makes those big fat guys look stupid. And I love it because I get so tired of everyone's like, well, you got to be big and fat to play offensive line. Okay, yeah, sure you do, you idiot. Go watch Kelce play. The guy was still the best center in the league, and he's still retired. I mean, and I get it. I'm happy for him. I'm just upset because I love watching him. But I do watch the OU guy from Kansas City with Humphreys, or what's his name?
Yeah, Creed Humphrey.
Creed Humphreys. He's a good player. He's a lefty, if I recall correctly, which always throws me off. But he's been good for them at the middle. And their offensive line is probably one of the things that's kind of juggled a little bit. I think Tooney, their left guard, is one of the best in the business. Love watching him play. And, they're good up front, and they've been able to fill some holes here and there with the draft of Humphreys, the free agent of Tooney. So you see they know what they're doing.
I didn't ask you about Texas's guards, the Longhorns guards.
Hayden Connor. Yeah, Hayden Connor I like a lot. Big guy. I know him on a personal level, great guy, and I think he's a really good football player with the future in the game. He's been playing there for a while and very solid. It kind of gives him a strength on that left side. I liked DJ Campbell when he first stepped on the field. I mean, he's a big boy and he can move, and I think he's a good player too. I've always kind of enjoyed watching him play for some reason. Just I'm a fan. So I think both of them are good. The only question is the right tackle. I think every other spot on that line is as solid as they need to be.
Yeah. And obviously, speaking of, defensive tackles, T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy move on. T'Vondre Sweat, now a Tennessee Titan, and Byron Murphy now with the Seattle Seahawks. What did you like about those guys? Because I know when you watch the trenches.
Yeah. Well, Murphy, I thought they were picked in the correct order. Murphy was one I really liked. He can move. He plays tenacious, gets down, leverage guy, can't get underneath him. strong, just a good player. And Sweat, I like. Don't take me wrong. I'm a fan. The guy is big. He can move as well when he wants to. The only thing I worry about him is when you're playing in college at that size, you can kind of sort of just manhandle guys a little bit because you're going to be going against some guys that, I hate to use the term undersized, but don't understand leverage enough and don't understand how to stop a big guy. In the NFL, they do, and they will be able to stop you unless you learn how to get good hand placement, get leverage, and use your strength, which he's good at. He needs to get better. And when he does, he could be a very forceful guy in the middle. I do think that, and this is nothing on him, I just think generally when guys get, as heavy as he's been at times, I think it's just too heavy. I think, it's hard for me to believe that you're better at 390 than you would be at 330. I just don't think that exists. So I think, the slimmer he can get and the more, the quicker and more athletic, and he's got it all. Just as you get heavier, you lose some of that. I think as he gets in shape, I think he could be a good player.
Now, I don't know how much you watch like the defense. Anthony Hill at linebacker for Texas, the freshman All-American. He kind of did a little bit of everything last year. He come off the edge. He played, I think 38 snaps a middle, mostly weak side linebacker, but some strong side linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
What stands out to you about him?
I think last year, and we'd have to go back and look. I think it'd be interesting to find out. I think probably most of what he was doing is coming in on pass situations and placing him on the field where they felt he could exploit and get a matchup they liked, whether it was Will or Sam. I think that's kind of more what they were doing. I like him a lot. He definitely, when you brought him in the rush to passer, he could do that. The question is he an every down guy? Can he play the run? Can he do the true stand-up linebacker? When you bring in a guy, just say, sick him. That's different than, hey, maybe it's run, maybe it's pass, maybe you got to drop in coverage, maybe you get to go sick them. You got to do it all. And it's hard for a freshman to do that. And the fact that they put him in when they did shows you the talent, and the success he had when they did really shows you the talent. Now it's a matter of kind of being able to do everything they need you to do. Now, you could play college and professionally just sicking the quarterback, and not that you can't make a career out of that. But I'd be interested to see what expanded role he has on the defense going into the season.
I've said we'll kind of know how good Texas's defensive tackle rotation is in 2024 based on whether offensive linemen are getting to the second level of the Texas defense, because they were not getting to the second level.
No, they weren't.
with Sweat and Murphy, right, Dan?
Nope. No, I mean, the example I give all the time, if you remember the 2000 Ravens defense, okay, arguably the greatest defense over, usually them, the 85 Bears, and some of the Steel Curtain days.
Which you played against.
Which I had the joy and fortune of playing against those guys. Most people, I say this, can you name the two defensive tackles for that football team? I know you can, Chip, but most of our listeners are like, well, maybe that one fat goose guy. Yeah, Saragusa. And the other one they have no clue of, and that's a guy named Sam Adams. But you can name the middle linebacker, right? Everyone knows, hey, Ray Lewis, right? All the tackles, everything he did. Well, you know what? Nothing against Ray Lewis because he's a great player, but a lot of people could have done what Ray Lewis had done, or at least close to what Ray Lewis had done, with Sam and Goose in front of you, because I tried. You could not get off those guys to go get Ray. Ray was gone as soon as the ball was snapped, and they were laughing at you and just grabbing you. It was impossible. So my point being is, if you get two great defensive tackles and allow that linebacker to make all the plays, because that's the way the defense is designed, then you're doing really well. You don't want your tackles to lead your team in tackles, because usually that means that you're hustling downfield after, a couple missed tackles and mopping things up, right? Rarely are you penetrating sack, getting a 3-yard loss. That's ideal. So if we can get those linebackers to run free back there and let them play. Now, this is, again, why the Ravens are so good. Lewis never missed a tackle, never was out of position, all those things that made him great. That's hard to find, but if you get a guy back there to run around and play free and make plays, it's up to them to make the plays. If they can make the plays, you can have a great defense.
Did you ever go up against Zach Thomas?
Oh, yeah. Since high school. I played with Zach in the high school all-star game. I know Zach.
He had that tree
Yeah,
trunk,
his neck was almost as big as his forehead, and his forehead was ginormous.
and he was only like 6 feet tall.
Oh, man, it's funny you bring up Zach. I was talking to a friend of mine today about Zach, and he was asking about him. I said, it's crazy. I'm playing in this high school all-star game, and I'm on Zach's team. And I had no idea who Zach Thomas was. He was from Pampa. I didn't know how Pampa was.
Pampa.
And Pampa. And he had gone to Texas Tech, which was some, so some West Texas guy goes to Tech. Never heard of Texas or anybody recruit him, nothing. We go out there, and after the first practice, I'm like, who the hell is that guy? I mean, he was just putting his head in the middle of your chest like nothing you'd ever felt. He had what made Zach so great is he knew when you were off balance. So when you're coming off that 3 technique and going to the linebacker, before you could gather yourself, boom, that's when he pop you. And so you were the whole time. He had this little spring in his hips that he would get underneath and doom. And he'd be underneath you all the time. And I got underneath everybody, but Zach, I could not. I would absorb everything under my chin. And after 4 quarters with that guy, it's like, would you go away? I don't ever see you again.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that like you remember just because of how instinctive he was, how technical he was. Because I was actually in Lubbock when he was playing.
That's right. Yeah.
The Associated Press writer out there. So I covered him out at Tech, and that guy, he reminds me of Britt Hager. He just, he just constantly knew where to be, how to be, and, made plays. And I love watching linebackers like that. Junior Seau was another guy.
I played against Junior many times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was
You're right. So who else was like this? Was Troy Polamalu. And I heard someone else talking about Troy Polamalu the other day, and they were right on about him. Most of these guys are sort of what you would call unsound. In other words, everybody on defenses has a gap, and you're supposed to be in this gap. And I know based on what's going on where Zach is supposed to be or where Junior's supposed to be. The problem is they played unsound football. They would go where they're not supposed to be. So they were risking. There's a huge hole where they, where they were supposed to be and where they were, that supposed to be place was just a gaping hole. But their point was they were going to get to the ball carry before you get to that place, and they would do it. Running around, guys running in the wrong places. And we're just like, you can't be over there. And then all of a sudden, how the hell did he just make that play? You can't block that. It drove you nuts. What Zach did different than all the other guys we just talked about is Junior didn't really want to hit you a whole lot. He'd run around you, he sort of avoid the contact. Zach sought out the contact. He loved it. He was one of the very few kind of unsound, smart, crafty linebackers that would go hit you. Ray Lewis wouldn't touch you. That guy didn't hit a lineman his entire career. Zach would let you have it, and he liked it, and that's why he was so tough. Is he was all those other guys, but tough as hell too.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Because Derek Johnson, he talked about how, he would try and duck under blocks and get around people because he was so fast. And Greg Robinson came in and told him, listen, I've been in the NFL. You've got to take on these blocks because, the rest of the defense needs you to take on that block to, make sure you're protecting your gap. And it's interesting to hear you say that, okay, here's what made Zach Thomas different. He sought out the contact. He'd see when you were off balance and try and get a lick on you. And it's an art form, and it's good to see that kind of play. We were talking, Zay brought up Luke Kuechly the other day as another guy that he was everywhere,
Yeah, he was kind of, he would take on the hit. He would be physical when he wanted to, but he didn't have to. He kind of avoided it too. But the guy, he knew the play better probably than the offense knew the play. It's just fun to watch him. He knew everything.
Yeah.
Smart guy.
Now, do you watch the Texans?
I do some, not a ton. I kind of watch what's on, and they are on, but it seems like it's always Dallas for some reason. So I kind of get stuck watching the damn Cowboys.
Yeah. Well, Micah Parsons, I mean, he's a athletic guy. I don't know, what do you make of him?
I honestly haven't really watched enough of him to really say. I remember him at Alabama, and he said he's athletic, got a lot of gifts, a lot of talent, great player. I haven't just seen him at in Houston enough to say, honestly. I watched a Denver-Houston game, but I was mainly just throwing up in my seat watching Russell Wilson and the Alabama Jared Jeudy suck all over the field. So I didn't really pay much attention to anything else.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting with the Texans, with D'Amico Ryans, first-year coach, C.J. Stroud, first-year quarterback, winning a playoff game.
They're a good team, and don't sell them short. They're a good team. They've done some good things. Obviously, you get a quarterback like that gives you a chance. They'll be interesting this season. I think it'll be real interesting.
So, I know. I always ask you about the Broncos, but before I ask you about the Broncos, what do you make of Russell Wilson going to Pittsburgh? What that team culture is, and what do you think Russell Wilson has left?
I don't know. I'll tell you this. I may come off as a Wilson hater, and I'm not. I don't, have nothing against the guy as an individual. I just know what I saw on the field from him. It didn't at Denver, and it was pretty bad in my opinion. But he's had success in the past. I kind of, as we saw some things unfold, then you start to sort of question some of the reasons for that success. But he has. So he's shown he can play, and he's shown he can do it. He's going to a place that is a great culture, great atmosphere, great place to be with a great coach. If anybody can get something out of him, it's going to be Tomlin. If he's not successful in Pittsburgh, then it is over and he's done. I don't know whether he'll have that success or not. I just don't know the guy, well enough to know if he's got what it takes inside to take a little humility and say that he needs to get better and he's not where he needs to be. Evident the last 2 years is no one's fault but his own, and put in the work and effort and time and get better and play like he has played in the past. That's what I'm looking to see.
Yeah, because what happened in Denver? Was it just a breakdown of going from Nathaniel Hackett to the Saints?
Peyton.
Yeah, Sean Payton.
I don't know. So let's take what we do know. He comes from Seattle. And as we found out after he ended up at Denver, and this is what always upsets me so much, because the guy that signed Russell Wilson is still the GM of the team, and he should have been fired immediately because he's an idiot. If you would have just talked to his teammates in Seattle, you would have gotten a better picture of kind of what he is. I mean, you found out later that there were some players that didn't really care for him. Marshawn Lynch being one of them. Not that he's everything, but it's interesting. Other players kind of spoke of some things. He was sort of segregated himself. You hear about some of the things in Denver, sort of the same thing, a lot of segregation of himself from the rest of the team, doing his own thing, kind of, in my opinion, maybe more concerned about his brand and image than he is the Broncos' brand and image. And first year plays for Hackett, things don't go well. It's kind of a mess all the way around, so you give him a pass. Comes out next year against playing for Sean Payton, a guy that's had success with a lot of quarterbacks, considered a good coach, and it's sort of the same thing. And at the end of the year, Peyton, quickly gets rid of him, and then quickly gets rid of Jared Jeudy. The reason I throw Jared Jeudy in that group is Jared Jeudy was a terrible football player. So Peyton decided that he was going to get rid of the guys and weren't going to help him win games, and decided Russell Wilson was one of those guys. He gave Russell a chance, and Russell showed him that he wasn't one of those guys. Now, you can say who's right, Russell or Peyton. That's up to the fans to decide and time to tell us. But I would say when I watched them play, especially that Houston Texans game, because remember, they had to beat the Texans in Houston to really make the playoffs, and they really should have won the game. I watched that game, and I left that stadium saying the two highest paid guys on that team are the two worst guys I watched today, and that was Jeudy and Wilson. and Peyton got rid of both of them. So I like where Peyton is, and I like what he's doing with the team. And it'll be interesting to, back to your question, to see what he does in Pittsburgh, because if he doesn't do it in Pittsburgh, he's not doing it anywhere.
Okay, who's the GM for the Broncos?
I forget his name, but he's an idiot.
And
He's drafted, or he's still there. I don't understand it. And I was up at Denver last year. I'm talking to my friends, and I'm like, can somebody explain this to me? And they're just looking at me like, we got no for you on this one. He not only he traded, and he traded everything for him. And at first I'm like, okay, he's had a good history, good reputation. He didn't even talk to other players that played with him, didn't spend time to find out. And that's the most important thing to do. So you trade for this guy, then he gives him a huge extension before he even steps on the field. And I'm like, why did you just give him an extension? And the thinking being is, well, if he goes out and plays really well next year, then we're going to be behind and we won't be able to afford him. Now we're going to lock him down and we got our guy. And I'm like, yeah, but he's old and he's only played in Seattle. And do you really know what you got here? And it's set that team back probably 5 years. I mean, Denver, I hope they do well, but they're probably 5 years away from being where they need to be because of that Russell Wilson fiasco, because of that GM that's still running the team. So I don't know.
And now the quarterback is Drew Lock.
Well, I don't know who the starter is. Obviously, they got Zach Wilson and Bo Nix. Is Bo Nix right, the Oregon guy? Yep. And that's, obviously the guy that I think kind of feel will do something. Zach Wilson, I found interesting. I've watched him play a couple times. I don't think much of him as a player, but Bo Nix, I'm kind of excited about. I hear good things, but we'll be temperate. We'll see some of the other things, but some of the other picks that you don't really know about, and they're kind of quieter down the draft board because that's all they had. They didn't have anybody high, so they traded all away. I really like. I think they've got some good late round guys, and that's how you build a team. And so I think they're trending in the right direction. I really do.
All right. I don't know. I know you don't care for the Cowboys, but you have an opinion on Dak Prescott because he, takes the team to the playoffs 2 years ago. He throws a interception in his own red zone. He throws an interception in the 49ers red zone, and they lose 18-12. This past year, he cuts down on the interceptions. Cowboys 13-4. They get into the playoffs against the Packers, and it looks like he's never practiced. And at that point, Dan, because this is a guy who's, 2 contracts in, how many more times do you need to show me that you can't get it done in the playoffs?
I hear you. I agree with you in the Niner game. I was like, oh, man, what's happened? I like Dak Prescott. I think he's a good guy. His teammates seem to like him, and he plays really well at times, right? That Niner game, you're like, man, he had a bad day. For what reason? That Packer game, I mean, it wasn't just Dak that sucked. I mean, that Packers beat the crap out of the Cowboys like I haven't seen in a long time. I don't care who was quarterback of that team. They weren't coming close. So I don't put too much of that game on Dak. You're right, though. I mean, it's about what you do in the playoffs. That's really what it's about. Now, if you do well in the playoffs, obviously it's going to result in doing well during the season because that means you're good. He's done well during the season.
Some people have compared him to John Elway. John Elway didn't win, early, and then he won the 2 Super Bowls later in his career.
Well, I hear that. Remember, the argument was John didn't win a Super Bowl until he got some players around him, including a running game, and that certainly helped. I don't know. Maybe because I lived in Denver, we used to watch The Drive on repeat on every station in the town of when he took Cleveland down the length of the field to win the game. Then the following year, when Cleveland comes to Denver, Denver, Ernest Biner fumbles it, and Denver wins again. And then the many times they beat Schottenheimer, including when they beat Schottenheimer and when he was coaching the Chiefs, when we went in there ahead and beat him in the playoffs. So John won a bunch of playoff games prior to winning those 2 Super Bowls. So it wasn't a matter of, he'd gotten to the 3 others. He got the 3 others. You don't get that not winning playoff games. and they just got beaten 3 others. Finally had the team around them, and they won it. Yeah, and finally I was there. That was kind of the missing link, really, Chip. Yeah. So I wouldn't say that's a comparison, but I don't like comparing anybody to John. I don't think it's fair to that individual. I certainly wouldn't compare Dak. I think Dak's a great player. I think he's got things that, are impressive arm strength. I mean, he comes back from a tough injury. He worked his ass off to do that. I like him. He's got to find a way to win in the playoffs. And Dallas is so close, and they've been so close so many times. At this point, I just feel bad for Cowboy fans. It's tough watching the close years come and go. And go. And not
Super Bowl window was the last 2 years. Now they've lost Leighton Vander Esch. He's now, DeMarvion Overshown, the Texas kid, is going to be a central figure in Mike Zimmer's defense. But okay, so my last question on Dak. It's final year of his contract. I say don't pay him. Let him play on his final year, and if he takes you to the Super Bowl and you win, you pay the price.
Pay him. There's different ways of looking at that. I don't mean to spend too much time on it, but you look at New England's track record, and that was when guys were getting old, they got rid of them right before they were too old, and the fans were like, "What are we doing? This guy's good," and they still had years left, but not what they had to pay him. And you may say that about Dak. The window's over. If he can do it, great. If not, probably not. And we don't need to overpay this guy. We'll let someone else overpay him. We'll go find someone, and we'll start on that next phase. You could make that argument. You'd also make the argument that New England was good because they had a guy named Tom Brady. When Tom Brady left, New England sucked. Again, not comparing Dak to new Tom Brady, but you get rid of Dak, and you may all of a sudden suck because you just don't find quarterbacks. And is there a guy out there, either being in the college ranks that you don't know what they are, or free agent in the pros that you like better than Dak? Or is that the best guy out there? And he's liked by his teammates. All these things go into it. So I don't know the answer. And that's why the GMs that are good get paid money and win. So that, and of course, that begs the question, who is the GM of the Cowboys? I forget. Okay. There you go. All right. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Oh my God. So there's a new Netflix documentary, I think, on the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders.
Yeah, my wife watches it. Yeah.
Yeah, follows them through the 2023 season. That follows the cheerleaders and, of course, the team. So, spoiler alert, the Cowboys are playing the Packers in the playoffs. The cheerleaders are thinking, this is our chance to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And then flash forward to the Packers game, and they're all standing there on the sideline going, wasn't expecting this. I mean,
no one was. I mean, like you said, the cheerleaders were crying. It was
oh my God, the cheerleaders were bawling.
I mean, honestly, it was, and I'm just like, wow, Green Bay. I mean, every phase of the game and it wasn't, they didn't let up, man. They beat the crap out of Dallas in the submission. And in an NFL playoff game, you almost never see that.
Yeah. Yeah. Now you're looking at the Packers going.
Exactly. I'm like, well, they're pretty good.
Here come the Packers.
Yeah. Watch out.
And they let the running back, Aaron Jones, the kid from UTEP who dominated the Cowboys that day. They let him go, and I'm like, the Cowboys, go get him. Go get.
They got Ezekiel Elliott.
Aaron Jones went to the Minnesota Vikings, for like $7 million a year. Yeah. The Cowboys were like, nah. So now they're starting running back, I guess, is Rico Dowdle with Ezekiel Elliott, or maybe it's the kid from Kansas State, the
little guy.
Knight.
Yeah, I like him. Yeah.
Oh God, whose name escapes me. His dad.
Yeah. Yeah, his dad's a scout or something. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I like him, but I don't know if he's in every down back.
I know. I mean, you're like, oh my goodness gracious, are they going to really turn the keys over to this 5'5", Muggsy Bogues of a running back. It's hard to say, but and I think Dan, did we?
I'm back. Sorry.
Okay. No worries. Yeah. That would be something. But yeah, Deuce Vaughn. Thank you. Thank
Deuce
you,
Vaughn,
John.
okay.
John Flores. Thank you very much, Deuce Vaughn. Yeah, I think it's so okay. Selfishly, I gotta ask you, because the Lions, okay, so my greatest fear, this is my fear, and of course, being a Lions fan, I have Detroit SD, Lions SD. And so my fear is, do you remember when Bill O'Brien was up, 24-7 on the Chiefs in the playoffs? And
I do. With the Texans in Arrowhead, and yeah, I remember.
Everything's going the Texans' way, and then O'Brien goes for a fake punt, and it fails. And the Arrowhead crowd got back in the game, and I mean, the Chiefs took the momentum, and they ran them out of the building. They beat them like 51-30. It was terrible. Like, they beat the crap out of them.
Yeah.
And the Texans were never the same. Bill O'Brien was never the same. I think it's going to be a little different because the players like Dan Campbell, but you're up 24-7 in the NFC Championship game, and we could argue that the fourth down decisions started the avalanche.
Before you finish it, and I know you're going, and I don't disagree with you that it was an incorrect decision. I mean, we talked about that earlier. I will say this. Everyone in that stadium, mostly including the Detroit football players, knew that he was going to go for it. It's what he's done all season. It's who he is. It's what they are. That's what you got. So as a player, it's not like, oh my God, he's lost his mind. It's like, it's who he is, And the players do like him, and I think they appreciate that fieriness. They appreciate the passion, and I get that. I just would say, sometimes you got to be cerebral and not just be a football meathead and think about, well, what is the best thing to do here? And I do. That's sort of the point. It's Dan Campbell, it's who he is, but I don't think it was the best decision. And this isn't hindsight. If he converted it and it worked and they won the game, I would have said, man, I don't think that's the best decision to do there. Just like I've said many times on the show and other shows, when we won the Big 12 championship game in '96 against Nebraska, and we had a roll left, James Brown to Derek Lewis, that turned into one of the greatest plays in Texas football history, I thought it was the dumbest call I ever heard. Still think it was the dumbest call I ever heard. It just worked. I didn't agree with it at all.
Was it the dumbest call because you had the lead and you were in your own end of the field? I think it's like the 30.
Well, it was the dumbest call because we needed like an inch and we didn't run the ball. And Priest Holmes had like 200 something yards on the day, and I don't like throwing the ball in those situations, but same point. That's who Makovic was. He's always done that, and you look back at his history, he's going to throw the ball, and he did. It's just, that's the point. It's who they are, and it as a player, and that's part of it, right? And I think, it wasn't the smart move by the Lions. And I mean, you can't change. Maybe Campbell will, look at it and say, you know what, maybe we should, check ourselves a little here before we start going all crazy and think about maybe the smarter move than the more passionate move.
Yeah, man. I hope. I'm hoping for the best. They did draft 2 corners that I'm excited about because Lord knows their corners were getting ripped last year, including the.
And I'll say this: that's what I like about Campbell, and this is hard because their DC's Aaron Glenn, he's an Aggie too. But they have amassed some talent. Sewell's a great player. That's where my eyeballs are. They've amassed some talents, and Stafford was a guy that the Rams didn't want. They dumped him in a heart set. I'm sorry, Goff. Excuse me. They didn't want Goff, and he goes to Detroit, which is, I mean, imagine going from LA to Detroit, Chip. And I'm not talking about the teams, I'm talking about the cities. And he has gone on and played his ass off, right? And so give Campbell and that staff some credit. They've gotten a lot out of players other teams didn't want. They found players. They don't miss. They've got talent. And so I'm a fan of Campbell and what he's doing. I'm just not a fan of the football meathead moves.
Yeah. Thank you.
And I can say that because I'm a meathead too, right?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's going to be interesting. All right. So Texas baseball.
Yeah.
They let go of David Pierce. A lot of speculation that either Jim Schlossnagle at Texas A&M or Tony Vitello, the head coach at Tennessee, who both coached in the College World Series championship game last night, that one of those guys is Chris Del Conte's top target. I had a buddy say, wouldn't it be amazing if A&M loses to Tennessee and then Texas takes the Aggies coach? How would you feel about that, Dan? Or would you want Tennessee's head coach, who all he does is go to the College World Series and he's 45?
Yeah. I'll just say first, I've been a big Dave Pierce fan. He's a very nice guy. And I think it was mutual that it wasn't getting it done. And that's the thing, is you coach at Texas. That's why they can talk about these two coaches. Again, they're at the pinnacle of their universities, but their university's pinnacle isn't the pinnacle at UT. UT's been in the College World Series more than anyone else. 2 all-time winners baseball coaches coached at UT. It is probably 1, 2, 3, 4 on the low end programs in college baseball. No question about it. And that's why they can talk to these coaches. Plus, Schlossnagle, I know for a fact, and the Tennessee coach as well, have a history of Del Conte at Fort Worth and TCU. And they know what kind of guy he is. And Del Conte is the kind of guy that he's going to hire you. He's going to give you everything you need to win, and then he's going to expect you to do it. So he's not going to be easy on you as far as what you do on the field, but he's going to give you your resources and allow you to do it your way. He's not going to micromanage you. They know that about this guy. They know he's a guy that you want to coach for. That's why Del Conte gets the best coaches every year. And he can go out and get whoever he wants. And he does. And I think personally, between the two, I like Schlossnagle, regardless of where they coach it today. I like Schlossnagle, back to what we were talking about earlier. He's more of a Tom Landry to me than the volunteer guy. The volunteer guy, he's a little all over the place sometimes for me. I'm not a fan of that. So that's why I would say the Schlossnagle is the position I'd like to see him go in. And I think that's probably where they'll end up going. And boy, is that just such a fun storyline.
I mean, and so then Schlossnagle gets asked in his post-game press conference last night about, speculation. Texas job comes open, and Schlossnagle says, I think that's a selfish question. And
you've been doing it a long time. Whenever you ask someone the truth about the job they're talking about, they act like you're the jerk for bringing it up.
Right.
And then 2 days later, they're hired.
Remember when Roy Williams, he loses in the Final Four at Kansas.
Yeah.
And Bonnie Bernstein says, Roy, there's a lot of speculation that you're considering the job at North Carolina. And he's like, how dare you ask me that question? And then a week later, he's taking the job at North Carolina.
It drives me crazy.
Yeah.
I know it drives you crazy, but that's why I don't even listen to it anymore. Unless they say, I guarantee you that I will not take that job. Even then, we've had presidents say things along those lines and not be true. So even then, but which they never say. So they're both in play. They are. And I don't know beyond that, but it'll be interesting. Chip, I don't mean to change gears too quick. I know we're almost out of time. What I found fascinating, and I did not know this, I think this fall seats around 6,000 at home games.
Let me get that.
I think it's around 6,000. What's fascinating is most SEC stadiums, baseball stadiums, fit 2 times as much as that. we're like one of the smallest in the SEC. So we're rolling into some major, serious baseball.
Yeah, 6,985.
Yeah, and then look up like Ole Miss. I think it's like 15,000. You know, so we need the right guy, and Del Conte knows that. And you know, both those guys have been in the SEC. I don't doubt that we're going to get an SEC coach that knows knows their way around that conference a little bit. And honestly, again, to my point is, you're coaching at Texas. That is a powerhouse in baseball. That's where every coach dreams of being.
Yeah. Yeah. People ask me why would either of those coaches want to leave where they are to coach at Texas? And I said, great alignment in leadership.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that's happening at A&M, because John Sharp runs everything from the chancellor's office, and their presidents have been a revolving door. The athletic director has been just changed over from Ross Bjork to Trev Alberts. And they know Del Conte. They know there's good mojo going on.
Yeah.
And it's the all-time, been in more college.
And to your point about Sharp, the other part about that is they know Hartzell. If you go ask Hartzell for something, he'll look at you and say, you got to go talk to Del Conte.
Yeah.
Hartzell's a big fan of Del Conte, and they work really well together. And again, that's why we won the Learfield President's Cup, or Director's Cup, excuse me. You look at the programs and alignment, the coaches who Del Conte's hired. I mean, they go from Eddie Reese to maybe the top swim coach in the country. It's just how they roll. They continue to get the best of the best. And here's the thing. Okay, so Sark, you could say, hey, he took a little bit of a swing on Sark, right? Sark had his history and all that. Del Conte hires Sark, and now all of a sudden Sark's maybe the hottest commodity in college football as far as coaches go. He doesn't miss, guys. So I just sit back and wait till him announce it and say, all right, we got it right. He never misses. Yeah. And they love working for the guy, because he does allow them to do their job and leaves them alone.
Yeah. Yeah. It's fascinating. As our man, I think CB said, maybe it's going to be Pitbull announcing the hire at the SEC celebration on Sunday.
Well, now I got to go.
Oh, yeah. You going to what would it take to get Dan Neal to the SEC celebration?
It's funny you asked. I actually am going to be in attendance. I don't know if I haven't talked to you in a while. My new job, I work for a company in one of our products called X World Wallet, and we actually have signed 275 UT athletes to NIL contracts. We offered it to every single UT athlete, and 275 have accepted so far. And I've managed that program, and so I'm working closely with some of these athletes, and part of that is now I got to show up around campus a little bit more. So I will be there for one of the events I've been invited to.
Well, Dan, I will be calling you off the air, and I will be hanging out with you.
All right, let's go.
SEC celebration.
Well, just so you know, I would love to, but that was part of the stipulations of my jobs. I could not ever be seen or associated with Chip Brown on UT premises. Del Conte made it very clear, Chip.
I've always said,
I'm just kidding, everyone. I'm just kidding.
I've been divorced, so you cannot hurt my feelings. Yeah. But that was pretty close. All right, Dan, let's bring in Cole Thompson and Chris Phillips. Cole always has a sign, R.I.P. Cole's. No, that's not true.
Yeah, it is. I had, what's it called? I had the Oilers in 7. So I had it all the way until last night with 5 seconds left. I thought they had it.
So
I was all the way going until the very end.
Cole nailed the College World Series. He said that A&M would win game 1 and Tennessee would win games 2 and 3. So that's what I was thinking. I didn't know you picked.
No, Oilers. I picked Edmonton in 7. Dan, I have gone from Mystic Dan winning the Kentucky Derby to game 5. The Celtics beating the Timberwolves, not Timberwolves, the Pacers. I had Timberwolves losing in 5 to the Mavericks. I had the Mavericks winning, losing in 5 to the Celtics. I had Tennessee running through the College World Series. I had 5 of the 8 teams right when it came to the College World Series. I had Texas A&M and Tennessee playing in the College World Series. Texas A&M losing in 3 to Tennessee, and Edmonton winning in 7. So I was riding hot.
So before we turn it over to Chris and Cole, who do you have as Texas's next baseball coach?
I guess we're going to have to talk on this episode. I don't know, actually. I can tell you this much. I think, and I'm blanking on his name on top of my head, I think Kentucky's coach would be a great addition to the squad because I don't think that you're getting Vitello. And I think after last night, Schlossnagle's definitely not going. I think that there is a lot of conversation internally to where he is going to want to win a championship at Texas A&M. And I don't think Jay Johnson was ever an option. But I will say a new AD coming in does, I think, open up at least a conversation with Chris Del Conte to have a Schlossnagle.
All right. We'll leave it there. Chris, Cole, have a great show. Appreciate you, fellas.
Take care,
Appreciate you guys. Y'all be good.
All right.
Appreciate it. What's going on, Cole?
Buddy, I got to do this. There is a light off that's bothering the crap out of me.
Bothering you?
I'm weird like that. Whenever I work, I know my background, it's in the wash today. So, like, I always have something covered, minus when you watch the videos on SEC Unfiltered, but that's a whole different story that we don't have time for. I always have like 3 lights on in my apartment. So like the last light on, I was like, why am I so dark in the face? Oh no, it's because the light's off. This is what you get, ladies and gentlemen, just me rambling for nonsensical crap for 5 minutes.
I mean, I totally understand it, Cole, because I mean, sometimes, things are good till they aren't. I'm sitting here like, are my headphones turned up correctly? We're you know what I feel like it is, Cole. We are first day after the end of the college baseball season, so we're just tired a little bit. I don't know. Maybe we're a little tired. Maybe not. I don't know.
Listen, here's the deal. We love talking sports. The thing about us that is a beauty is that we have found ways to bring up conversations in the world of athletics with the SEC, with college baseball, with Texas sports that right now is the most dead it is going to get. Like, this is as far as dead as it gets in college industries. There is literally nothing going on. And the next big move happens next Monday when Texas and Oklahoma officially join the SEC. And that is literally the last major thing that happens going into college sports. And even then, we then have to wait another 18 or 19 days before SEC Media Days rolls around. We got to wait, I think, another 14 days for me personally with Big 12 Media Days because I always pay attention to that. So it's like this is the one time where our brain fried. We're not out of ideas, but the barrel we are shooting in right now, there is like 2 fish left and they are swimming back and forth saying, no, you get shot. No, you get shot. No, you get shot. And again, here's me rambling again. We're talking about fish in a barrel. Why are we doing that? I don't know.
Yeah, I think the other thing, Cole, that can do it too is, I was obviously up late last night. We went live after the Tennessee-Texas A&M game. And by the way, I'm not a big pat myself on the back guy for predictions either because you get a lot of them wrong, obviously. But I was right there with you in regards to picking Texas A&M to win game 1, Tennessee take the next 2. I got a lot of pats on the back from Tennessee fans for that. I appreciate that greatly. That was really cool. Either way, though, you and I were identical in those picks. I think the other thing that did it, though, we were up late last night chopping up content. I didn't get in bed probably about 1:30 or 2 o'clock. And then I agreed to do a 7:30 a.m. radio spot to talk College World Series, SEC football. So I was talking about Sam Pittman's job status at 7:30 this morning because we were talking with our friends over at ESPN Arkansas, which was a good time. So by the way, guys, again, appreciate you all tuning in. I'm Chris Phillips. He's Cole Thompson. This is SEC Unfiltered. We're live right here every single day, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain. And again, we're talking all things SEC. The college baseball season is officially in the books. By the way, Cole, on a side note, and this just got me fired up right before we got on here. 2 things, actually. Number 1, content idea before I forget it. You mentioned it's Monday, right? It's both official for Texas and OU?
Yep, Monday.
I'm live brainstorming on the air. I think we need to do some 3 or 5 bold predictions for Texas and Oklahoma in the SEC. Something like that. Over the lifespan of their life in the SEC, 5 bold predictions for what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Any and all sports. I think
do you want to take Texas or do you want to take Oklahoma? And then I'll take the other.
Maybe you and Dave take it. Maybe you and Dave.
Fair enough.
Maybe I'll take it, but maybe I don't know. I mean, I'm in the giving mood. Also, I'll be out of town next week, so that
I know you will.
would work out well.
Chris actually needs to go on vacation. Like I never sleep and I never do anything besides just work. So I don't know what a vacation is, but Chris definitely needs to go on vacation.
Not that I need an excuse to do it, obviously, because I'll still be grinding with the content. It's like asking a fish not to swim. I can't get too far away from it. But brother's actually in town on leave. He's in the Army from Alaska. So family beach trip. I was not going to say no. So we're going to have a good time. We're going to have a good time about a week or so. Obviously, July 4th, late next week. But the other thing I was going to mention, the OU Texas thing, we'll definitely execute on that. The other thing, I got really excited before we jumped on here because I realized, Cole, it's funny, man. This last month and a half or so, people ask me all the time, like, what's your favorite sport to cover? Like, what's the busiest? And it's interesting to answer that, Cole, because it's a different kind of busy, right?
Yeah.
Like football, I would say there's only one game per week, but the amount of preview content, all the stuff. I mean, what's crazy, Cole? You spend 95% of the time talking about the game. We only spend about 5% of the time really like watching a game. We spend all this time talking about preview and breaking down. Dude, baseball, it's different because there's so many games, like constantly.
Oh, yeah.
And so we've been staying so kind of present day in the present moment over the last month and a half. And then I got to today and I was like, oh yeah, it is the off season. Like it really is the college football season. But what excited me, we're about to jump on, dude, it's the off season from the standpoint of uniform power rankings, helmet power rankings. I'm about to get into like the weeds, brother, over these next like 2 weeks. I'm excited now. I'm about to start ranking home jerseys, away jerseys, alternate jerseys, helmets, home field atmospheres, which we're going to get into in a second. I'm going to do my own power rankings, and I can't wait to see you freak out over mine. Oh yeah, it's going to be a blast, man. So that's why I always say, like, and I love and respect Josh Pate, does a great job. But when he says there's no off season, I'm like, there is though, because I wouldn't be power ranking helmets in the season. Like there's absolutely an off season. I get what he's saying though, but there's an off season. So
there's not an off switch is the right word I think that he's looking for.
Good point. Yes.
Continuously are coming up with that. Like you're gonna do rankings. I'm going to be breaking down the dumb, nonsensical crap that everyone's talking about, but also, like, why are we talking about it? We have SEC Media Days, which, again, that's not really off-season, but someone's going to say something that's going to draw in a lot of eyeballs that we got to react to. Like, there's never an off period, but there certainly is an off-season in terms of, well, recruiting is going on, but you're also seeing a lot of decommitments. You're seeing a lot of commitments. Like, Dave Arnett was talking about doing a video about the decommitments at Ole Miss in the last 3 days. I'm like, bro, they're all going to decommit in 5 months and then recommit somewhere else and decommit a third time and then go back. Like, that's not off season. That's just a normal day. That's the lifestyle. But it's not news, in my opinion, because of until ink is on paper or until you pull a Harold Perkins or a Zach Evans where it goes down to the wire. Are you committing yes or no? Well, then that's just a bunch of nonsensical stuff that we're just trying to fill in the void until we get to college football season, which, again, we're right around the corner, which I'm very excited for. And we also got to talk about it because you have your atmosphere rankings, and I made a comment where I feel like that you don't understand me because LSU, we'll say
Cole, on a side note, are you a big recruiting guy? And there's no right or wrong answer. I'm just curious.
Yes and no. I'm a big recruiting guy when it gets closer to signing day.
But you're not like a diehard, like keeping up with visits and like all that.
No, not all.
Because I'll say, like, I've never beat around the bush with that with any of my ventures. I'm like, I'm an opinion guy. I like to watch games, talk about games. I'm not like recruiting's the lifeblood of college athletics, college football, certainly, but I'm not a recruiting guy like that. Like I'm not a per sources insider, recruiting scoop guy. That's just not me. I don't care how a 16-year-old's visit went. I could not give less of a damn. Like truly couldn't. But there's some people, respect, bro, there's some people, they love it. Like they love it, dude. They want to go to like every rivals camp and 24/7 on-3 camp and get a look at everybody. And I'm just kind of like, I'm the same way as you, Cole. Like, you could tell me like, hey, just wake me up a week before signing day. We'll talk about it. Who signs his signs, and we'll recap, and we'll just kind of go from there. I mean, that's, you know what I mean? Like,
buddy, Jim Schlossnagle is going to make a decision tonight. It just got announced. Brent Zwerneman.
Who announced it?
Brent Zwerneman. And Zwerneman has been so connected with that program. Anybody who knows Texas A&M, they will understand this. Brent Zwerneman tweets it. It is 100% factual because that man broke at SEC Media Days, Texas and OU joining the SEC. That is that guy. According to insiders, Jim Schlossnagle has a decision to make between A&M heading to rival Texas should be made by Tuesday night. So, Texas fans, you're going to have your answer pretty quickly on whether or not you're getting the guy who many people believe would be very hard to turn down and would have the money and the resources to be able to bring him in.
Yeah, so this is—
you're going to know in about 24 hours.
Yeah, so this is the one that I actually quote tweeted, and I said this, Cole, crazy to think he'd even be weighing it after the way he responded to the question following last night's game. Do we want to, really quickly, do we want to start there? Because I like— and you know what's funny? I met the dude. So obviously I told you when I was at the College World Series, I met Billy Lucci, and I'm real tight with Ryan Brauninger of Texags, who we've had on the show the last couple of weeks. Cool with, tight with David Nuno. He's the one that always brings me on Texags Radio when I'm going on. And so then I met Richard Zane, who was with them, who's one of their contributors. He's the one that asked the question. And so I understood like it was poor timing from the standpoint of like they literally just lost. But I also get it from the standpoint of you're in that room and you're not going to get another opportunity to ask. Like you kind of have to ask. And so Schloss gives the answer he does. And I mean, he's obviously not going to go, yeah, I'm taking the job, or yeah, I've considered it. But the way he answered it, boy, it'd be something if he turned around and took the job. It'd be something. I mean, it would be something if he did that.
Yeah, so I have a couple thoughts on this one, and this one is very close to me because of before I joined SECU, before I came over to the good side with Texas Sports Unfiltered, I was on the beat for 3 years covering Texas A&M football and Texas A&M athletics. I know every single person that Chris is talking about. David Nuno and I still talk all the time. He's a great dude.
Awesome people. Awesome people.
Awesome people.
Yeah, they're awesome.
They are. They are the salt of the earth type of people, and it is the one positive I will say about Texas A&M on this channel. Here is a thing that people are going to lose their mind over. Why ask that question after a loss? And everyone's going to say, one Aggie asked that question. You're gosh damn right that an Aggie asked that question, because here's the thing. Beat reporters still on today's society have a role. Everyone wants to talk about national writers, and I saw so many comments. Let a national writer ask that question. Let somebody from the national side. If a national person who has not been there through the trials and the tribulations and all the heartbreak and all the positivity for years since the start of Schlossnagle's era, when he was hired away from TCU, you may get a no comment at this time. You may run the risk of not getting a great soundbite. You may run the risk of not getting an answer at all. Instead, you get somebody, and Richard Zane has been a phenomenal reporter at Texags covering Texas A&M. Ask that question. And I'm glad that he asked that question, because if you got an answer, you may not have gotten the answer that you wanted. You may have not gotten an answer that you thought was incredible. You may have thought it was an absolutely bogus answer, but you got an answer and not a no comment. And you might get that if it comes from someone at D1 Baseball. You might get that if it comes from someone at MLB.com. At ESPN.com. You won't get that when it comes from somebody who has been there through it all for the last several years and has seen it up close in person. The reason why he answered it that way, and the reason why I applaud Richard for asking that, is because it had to be done. It had to be done. The Texas, I love you. I do. You stole A&M's thunder yesterday. You stole Tennessee's thunder by firing David Pierce last night. So you did that. You got to let that question be asked, because again, it's a must-ask question. Everyone wants to know what's going to happen with Texas. It's Texas. It is one of the 5 best jobs in all of college baseball. It is. And Jim Schlossnagle is one of the 5 best coaches in college baseball. And he just lost a World Series. You got to ask the question. You may not get that opportunity. And the person who gets to have that opportunity is the newcomer at Texas when he's introduced as the next head coach. And it's going to be completely different because he hasn't been there through it all. So naturally, it had to be done. I don't think he takes the job personally. I really don't. I feel like that it is, at this point, kind of a far-fetched agreement, but you had to ask that question, and I'm glad Zane did. I am absolutely proud of Zane for actually asking that question, too.
Cole, we actually talked about this yesterday, and before I get to that, you mentioned the stealing of the thunder, and there's times where I throw up a post or something, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is probably going to generate some engagement, going to do pretty well, and there's other times I'm just like, hey, this may or may not, whatever. It's just kind of a thought inside of my brain. Yesterday afternoon, and this was after obviously all this news comes out, the whole, Texas fired David Pierce, and we did a segment on it. And I'm just sitting there thinking, I posted this. I said, Texas stealing the headlines away from A&M on the day they're competing for their first baseball national title shouldn't be lost on anyone. Make no mistake, it was a calculated move. The pettiness of that rivalry is unmatched. I don't think I realized the pettiness of the rivalry and how unmatched it was, because that, we'll call it a tweet. That tweet is sitting right now at 427,000 views on Twitter. So I don't even think I realized. I was like, holy smokes, Texas and Texas A&M people got a hold of this thing and have gone crazy with it. It's interesting though, Cole, again, I was boots on the ground at the College World Series, talked to a lot of these Texags guys. And we were talking about Thursday practice day. So this is 11 days ago. This is almost 2 weeks ago. We are talking about that most folks were expecting him. And the buzz was happening then. Like, hey, Texas is probably going to make a move during the College World Series. We didn't know when, but it's probably going to happen. So, of course, I asked the question, you think Schloss could be on the move? No way, right? No way it happens. And essentially, one of the things that I was told was that Jim Schlossnagle really cares about how he's viewed. He really cares what people think about him. And so the TCU to A&M move was hard from the standpoint of there were people in Fort Worth that were pissed. I mean, just flat out, they were pissed. They were upset. If he were to go from A&M to Texas, multiply that by about 1,000, maybe more. And essentially, I was told by the A&M guys, he would be the most hated man in the state of Texas if he did.
Oh, far and away.
I mean, so it's like, I don't know if Jim Schlossnagle wants that. Here's the thing, and I've got nothing but respect, admiration for the Texas baseball program. But it's like, unless you just really genuinely want a new challenge, or maybe like coming up, that was your dream job in your mind. But unless it's like one of those special circumstances, guys, let's be honest with ourselves. It's a lateral move at best, if not a downgrade at this current point.
You're running it, man.
I love this. At this point, like, they're investing even more in Bluebell. I think it's one of the best environments in college baseball.
Oh,
it doesn't get the love it should. Like, at this point. I mean, dude, Texas has got all the history, tradition, everything. But, like, we just watched A&M in the College World Series finals. We just watched it. I mean, you can't tell me right now Texas is a better program today than A&M is. You can't. Right? I mean, you can't.
You can't say in terms of program today, yes. And
right. I mean, they don't have the history, but we're talking today. We're talking today.
Yeah, like today, if you ask me which program am I betting on to win a College World Series first, A&M, because they were literally one run away from tying that and sending it to extras, or at least getting to the bottom of the ninth. And that was, again, a series that went back and forth, had its high points, had its low points. We're going to talk about it in a minute, but naturally, that's, of course, what we're not talking about. You're talking about the history, the ambiance, the pageantry that is Longhorn baseball. The Dish is also a great atmosphere. Anybody who has been there knows what that game is. There's three problems, and I brought this up yesterday, and this is where I got a lot of people lost with Longhorns. Just because, and my post went viral.
Your timeline blew up too.
It's like a 55,000 likes and views and whatnot.
Love that.
Whatever. And I'm not a true college baseball guy. But I know marketing. Just because of Texas is a great program does not mean that Tennessee, Texas A&M, and LSU, which, because you're hearing now Tony Vitello, Jay Johnson's name has been brought up, those are also great programs. They also have money and resources. People forget that LSU Like when everyone started losing their mind, they didn't go add in Dominic Williams or Simeon Barrow or one of the other guys from Michigan State when they were defensive linemen. They said, "Oh, well, they don't have the money. They're a poor program." They are not. They are one of, if not the richest program in college athletics. Like they are absolutely
LSU, and I know for this for a fact, is paying $250,000 for baseball guys that they want. So I mean, they're fine.
It's
They're fine.
And also, here's the thing: they went out and they added in Kim Mulkey because they wanted to. They went out and they added in Jay Johnson because they wanted to. They went out and they got Brian frickin' Kelly from Notre Dame because they wanted to. They can match whoever the hell they want. And Texas A&M right now is paying $70+ million for a coach not to be on the sidelines. They can match whatever Texas can offer. So that's not it. At this point, it comes down to, does he want the challenge? Does he want the job? And honestly, in my opinion, the biggest loss last night was for Tennessee winning, because Vitello now, you don't leave a program fresh off of a national title. Like immediately, unless you're going to the pros, like Jim Harbaugh did, you're not leaving for another program. So he's off the table. It's a question. It is. Like Schlossnagle still is your best bet because of the relationship he has with Chris Del Conte. And because of that relationship, you can't say no. But what you can say is it's very challenging to see what this atmosphere is going to be like if he walks away from College Station and in their first year in the SEC, he goes and joins Texas. That will not only be the most sold out game in the history of Bluebell Park, it will be the most sold out game in the history of Dish Field, because if they will travel to Austin to see it, it will be the loudest boo in the state of Texas for months on end if he does that. If he makes the comments he made last night and then goes and crosses enemy lines and joins forces with Texas and reunites with Chris Del Conte and rains fire with the Longhorns in the SEC, he will be the most hated man in College Station in the history that has ever existed. He will not be what they will have to bring in the National Guard for some people. I guarantee you the first time he was back there. That's the level.
Yeah. Yeah.
And people don't understand, like, this is why we are excited to have this rivalry back. This is why we are excited to have this game back. Because in the national perspective, so many people talk about, well, it's Texas versus Texas A&M. No. At one point, this was war. This was war. It may not be Red River, but it's like talking Michigan State. Like, it is a war between these two. They still have animosity towards each other.
And you kind of lose sight of how big the rivalry is when they don't play for so long, right? I mean, it's not top of mind for us. We're more focused on some of the other rivalries that are year in, year out. But so I am excited to learn more about Texas and Texas A&M. To me, from what I'm, so this is completely like, I'm brand new to Texas, OU, not necessarily A&M, but these rivalries coming. So my perspective, my very, and I could sound ignorant, to me, it looks like, and just kind of interacting with the fan bases, the way they talk about each, it feels like to me, Texas and Oklahoma hate each other, but have more of a mutual respect. Texas and Texas A&M hate each other, and Texas looks at A&M as like their little brother.
That's true, but no, Oklahoma and Texas hate each other. I just from what
no respect at all.
I mean, I think when I did the video talking about why that rivalry is not going to play second field to anything in the SEC.
Yeah.
There are families. Again, if you are married to a Sooner, congratulations. For 3 hours, do whatever the hell you want, because if you're going to be divorced in the eyes of college football, you are going to be divorced when an OU and Texas game goes on. You are. At least in football, you are. It's going to happen. So I don't know if there's a lot of love lost there, if there's even a lot of appreciation. There's just a lot of straight screw yous and piss offs.
You think there's a tougher ticket to get this year than Texas A&M?
At a home field advantage, no, I don't. I don't even think Auburn, Alabama, Iron Bowl. I don't even think third Saturday in October is going to be a really good game, because this will be the first time where Nick Saban isn't there since 2007. And it'll be the first time where it kind of feels like Tennessee actually comes in with a little bit of an advantage. But no, I don't think so. I think the first game back at Kyle Field, where the last time Justin Tucker walked it off and let A&M fans feel it for over a decade, joining the SEC, it's going to be really tough to beat. It is. Honestly, I think the toughest ticket might be if Jim Schlossnagle goes to the Dish. First time that these two play each other.
They might have to put the baseball, like build a baseball field in Kyle Field, essentially. Or at TKR.
Groves, dude. I'm telling you.
They'll, like literally just for one game, just put the baseball stadium or put the baseball field in the football and let it let's have a 100,000 seat, 100,000 packed in baseball game.
Sure. Again, and it would make a lot of sense. It would, because if they would boo him like crazy.
Yeah.
It would be so toxic. I mean, like, I remember when Deshaun Watson came back and I covered the Texans for his first game when he played against Houston. They did not stop booing until halftime. Literally, they didn't even care he was on the field. They just showed any glimpse of him. Immediately, boo started hailing down. It will be like that for 9 innings. They won't care. They won't care just because of who's in the dugout. They won't.
Since we're on this note, Cole, I'm sure you've seen, and many of you guys may see as well, over at SEC Unfiltered YouTube podcast. We've been doing different series and everything, obviously, with the offseason. And one that we just wrapped up, most important game. I gave my most important game for each team. Cole, for Texas, I said Texas's most important game was Texas A&M. So there's a lot of good choices. There's a lot of good choices, but
look, I get it. I do. I completely get it. I honestly think that the most important game for Texas A&M is Texas. That to me is more so it.
Because, see, I said LSU for them.
And I understand why I do, because of, again, it feels like that's a game where defense, you finally have you have your guy back that got you a top 3 finish and led you to an Orange Bowl and Mike Elko. Like, I get all that, dude. I do. But like for Texas, they show up and they beat A&M in their own backyard. It is literally Big 12 all over again, where they are owning the competition. And that little brother mantra is going to stick because they've had 12 years to establish themselves as the dominant force in the Lone Star State in the conference where it brings in a lot of revenue. And it was the conference that eventually Texas decided to say, we're going to go ahead and join. So it's hard for me to say it is not that one because of the reasoning. For Texas, you're supposed to beat A&M. You feel like that the way that you've recruited, the way that you're built, the way that your roster is constructed, the way that you've worked the transfer portal, you're supposed to beat Texas and Texas A&M. You just are. It doesn't matter that you're new to the SEC. You're just supposed to. Georgia to me feels like the game because if at that point it shows, listen, we got the right coach just like you have. We got the right quarterback just like you have. We got the right roster construction just like you have. We have the great coaching staff that can leave, and we have the replacements in line. We are showing up to the big boy table. We are taking the chair. We are kicking out the losers who are behind us, and we're going to be a part of the actual contenders year in and year out. I just feel like Georgia's the more important game only because of you want to actually show everybody that you are here and you are sticking around. That's Georgia. And it would be Alabama if they played Alabama this year, even if it was a non-conference game. And honestly, last year, I thought the most important game for them was Alabama in Bryant-Denny because of you were this close in 2022. You got there in 2023. You got the win. And now you're joining the SEC with a Big 12 roster that is turning into an SEC roster. And I thought that was the main reason why. So it's Georgia for me.
I think what you said, Cole, for me, there's times where I kind of teeter the line between the line gets kind of fuzzy for me between must win and can't lose. Like okay. I almost, it's kind of interchangeable. So I look at it from the standpoint, because I agree with you, Georgia. I mean, I agree with you on the standpoint of why it could be Georgia. For me, it was just like, to your point, they're supposed to beat Texas A&M. Texas cannot lose that game. They cannot lose that game. I guess technically they could, but I mean, I just can't imagine you're going to feel very good about yourself. If you, let's say you do lose at Georgia and you go in that one 10-1 and you drop it and you're 10-2 going into the playoff, you still be in the playoff, but so it's kind of a fuzzy line for me between must win, can't lose. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like Texas could lose to Georgia and it'd be a close game. And I know it's at home, but I would still think, okay, they're in with a 12-team playoff now, let's call it for what it is. Those games, they still have a lot of emphasis, but not from a standpoint of like, hey, you got a mulligan. You can lose to Georgia. You're going to be fine. They're probably going to be ranked number 1. You're not going to drop far, if at all, in the rankings, especially if it's a good game. So I looked at that A&M game like establishing like everything you just mentioned about we are the superior, we are the big brother. We're going to go into your house, beat you. You got all these high hopes. And I think what makes that game really intriguing, look at us getting ahead of ourselves. We hadn't even got to kickoff. We're talking about the last week. I think what's fascinating about it is that Texas A&M could come into that game with college football playoff hopes. They could be 9-2. And my goodness, what a scene if Texas were to knock them out. I mean, what a scene that game will be no matter what, but what a scene if that was the stage set. So again, it's kind of a fuzzy line for me between must win and can't lose, if that makes sense. I went LSU. I went LSU for A&M solely from the standpoint of, to your point, A&M's not supposed to beat Texas. So it's like, it's a huge game, obviously, and it would be a massive win, but I'm not going in expecting A&M to win. I think LSU's a matchup where they match up pretty well. It's going to be a night game at Kyle Field. That could kind of serve as a signature win in year one of Mike Elko, I think. Realistically, I'm not saying Texas A&M can't beat Texas, but I think they match up probably a lot better against LSU than they do Texas right now.
What's so baffling is that I got in an argument with BK when I filled in for Bucky on Friday last week, and we were talking about what is a better outcome. You losing to Texas A&M but going undefeated the rest of the way, or you losing 2 games and still now being in the hunt for a college football playoff berth. And honestly, you're with me on this one. I would much rather be 10-2 and make it to Atlanta and get a rematch with Georgia than lose to Texas A&M in year one, because I just expect to win that game. And that's, again, I agree with you when you say, yeah, they expect it. So I get your reasoning behind it. But what's so baffling is everyone's like, well, if they lose 3 games and they don't beat Georgia, are they going to be in the playoff? Guys, if they're in Atlanta, they're in the playoff. Like, at this point, the thing is, in my opinion, it's seeding. Like, yeah, is a 3-loss Texas team going to get in? Nobody is guaranteed a spot in Atlanta. You're not, and you're Texas, and you're part of the SEC. And let me also repeat that. You're Texas. You're the big burnt orange logo of a Longhorn that had its own freaking network. Like, you're Texas. You're in Atlanta. You're going to the playoff. Like, that's just a done deal, in my opinion. It's now just about where you are in the postseason picture. Are you a 4 seed? Are you a 5 seed? Are you a 7 seed? But if you lose to A&M, and again, I can't preface this enough. When you look at where Texas A&M is, I remember losing in 2012 as an Alabama grad, and the entire offseason, all I heard, hey man, 29-24, hey man, 29-24. They relish in that win. That's all they care about is that win. Do you want to hear it even if you win the national championship? Because it's annoying as all hell, nonstop to hear it. So that's where it comes from.
10-2 or 11-1. I think what's going to be interesting, by the way, Cole, I was just thinking that there's still going to be madness, even though we have the expanded playoff, because I wonder, like, I don't think somebody who's 10-2 wants to go to the SEC title. Because if you lose and you're 10-3, all of a sudden, to your point, that third loss, there's going to be, we're not going to escape all the debate and the banter and the back and forth. We're just not going to do it. I mean, there's going to be a lot of debate about a 10-3 team or whatever the record is, which I don't know that a 10-2 team is going to get in, but they very well could. I mean, we got people picking Georgia to go 10-2, believe it or not. So I don't know if that's going to be me, but we do have some folks out there. On this note, we're talking about, atmospheres and the games being played, A&M, Texas, whatever. We've actually got a piece from our very own Cole Thompson that you're looking at right now that's running tonight, premiering on YouTube, because EA Sports College Football 25, which we're all excited about, which, by the way, Cole, an update on that. So I bought the game already. I pre-ordered. I've got the deluxe edition, which you get the 3-day early access.
Yeah.
And in a stunning set of circumstances, I think I've made the decision I'm actually going to hold off on playing the game until after SEC Media Days, because it comes out the Monday of, and I've got everything booked for Dallas, and I'm like, I just don't know about bringing the PS5. And then what I would hate to do is get to my Airbnb and the you need like a crazy good Wi-Fi signal to stream and to do all that. I was like, I would just feel so silly if I wasn't even able to create content around it. And it'll be a super busy week to begin with. So I may hold off and just hope and pray and keep my fingers crossed that SEC Media Days has something. I got to think they're going to have something. I got to.
It's the worst thing. It's the worst thing possible.
The biggest missed opportunity. Yeah.
You have a bunch of media meatheads that's sitting in there that, like, why not? Like what? Where would you not play the game? Like what?
Jerry Jones got to have something cooked up at the stadium or something, right? I mean, you got to think so.
Does he? I
don't
don't know because it's at the Omni, so Arlington's a 20-minute drive from where.
Oh, see, I don't know Dallas. I don't know what's even around.
Yeah, no. So we're still trying to figure out if I'm going to be able to sneak my way in or whatnot. We're working through this right now, but I may just come up and be your tour guide to Texas for a couple days, and we'll figure out the rest along the way.
How far are you from Dallas?
2.5 hours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm nothing, bro. I'm a hot.
So hold on. So the All-Star Game Home Run Derby, that's in Arlington this year. That's in
Arlington. That's across the way. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's in Arlington. So. Okay. And honestly, like part of the reason I was going to go up was not just for, work purposes, because I enjoy working with my friends, but also I have friends that live in Dallas, and we were going to potentially go to the Home Run Derby on, I think it's Monday night, if I'm not mistaken. So Monday we would have gone. That would have been our big thing. Tuesday, SC Media Days. Then we go watch the All-Star Game out in the bar, call it Even Steven. It's a fun time. But yeah, I mean, they're with traffic, and by the way, traffic you can't even expect for it. I mean, we were talking 25 minutes minimum from where the Omni is to AT&T Stadium, which is where the house that Jerry built and still has not been able to write off as a winning check has cashed yet. So, it's just all great.
I don't even want to get you going with NFL, man. I'm sure. Yeah, I
don't like.
I know you can go on with some NFL, man.
Bro, here's the thing, though. And we won't spend a lot of time, but I grew up in a New York Yankee household. My mother is a Yankee. My grandfather is a huge New York Giants fan. So it's like I have hated the Dallas Cowboys since I was a wee lad. Like I was a young Irish-looking leprechaun, and I was told two things in life. I was not allowed to pull for the Cubs because my grandfather, RIP to him, was a Chicago White Sox fan. And I'm not allowed to pull for the Cowboys because RIP, the other one was a Giants fan. Those are the only two teams I wasn't allowed to root for.
Oh, you're done? That's it. Oh, that's it.
Oh, did you die?
I thought you were going. I thought you were continuing.
We got to talk about these rankings.
I know.
We got to talk about these rankings.
Maybe I'm stunned. Maybe I'm having internal dialogue. Anyways, EA Sports College Football. We love Stadium Pulse. We love. When that came out, I think in 05, 06, that was an awesome part of the game. So EA Sports College Football 25 drops their top 10 and top 25, I should say, toughest places to play. And I'm sure you already all know this. This list is bad. I don't know. I mean, all right, Kyle Field is one. Kyle Field, Texas A&M at number one. Bryant, we'll just go top 5 first. Kyle Field, Texas A&M, number one. Bryant-Denny Stadium, Bama, number 2. Tiger Stadium, a.k.a. Death Valley, LSU, number 3. Ohio Stadium, the Shoe, Ohio State, number 4. Sanford Stadium, Georgia, number 5. Kyle Field, Texas A&M, number 1, man. Over LSU. Bryant-Denny over LSU. That's insane. All due respect to Bama. I haven't been, but, dude, Death Valley. Come on.
Have you ever feared for your life walking out of a stadium before? Because if you know that you've been told to run in a Deliverance voice where he gets really quiet and goes, because I have, and it happened at Death Valley. And I remember actually walking home that night, and one of my buddies got drilled in the back of the head by an LSU fan. Because if those fans love their football team, those fans love the atmosphere, and those fans keep that same energy like I am right now. Just somehow I'm able to work like non-magical crap, whatever it is. Those fans keep that same energy at 6 in the freaking morning with the smell of bourbon and boudin till 9:45 when it's the start of the third quarter. They don't lose a single ounce of that energy. And when you have that, that is number one, the best atmosphere in all of college athletics. And number two, that far and away is the most hostile atmosphere to play. There is a reason why Les Miles, and we're not going to get into that subject because we'll be here for 6 days, and I don't want to really do that right now. He said, this is Death Valley, a place where dreams truly come to die, because they do. And it's not just for the players, it's for the fans that are walking into the stadium.
Yeah, I would put LSU number one. I
100%.
And the it was interesting. Let's see. In the article, they talk about not all home field advantages are created. Equal development team work to compile a list, top 25 tough places to play, factoring in historical stats such as home winning percentage, home game attendance, active home winning streaks, team prestige, and more. So how in the world is Kyle Field number one? Because I think I saw their record. It's not great.
It's like 17 and 19 or something like that, or 19 and 17.
It's not great, man. It's not great. So that was crazy. The other SEC teams, we'll just run through those. Oklahoma's is at 8. The Swamp is at 10. I remember when the Swamp used to be number 1, man.
Yeah.
I do. Tennessee at 13. I thought Neyland was pretty underrated when that place is like really going. I know this one. I know you agree, Cole. A lot of people have voiced this one. Jordan-Hare Stadium in Auburn.
Bro,
14th.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
So let me ask you this. How do you feel about, so for example, Jordan-Hare Stadium, Auburn is 14th. They're not in the top 10, but Camp Randall is 7th.
See, I actually have Camp Randall in my top 10.
Okay.
So I do have Camp Randall. There is something about the atmosphere.
Would you put Auburn ahead of A&M?
Yes, I would. A&M's not in my top 10. A&M is not in my top 10. And
are they in your top 15?
Yes, A&M is probably about 13 or 14. Like I would say that's very, very, very fair to say when you look at what A&M is and how big the atmosphere is. Here's the thing: size doesn't always matter. And no, that's a saying in life, but no, size does not always matter because there have been times, and I can say this as an Alabama grad, there have been times where Bryant-Denny, one of the biggest stadiums in all of college football, has been dead ass empty going down the stretch. So it just happens that way. There are times where that is the case. I have seen it at Kyle Field. There have been games where it's not reached its entirety of a level. So I'm sorry that you may be the big cathedrals in college football. I'm a Catholic. I'll just say that, like, I don't care about religion. I don't really care what you are. I don't really care what anybody else is. I'm just saying what the fact is. Cathedrals are awesome. I think college football stadiums are cathedrals. Some of the best cathedrals that I've ever been on tours were the really tiny ones because there's an ambiance in it. There's something about it being so closed in. There's something about it being such a unique figure. Well, that's Jordan-Hare. It may not be the biggest, but holy crap. There is a shaman man that is buried underneath the plains of Auburn. I have this on good record, and his voodoo magic comes out every single time the Iron Bowl is played. Because you want to explain to me how a roster that lost to New Mexico State goes down to the wire with a playoff team and goes down to the wire with a team that was number 1 in the country for 30 straight weeks. They had Jarrett Stidham beat Nick Saban. Bo Nix beat Nick Saban. The kick 6 happened there. Like, they went down to the wire in 4 overtimes with Brian Harsin as the head guy and Bryce Young as the Heisman Trophy winner. Go down to the wire. You're telling me that stadium is not top 10? What are we doing? What are we doing? It's stupid to not like honestly, I lost it seeing that. And I'm a Bama grad, and even I'm like, no, I'm sorry. Jordan-Hare is so much better than Bryant-Denny. It is.
You'll be happy to know then that the thumbnail is there are Auburn fans on the thumbnail. I think it's a good representation of that entire video, really. And probably nobody more snubbed than Auburn in this list. I was kind of surprised to see Williams-Brice Stadium as high as it was at 15. Not that it's not a great atmosphere, but if you're factoring in home records and team prestige and South, let's put it this way. South Carolina, not different than a lot of these. They're one of those, though, that time of day when the game is played matters for the atmosphere. It absolutely does. So you've been to Texas, 19 for Texas? Is that?
Yeah. Okay. I think
it's pretty big stadium, right? Pretty big, right?
Well, it just got an upgrade too.
Okay.
So I believe DKR from a game day atmosphere at 19 is absolutely atrociously bad. I believe from a game day atmosphere, it is bad. I think with it joining the SEC, EA Sports, which also has at the very bottom, subject to change because it has to EA Sports because you messed up. You just want to piss us all off this morning. That's what you decided to do. Like that was it. That's what you chose. They're going to make some changes. I think that Texas right now, maybe jumping into the top 15 would make sense. I can understand 16. When they get in the SEC, I think that eventually they will start to garner a lot more interest. I think that the Big 12 was a little bit of a knock against them. Because again, you look at the teams that were listed. They're SEC and Big Ten. They're SEC and Big Ten. And so again, people want to talk about the SEC bias, and I'm like, okay, well, Big Ten bias. Boone Pickens Stadium is one of the best atmospheres I have ever been in the history of college athletics. And you're never going to see Stillwater mentioned on this list. You're not. But you talk to players, they'll tell you Boone Pickens Stadium is as loud and rambunctious as some of the bigger stadiums in the SEC. I think Autzen Stadium is small. Holy crap. They know how to pack a punch. Like
11th on this list. Yeah.
And I'm just like, bro, like, what are we talking about with this? Tennessee, and this is the one where this was the bone I had to pick with you. You've been in Neyland, right?
So not for a game. This will be the first time this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There, you would be stunned at the lack of amount of stadiums I've been to. You'd be stunned.
Okay.
This year it will change, though. This year it will change.
So Neyland, the sickos that decided to build that garbage convention of a stadium like that.
I have, to your point, Cole. So last year on the way to SEC Media Days in Nashville, I stopped in Knoxville and like walked around the stadium. And I told somebody after I was like, it feels like you're at a haunted house. Like that's how old it is. Especially on the side that's not like on the road. Like you go down that other side. I mean, it is like scary. It's like mine shafts down there.
Well, again, they built it up. It's vertical, and the seats are vertical. So sound travels, and it travels where? Up, which means it gets louder as it raises, and the only place for it to go out is back down, where it goes out in Kyle Field. It goes out in Bryant-Denny. It ricochets off the walls in that cesspool of a stadium that needs some major renovations to it, and they pack you in like sardines. They say, oh, it's 104,000. No, it is not. You want to know why the seating capacity is 104,000? Because when the sickos that designed the building wanted to make it the loudest and largest stadium in the SEC, they made seats like this big. So if you're over 155 pounds, good luck finding a way to actually breathe. And the thing that really pisses me off, and again, I will give Texas fans this one. You're the real UT. You are 100% the real UT. Congratulations to the other one for winning a national title. They're not going to be as unbearable as Texas A&M fans would if they would have won a national title. We all know this. We do. But those sorry bastards up in Knoxville have been sitting and waiting for a moment of greatness. They have filled that stadium to the brim through the Derek Dooley era, through the Butch Jones era, through the Jeremy Pruitt era, through the Josh Heupel era. They have been there through the dark times. They have been there through the trialing times. It has never once ever run out. And that swift tee that you get on game day when they're coming out of the tunnel, the big arch, that is why Tennessee, in my opinion, needs to be in your top five. Like, it's like I have this argument all the time with people when it comes to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Iron Man created what is now the cinematic universe. It's got to be in your top 10. Like, you don't have the MCU without Iron Man. Same thing. You don't have these cathedral-esque atmospheres and these highlight moments without neither. You just don't.
Yeah, I would put, and again, I've never been in person. This will be the first time this year. I'm actually, by the way, sneak peek to the fall. I'm eyeballing, I believe, Tennessee, Georgia.
Okay.
No, excuse me. That game's in Athens. Tennessee, Florida. Excuse me.
Is that one in Neyland this year?
Yes, because it was Swamp last year. It was in the Swamp last year.
Okay, and I saw this. That's the game that is the must win for Tennessee. I'm sorry. Like that is. I'm sorry. Like you can't lose to Florida.
Yeah. That was my must win as well for Tennessee. Yeah. For that exact reason. And Tennessee fans actually agreed with me because they played Bama the week after, but I'm like, if you lose to Florida, that game virtually means nothing. So you have to beat Florida to even make the Bama game have some importance. You know, if you don't beat Florida, you're getting dog walked probably by Bama. Honestly.
Yeah, and we've talked about this. I personally believe that right now I give the edge to NC State. I think that they're flying under the radar, and I'm very excited for that game. I've already said that if the game was played in Knoxville, I believe that they would beat Oklahoma, but it's played in Norman, so I think Oklahoma wins. You can't afford a loss. Like you logistically, based off of the way that I feel as of this moment, you can't afford a loss to be able to go to the playoff. So it is a must win. And basically every game after that's a must win. But it's a must win also simply because of how is Florida, with everything that you've seen in the progress, with everything that you've seen in the potential, how has Florida still been able to kick your ass every single year? That's just the baffling part. By the way, here's what I want to bring up with you real fast, and then we can move on. Somebody was on with BK earlier this month, and they were doing a segment talking about who would be a great replacement for Billy Napier. And he said Josh Heupel. For starters, is that worse than Lane leaving in the middle of the night to take the USC job?
Probably, and I would say Lane Kiffin would be a good replacement for Billy Napier.
No, again, I think that we all agree with that one. But everyone's like, oh, but he was like, oh, but Tennessee, it won't be that big of a loss for Florida, brother in Christ. Let me explain the SEC to you for a quick second. Get out of Big 12 country and come here and let's have a conversation. Florida and Tennessee, it's like Alabama, Tennessee. Like there's not a state rivalry. There's a lot of hostility. They don't like each other. It's like your buddy and you used to be best friends, and then you both dated the same girl, and he dated her after you, and you got pissed off by it. Like that's the level of hatred that these two have between each other. So it would not go over so swimmingly that Josh Heupel left in the middle of the night to go to Gainesville. It just wouldn't.
No, those two fan bases loathe each other. To your point, closing out the top 25, Cole. We had two more SEC teams in the 23 and 25 spots. W. Donald Reynolds Razorback Stadium. Crazy these stadiums, these long names. I actually texted one of my Oklahoma buddies, Tyler McComas, today. I said, do you? I was like, does everybody say Gaylord Family Oklahoma Memorial Stadium? I was like, is there an acronym? He gave it to me. I was like, thank God. So DWR Razorback Stadium. DWR. Arkansas is at 23. Davis Wade Stadium, Mississippi State cracks the top 25. I almost feel like, Cole, with that one, they just want to put the Cowbells in the top 25. Like, you know what I mean? Like if State didn't have the Cowbells, they would never be on one of these lists. Ever.
It's in my top 15.
It's in your top 15. It's just, I mean, it's a very cool, unique home atmosphere. And you can't take the Cowbells away. And it's like, it's all loved in Mississippi State. And I've never been to Davis Wade. I never have. But isn't it one of the smallest stadiums in the SEC?
Gets old. The Cowboy. You have to be you have to be a very.
I heard it's awful. I've heard it's
awful. It is the home field advantage part comes from the fact that you are about ready to go into the stands and start wrangling the necks of human beings because they need to stop ringing the cowbells. That's the part of why it's in my top 15. It has nothing to do with the stadium. It has nothing to do with the actual atmosphere. It is not a good stadium. I've made this clear before. I am not personally a fan of Start Vegas. I'm not. I know I'm hated by most people in Mississippi State at this point because I already hate Jeff Levy. Like, I get it. Like, I just want to go down with the ship and burn in hell with it. But the one thing that they have is those freaking cowbells. And I swear to God, there was one time I remember going and covering a game with Texas A&M. And we were in Starkville, and I was getting to a deadline. And I remember it was for a halftime update. I had to go into the bathroom and just right in there because it was the quietest spot because I could not stop listening to those freaking cowbells nonstop. That's why it's top 15. It annoys the daylights out of me so bad that I cannot deal with it. I just can't.
I was also not SEC related, Cole. I was surprised, I guess, a little to see the Big House at 16. I just feel like growing up, like that was always, but I've also heard through the years that the Big House isn't that loud because it's so like flat and wide open and like, yeah, but I was still surprised to see it that low. I was.
Size is not everything, Christopher. We all know this. That is a great rule in life. It's all about the motion of the ocean and the motion of the fans screaming in the stands. Everything else, no.
I don't know. It's just I remember growing up like that was always. I think to your point, people got lost in the number of folks in the stadium, the size of the stadium, and versus how loud is it actually on the field. So. EA Sports going to be pissing more people off later this week, guys, as they drop. Tomorrow will be a Sights and Sounds deep dive, apparently, which I'm curious what that'll be. But they're going to drop on Thursday and Friday top offenses and defenses and then overall team power ranking. Surely nobody's going to lose their cool over that. Cole, last thing before we get out of here, I was listening to somebody else talk about this today. Which, by the way, somebody says big-time Kendall Rogers.
Yeah, I'm reading it right now.
What is the latest? What does Kendall say?
This will be fascinating to watch play out. It's a quote tweet of the of Brent's article. Horns would owe A&M around $3 million in a buyout, plus whatever Schloss's new salary would be at Texas. Sources have been adamant of no chance of movement unless a new ballpark project is botched. It was not. Situation can 100% change. However, I do know it has been reported, but no deal has been signed. Furthermore, having covered hundreds of these searches, one thing leaks out of fashion. It typically means a coach is on the move. If I were a betting man, I like where Texas stands. I mean, I don't. Jim, everything that you just said a minute ago, about your intake, gone. I mean, like, there is no coming back. I have never said this.
I tell you this, if that happens, I can't wait to tune into Texas radio that morning, whatever it is, and listen to what they have to say. Because I'll tell you this, I'll give them credit. Like, and I get the angle that Texas comes from, and Billy Lucci's built a monster, and but they're obviously, they shake hands with the university. They're very close with them. They have players on. So, you got to toe the company line, right? Don't bite the hand that feeds you. So they keep things, I'm not saying they're not critical, Cole, but they keep things pretty positive, pro-Aggie, whatever. Boy, I cannot even. I mean, how do you not tear Jim Schlossnagle apart if he leaves? How do you not? How do you not?
No, for Texas.
For Texas. How do you not tear him apart?
Here, this is a sentence I've never uttered before in my life. So, Christopher, congratulations. You're going to be the first to hear it. I cannot wait for college baseball in 2024-5. I cannot wait for college. Can it be college baseball season again? I have never mentioned that sentence before, but if Jim Schlossnagle takes the job, I need to fast forward to that first series. Oh, sweet. Oh, my God. Like, that is, you just wrote yourself a one-way ticket to straight up hostility. You wrote yourself a one-way ticket out of College Station and never welcome back in. Oh my God, if that happens. That is, and here's the crazy part also. The Houston Chronicle recently hired Kirk Bohls, and Kirk Bohls, I know there's people out there that don't like all of his right. Kirk Bohls is one of the most connected people in the history of Texas athletics. He is. If both of them report something along those lines, it's 100% happening. Oh my God. Real fast, what was the thing you want to bring up if we even have time at this point?
I mean, I was just going to say, somebody was talking today about how wide is the gap between Texas and OU coming in the SEC. Basically, they brought it up because they don't feel like OU is that far behind Texas, although people want to make it seem like it's this
an
massively wide gap. Yeah, it's an offensive line and an experienced quarterback away.
That's it. That's the difference between these two.
Yeah.
Honestly, and again, and this is the part where, and again, for my OU faithful that pay attention to me, love me, care about me very much. I appreciate all of you.
You're big time on the OU bandwagon. Big time.
Guys, you also got to realize I can be bought. My services 100% can always be bought, and you guys are taking a very front place lead right now. I don't mind the Brent Venables extension when you think about it. And everyone brings up, well, Sark got into the playoffs. Sark had a worse record in year 2 than Venables did. That's the argument. And again, is it the same situation? No. But at the same time, you're complaining about one guy getting a pay raise in 2027. That's what the money kick said. That's what you're talking about, the pay raise.
And he's still only the 9th highest paid coach in the SEC.
That's the thing. It's not, that's chump change. It's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. And the guy got to 10 wins last year. And I get it. It was an easier schedule, but still, they got to 10 wins. And they lost to Kansas. Okay, that sentence would mean nothing if it wasn't a Jason Bean. If Jalen Daniels playing that game and they lost, everyone would be like, yeah, you know what? Okay, I can see that happening. Now, Schloss, I don't know what's going to happen to you, buddy. I want to come back on for the rest of the week and just talk about this. This is amazing. Here's the thing, Chris. Why does news break when we have to go? It always happens in the industry.
All I'll say is this, guys. If this news breaks where it becomes official, reaction video on SEC Unfiltered will be happening live, and we can all be stunned together, really, truly, because that's what I will be. Cole is stunned, to say the least. Guys, hey, I appreciate you all tuning in. Thank you all so much. Always a pleasure, guys. Y'all are the best. Again, check us out every single day right here live, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain for the fine folks of West Texas. Again, you can find all our work, YouTube, podcast, all the good stuff. Stay tuned to Texas Sports Unfiltered. And, hey, baseball season is, for the most part, over at least. We'll see what happens with the coaching carousel. But the countdown to football, man, it was already on, and we're counting down even more now. 65 days away. Media days around the corner. It's a great time to be alive, Cole. So, hey, appreciate you all tuning in. Thank you all so much. For Cole Thompson, I'm Chris Phillips. Y'all have a great rest of your Tuesday. We will talk to you all tomorrow.